The place was truly terrible. It seemed that only devils could live there. It is very easy to die in such a place. And it is almost impossible to survive. Who might like this? Hyun-moo, she felt like he had fallen into the underworld right onto a hot frying pan. There was no strength to even stand up. But I wanted to live even in such a terrible place. And the guy gathered his strength and stood up. The guy was tired of endless dying and was worse than a bitter radish. There seemed to be no end in sight. But then a secluded place was found for Hyun-moo. There, at least you can hide in a corner and know that you won't be attacked from behind or from the side. This gave some chances. The main thing for a guy is to get to a cozy place on time, before he gets hit again on the way. But it was not there. Already halfway there, some creature appeared behind Hyun-moo and immediately began to attack. At first, the guy couldn't even see what kind of freak rained down blows on him. In a few seconds, Hyun-moo was cut, broken and torn into pieces. So agile was the monster that attacked him. Death again took the guy into its bony embrace. His last thoughts were about how much longer this horror could continue. Some time before this, dungeons began to open around the world. People began to realize what was happening and the world smoothly entered a new era. But not everything was rosy for Hyun-moo. The system decided that he had no chance of developing his abilities. His lot was dirty, hard work in the sewers among other poor people like him. People had to manually filter the waste in hopes of catching any remaining mana. Often the working day ended empty-handed. Dirty work in sewers often did not bring any income. The gray days dragged on endlessly in search of a penny to buy food and the most necessary things. Something flashed under the ceiling, foreshadowing good earnings. Hyun-moo perked up and rushed to his find. He almost reached out, almost. He almost held a valuable thing in his fingers. But it almost doesn't count. He fell from all his height and the fetid waves closed around his head, and the stinking liquid seeped under the respirator. The dirty person rushed to help Hyun-moo, walking briskly along the sewer shallows. He stated that everything was fine and not to worry about him. But the person began to energetically pull off her mask to help the guy. It turned out that hiding under the dirty suit was a rather nice girl who sincerely sympathized with Hyun-moo's failure and wanted to cheer him up. She said that there was no way to get it there anyway, and there was no point in trying so hard. The guy agreed with the girl, laughed at his failure, and decided that the game wasn't worth the candle. Meanwhile, on TV they said that the raid led by L and G Tae on Donjon Taibik, 5 stars, ended successfully. The leader of the expedition noted that they owed their success to each member of the expedition. Hyun-moo was pulled away from the screen by a lawyer who said that the guy received an inheritance from his deceased father. This event greatly surprised the guy. And the inheritance itself was very strange. The inheritance turned out to be a shiny yellow thing. Meanwhile, on the news, L and G Tae talked about his successes and plans to the presenter. Hyun-moo wanted to be in the place of the hero. He passionately wanted to escape poverty and be interviewed as a winner. In the end, the guy had nothing to lose. He wanted to test his strength. Hyun-moo tightly clutched the inherited pendant in his fist. Something worked out for him. Something incredible began to happen. Energy spread in all directions. And so Hyun-moo found himself in a strange and incomprehensible place. He didn't understand where he was and why. He was very scared, but there was nowhere to go. He couldn't go back. He didn't even understand where he ended up. It was terribly creepy and cold. It seemed that the air itself was poisoned and every breath was difficult. The guy coughed, he was getting worse. He realized that he would not last long here. He fell to the ground and began to turn inside out. In desperation, he began to scratch the ground with his hands. This was the location, Planet Apocalypse. Difficulty level, Hell. But for Hyun-moo, the worst was just beginning. It turned out that at first there were only flowers. Some stupid creature began to knock the life out of the guy with powerful blows. It seemed to him that he was dying. It was very painful and there was no hope of salvation. There were more and more opponents. This plunged Hyunmi into real horror. He hit right and left, tried to use all his skill and strength, but it seemed that the outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. Hyunmi still failed to win. He died. This time. And many, many more times. Countless battles in which the guy used every opportunity to inflict damage on the enemy. Countless defeats and terrible deaths in the clutches of disgusting creatures. But everything has an end, even endless horror. An inscription appeared in front of the guy that the location had been cleared. She could not believe that he had finally defeated all the creatures that were creeping up on him from 4 sides. Meanwhile, it turned out that even the stars were watching Hyunwoo's broadcast. So imperceptibly and unexpectedly, at the cost of incredible efforts, he became popular. In the sewer lines, hard daily labor continued to earn money for food. Often a whole day of hard work, knee-deep in the stinking, infected slurry, did not bring in a penny. But a ray of hope appeared before Hyunmi. He saw a crystal, albeit very high. The guy tried to reach, but he fell into stinking sewage and accidentally choked on the disgusting slop. An excited college employee, Yu-min, came running to his aid. But Hyunmi assured that he was fine. Just swallowed a little too much. Yu-ming said that the water is contaminated with crystal moss manna and is poison for people. To make a few bucks, don't take too many risks and dive into contaminated sewage water. But Hyunmi seemed to care nothing. He seemed quite cheerful and said that he would get better. But the guy's joy turned out to be premature. When he counted his earnings, his mood quickly faded. Hyunmi did not understand how one could live in this world for mere pennies. He worked hard and persistently, but earned very little. 30 years before these events, dungeons began to appear all over the world, in which people awakened superpowers in themselves. Hyunmi did not get any abilities. But I got dirty work for mere pennies. In a series of gray days there was no light, and there was no slightest ray of hope for a better life. Showed up at work with an inheritance from his father. Hyunmi's surprise knew no bounds. He was simply dumbfounded by this news. The inheritance turned out to be a small yellow shiny thing of unknown purpose. But it was clear for sure that Hyunmi would not be able to get rich. But Yu-ming knew what the yellow pendant really was. She told the guy that it was a stone of return, but he did not understand what it was for. Yu-min stated that this is an artifact that hunters use to return from dungeon. The girl naturally noticed that with his talents, Hyunmi had no need to go to dungeons. Yu-min realized that she had offended her colleague with her careless statement, and apologized. The guy said that it doesn't bother him at all. But in reality this was not the case. The girl tried to entertain him with news about Hunter L and Jite, but the guy said that he was not interested and said that the bus had already arrived. They said on TV that the leader of the expedition thanked all the participants in the raid for their joint work. The raid on the Daybreak dungeon, 5 stars, was a success thanks to the actions of all members of the expedition. The journalists listened enthusiastically to L and Jite and admiration was evident in every question she asked. Meanwhile, the leader of the expedition spoke about the pride he felt for the whole world seeing the power of Korea. Lee Jite is not only incredibly strong and rich, but also popular and handsome. The guy looked at his homecoming stone with mixed feelings. I took it in my hand and saw it shine. He decided that he wasn't jealous of L and Jite, but if he had the opportunity, he would take full advantage of it. Hyunmi clenched the stone in his fist, not really hoping for anything, but with a strong desire to change his life for the better. Suddenly, blinding light poured from his fist in different directions. The light intensified every moment. Gradually the light turned into rays diverging from one point, which began to increase at an ever-increasing speed. Suddenly Hyunmi found himself in a line where it scared him terribly. In the first moments, the guy did not understand what was happening around him. But what struck him most was the message that a source of mana had appeared in his body, and the circulation of mana had begun in his body. Hyunmu thought that this was probably some kind of mistake. He did not understand where the mana could come from. Further messages told the guy that he was in the hell location, and he was the only survivor. This completely shocked him. The guy could not understand how he, being at a low level, could get to such a formidable location, and what he would do here. The search for someone alive did not yield any results. Hyunmu couldn't pull himself together and calm down. By chance he saw crystal moss, and of such size that it seemed like a dream to him. The crystal for which he took a bath in the sewer would have cost $30, no more. Hyunmu could not imagine how many thousands or tens of thousands such a huge crystal could cost. It was a real find, promising big money. The guy decided that he had hit the jackpot, and now his life would change. But everything was so simple. He felt bad. Hyunmu alternated between feeling hot and shivering. He began to choke and cough. It seemed that the body was falling apart into 1,000 pieces. A message appeared about the departure of the body and paralysis. Hyunmu couldn't breathe. Stamina levels began to decline. A message appeared that the guy was attacked. But he could not understand who attacked him and from where. There was no one around. A message appeared that Hyunmu had died and the killer was poisonous dust. The guy did not understand how one could survive in a world where even dust was poisonous and could cause fatal damage. However, an inscription appeared, informing that the mission, First Night in Hell, had begun, and the goal was to survive until dawn. Hyunmu began to run without knowing where. He was scared and confused. But gradually anger took over in him. He decided that whoever came up with all this would take revenge on them. But death interrupted his plans. After a dozen deaths, after another revival, he began to pray to all the gods he knew. He simply had no other plans. After another dozen deaths, reports emerged that resistance to toxic substances had increased. Death still overtook Hyunmu more than once. Such an endless cycle of death and rebirth. The new report made it clear that resistance to nerve agents has increased even more. The guy tried to remember how he was previously taught breathing exercises, what the teacher said then. And the teacher said that you need to breathe deeper than usual. And breathe with what is lower than the lungs. Hyunmu remembered that the teacher praised him and said that he was doing well. In fact, the teacher believed that Hyunmu was the only child with great promise. And so, indulging in memories and practicing, the guy moved to a new level. He began to feel incredible lightness in his body. It seemed that his arms and legs could move without effort, and he himself weighed 2 times less. Meanwhile, new reports stated that Hyunmu had received a new skill called poisonous blood, and that poisoning no longer harmed him. It seemed incredible, the guy couldn't believe it. Who could have foreseen this? The guy simply breathed poisonous dust and as a reward received immunity to poisoning. Looking around Hyunmu saw that there was crystalline moss all around, and of incredible size. It seemed that this was a dream and that crystalline moss of such size simply did not exist. The appearance of a message that the item in the inventory almost drove the guy out of his mind. Indeed, it turned out that the moss is real and Hyunmu can collect it. At this time, an unusual buzzing sound was heard behind me. The guy turned around to see what could be making such a sound. A living cloud of unknown creatures swarmed and buzzed around him. Unknown bugs or spiders attacked the guy from all sides. He rushed to run as fast as he could, pursued by a noisy living cloud. He had hope of breaking away from his pursuers. But then they overtook him and pitted him all over. Then they got inside and he died. The message said that he was killed by level 3 mosquitoes. But this didn't make it any easier for him. New reports said that he killed 100 mosquitoes at a time and the level of the poisonous blood effect increased. The new notification stated that Hyunmu had contracted an infection and his health would be decreasing by the minute. This world never ceases to amaze. And despair gripped the guy much more often than joy. But there is no silver lining. Although health dropped by 10%, the infection activated the regeneration process. A bunch of messages have appeared, among them a new skill, disassembly. But the guy was sad. This world was too cruel and treacherous. Killing mosquitoes the size of a fist. It's true that there were more opportunities here. He decided to test his new skills on the first chair he came across, wondering why such a skill was needed. And indeed the chair began to disassemble at lightning speed right in the air. Hyun-shi thought this skill was cool, but he didn't see any practical application for it. Since disassembling the object worked so well, the guy decided to create something. Almost immediately he managed to get another skill. This time it was called assembly. Hyun-shi considered this skill much more useful and decided to build himself a shelter without delay. Staying in this terrible world where even dust and mosquitoes were a big threat could drag on for a long time. And the shelter dramatically increased the guy's chances of survival. Besides, it's good to have at least some semblance of a home, a secluded corner. For such a serious matter as creating a shelter, Hyun-shi did not regret it and decided to use his crystal moss. Meanwhile, something light on the floor caught his attention. He bent down to see what it was. It turned out that it was a newspaper. Hyun-shi became interested in what was written there. Meanwhile, a message appeared about a new, foreign language skill. Sometimes it seemed to the guy that any action in this strange world could bring a new skill. There was an article in the newspaper about double star GTL and the guy wondered if he was from the Tae-sun Guild. This thought allowed Hyun-shi to assume that he remained on the same planet. True, he didn't understand what time it was. A terrible thought entered the guy's brain. He tried to drive her away in every possible way, but he could not so easily dismiss such a terrible prospect. Perhaps he was in the future of the planet. It turns out that the world could turn into a terrible place reminiscent of hell. But Hyun-shi decided that even if his guess was correct, he still couldn't do anything about it. Instead of engaging in useless thoughts, it is better to do everyday things. He concentratedly began to sort through the piles of dead mosquitoes. A lot of time has passed and Hyun-shi is terribly tired. He got a bunch of different ingredients. There were the stings of the terrible mosquito, and its wings, and even a particularly valuable ingredient, the blood of the terrible mosquito. But Hyun-shi still didn't know what to do with all this goodness. And why the hell does he need it? He decided to use one of his skills and create something. After some manipulation, he ended up with a dart in his hands. The message made it known that this was a rare hell dart. The dart did not inspire confidence in Hyun-shi. It was somehow too easy to create it. He decided to test it. After all, it was the first weapon he created. He threw a whole bunch of darts, and only stopped when his arms started to fall off. The guy decided to create something else. And then the unexpected happened. He had a large egg in his hands. And reports said that he managed to create his first legendary item. From the notifications, Hyun-shi learned that the egg could be revived, but the chance that the egg was alive was only 50%, and you would have to spend rewards to revive it. The guy became despondent from such news. He didn't want to deal with the egg. And in general, Hyun-shi is tired of this crazy world with all its dangers and difficulties. Rewards and bonuses had to be achieved with great difficulty. But suddenly the guy heard a suspicious rustling. It seemed like someone was nearby. Indeed, a pumped-up freak appeared nearby. He hadn't noticed the guy yet. Based on the characteristic green color and pointed ears, Hyun-shi unmistakably identified the goblin. He could not even imagine that these creatures lived here. Meanwhile, the goblin noticed the guy. The creature let out an angry growl and took up an attack position. Hyun-shi shook in horror. In the first seconds he was simply paralyzed with horror. The goblin, in turn, did not waste time and resolutely began to attack the guy. Hyun-shi took off without hesitation, trying to break away from the evil monster. Then he remembered his inventory. Indeed, there was every chance that there might be something suitable there. The goblin retreated, but not for long. Just to group for a new attack. The message said that in front of the guy was a level 20 red goblin. This message did not add any courage or hope. The goblin rushed to the attack and a serious battle ensued. However, she barely managed to avoid the powerful blows of the green creature. From the look of the goblin, it was clear that he was not going to let the guy live. And he was going to win sooner or later. The creature rushed forward in a powerful leap. However, she released a cloud of darts towards her. The goblin's weapon made a cut on the guy's chest. This completely angered him. One of the hellish darts did hit the green freak in the hand. But however, she understood that such an injection was like a shot to an elephant. But suddenly the goblin's hand began to bubble in the place where the dart hit. The goblin howled, either in pain or in horror. The next moment he swung his formidable weapon. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. The next moment, the goblin's severed hand fell to the floor. However, she decided that he needed to look for such a moron. Indeed, the monster cut off his own hand. The guy's blood was on the darts. And he decided that his blood was so poisonous that the goblin used it. While However was thinking, the insidious monster disappeared somewhere. There were only a few drops of blood left where he stood. The guy began to look around, trying to determine where the green creature had gone. But she was nowhere to be found. Suddenly he jumped on top of However. What could a guy do in such a situation? He didn't have time to dodge. The last clear thought that the guy realized was that he had come to the end. Indeed, in the next moment, the goblin, doing a somersault, slashed However from behind along the back. The goblin managed to knock his opponent to the floor. As a sign of victory, he placed his foot on the back of the defeated However. Fleeing crumbs of consciousness allowed the guy to hear that the goblin growled something. A belated thought occurred to him that goblins, it turns out, can still talk. In fact, the goblin said something contemptuously about little people. And then he added that not everyone had been killed yet. A crooked smile distorted However's face. The remnants of consciousness were leaving his long-suffering head in a trickle. There have been reports that stamina levels have dropped below 10%. But the regeneration mode was activated. However, she found the strength to threaten the goblin and his entire disgusting family. He vowed to avenge his defeat. The guy felt a little better. Meanwhile, a message appeared indicating that the task was successfully completed. It turned out that However did complete the first night in hell task. For this he received a silver chest. To compensate for the difference between his level and the quest level, the silver chest was replaced with a gold one. He was also informed that he could use the Stone of Return. With weak fingers, However felt for the Stone of Return. Then he squeezed it tightly into a fist. The guy ended up in another place. But lying on his back, all he could understand was that it was raining. When he sat down, he froze for a moment in amazement. He couldn't believe his eyes. It turned out that he returned to his world, returned home. After all his misadventures and nightmares, it seemed like a dream. His joy knew no bounds. He didn't just break into a dance. He no longer hoped to see familiar places. Cursing his father, However tore the ill-fated stone from his neck, which doomed him to such trials. The guy wanted with all his might to throw the thing to the ground and trample it under his feet. But he stopped himself. He thought about it, remembered everything that happened to him, the experience and skills he acquired, as well as things and awards, and finally, a kilogram of crystal moss. It turned out that not everything is so simple. A lot of bad things happened to him, but there were also good things. Meanwhile, However was seen bending over the ground with his shirt cut on his back. It turned out to be Yumin. She was shocked to see that the guy was under the deadly rain. She asked Hyunmu what he was doing in the rain, and why he wasn't hiding. She reminded the guy that it was mana rain and he could get poisoned. Yumin strongly begged Hayamashi to go indoors and finally stop getting wet. In the room, in the light, the guy was a rather pitiful sight. Yuming brought him a special disinfectant that saves him from mana fallout. The girl said that Hayamashi urgently needs to cleanse himself, otherwise he will have big health problems. But the guy stubbornly insisted that he was not poisoned. Yumin literally attacked the guy, proving that he urgently needed to wash himself off, so it would be too late. In the end, he gave in to the girl's pressure and washed himself, at the same time finding out what date it was on the calendar today. It turned out that everything was not at all what Hayamashi thought. The girl brought him out of his thoughts. She asked where he had been. She couldn't reach him and worked alone for 2 days. This was a revelation for Hayamashi. It seemed to him that several years had passed, but it turned out to be only 2 days. Yuming also seemed to be thinking. But she wasn't thinking about what the guy was thinking at all. There was an awkward silence. It dragged on for what seemed like an eternity. Yumin thought that this was Hayamashi and it was better to control herself. She decisively stated that the guy needed clothes and she would now go and buy them. Hyunmoo, she stated that he had the clothes and they weren't going anywhere. The girl said that Hayamashi's clothes are contaminated and should not even be touched, let alone worn. It must be recycled. Yumin said that she would try to return as quickly as possible, and so that the guy would wait for her and not go anywhere. When the girl left, Hayamashi decided to check what he had accumulated in his inventory. His attention was immediately drawn to the golden chest. He remembered that this was a reward for the task. A night spent in hell. Hayamashi really wanted to know what was in the chest. What reward did he receive for his torment in this terrible world? The legendary skill, Help in Battle, made the guy's jaw drop to the ground. He couldn't believe that this was possible. Hayamashi knew that any skill was quite difficult to obtain. And there's nothing to say about the legendary. It didn't fit in his head. As far as the guy knew, only 7 hunters in the world are owners of the legendary skill. It was a real shock for Hayamashi to realize that he became the 8th owner of this treasure in the world. The guy became very excited. He immediately wanted to repeat the techniques he had learned in the other world. But suddenly a puzzled Yumin appeared at the door. She looked at the guy, not daring to say a word. The girl really couldn't imagine that a collector from a sewer was practicing techniques. But still, she decided to ask what Hayamashi was doing. The guy was terribly embarrassed by this. And Yuming said that she would pretend that she didn't see anything. The girl was surprised that Hayamashi was in good shape and was not harmed by the mana rain. But everyone knows that this rain is safe only for those people who have superpowers. The guy finally decided to tell Yuming that he actually has some abilities, but he only recently received them. The girl was amazed. This news from Hayamashi made her think for a long time. The guy reminded Yumin that she told him about her studies on crystal moss research. Hyunmoo asked the girl for help related to her work. Yuming was amazed. She didn't understand how she could help the guy and what her work had to do with it. Hayamashi took out his crystal moss and asked how much moss of this size could cost. The girl's eyes widened to the limit, and her lower jaw dropped. It seemed to her that this could not happen in reality. The guy said that crystal moss weighs about 1 kilogram and weighed it in his hand to prove it. Yuming was left speechless. Is this really possible? Does poor Hayamashi really have such wealth? The guy thought since Yuming was researching crystal moss, she could give him a price guide. When the girl found the power of speech, the first thing she did was ask Hayamashi where he got such a piece of crystal moss. But the guy didn't think it mattered. Yuming said that this is very important because crystal moss of such purity is very rare. Moreover, this piece has 5 stars. Hyunmoo asked the girl to help sell such wealth. Of course, you cannot offer such a product to the first person you meet. Yuming was puzzled that it would be quite difficult to sell such large moss. If only there was a smaller piece. At that same second, Hyunmasi broke the moss into two parts. From horror, the girl's face became almost as purple as crystal moss. The girl attacked Hyunmasi with her fists. He hastened to justify himself, saying that he had bigger pieces. The girl didn't believe it at first. She didn't really believe in this piece that she was holding in her hands. But to imagine that Hyunmasi had more than one such treasure was beyond her strength. When Yumin calmed down a little, the guy asked if she would help him sell the moss. The girl naturally agreed. But Hyunmasi put forward two conditions. Firstly, the guy didn't want Yumin to tell anyone where she got the piece of crystal moss from. The second condition was not to say that she was selling the moss for the guy. The girl agreed to all the conditions. She still couldn't get over how easily Hyunmasi broke such a rare and valuable thing. Yu Ming shouted that these were crystals of the highest standard, which could only be obtained in the very first dungeon. Hyunmu apologized, saying that all these crystals were the same to him and turned to leave because it was already late. He picked up the bag of his infected rags that used to be his clothes. But then Yu Min casually told the guy that he could spend the night with her. What could the guy do? Night gave way to day. The passion for a huge piece of crystal moss has subsided a little. In the morning, Yu Min announced that she was going to a meeting with the buyer to agree on the sale of crystal moss. A meeting with the buyer was supposed to take place in a week. Hyunmu asked to go to the meeting with the girl just in case. Yu Min said that the guy was worrying in vain, and selling crystal moss is not such a dangerous business. The guy said that, as far as he knows, crystal moss traders are desperate people who do not hesitate to obey the law. To which the girl reasonably noted that Hyunmu had watched the films. Suddenly the guy twitched and wanted to turn. Yu Ming asked what was the matter. Hyunmu replied that he had a bad feeling that something might go wrong. Indeed, a suspicious, broad-shouldered guy was sitting in the cafe and staring at the couple who had just entered. Hyunmu confirmed his premonitions and suspicions and praised himself for going with the girl. But it turned out that the buyer is a completely different person, and he is definitely not a 2-meter-strong man. And that suspicious broad-shouldered guy started taking pictures of the cats, which confused the guy. But it was too early to exhale. The buyer said his name was Park Seo and extended his hand for a handshake. The buyer was amazed by Hyunmu's strong handshake. Hyunmu kept his ears sharp, expecting an attack or other dangerous situation at any moment. The buyer was also afraid that he would not be able to cope with the guy if he decided to attack. But then the bag of crystal moss was pushed towards the buyer. Everyone held their breath. The tension increased to the limit. Park Seo inspected the goods and was pleased. It seemed that the air itself had thickened from the tension and had to be inhaled with extra effort. The buyer asked the girl whether to transfer the money to the same account. The girl nodded affirmatively. Park Seo politely said goodbye, declaring that he was pleased to deal with such honest people. But Hyunmu was on alert. This guy was not so easy to fool. Yu Min was surprised and told Hyunmu that this customer had never said goodbye like that before. The strange behavior of the buyer assured the guy that Park had guessed that he was the miner of crystal moss. Yu Min teased the guy. She chided him that his fears about a knife or a gun from under the counter had never come true. But the girl still encouraged Hyunmu, saying that anything could happen, even the worst. But this time everything seemed to go smoothly. The girl looked at her phone, intending to show something to Hyun-shi. She handed the guy the phone and asked him how he liked the million in his account. At the same time, the buyer, sitting in the car, reported to his boss that the transaction was successful. During the day, the buyers of crystal moss obtained quite a lot of goods. But what caught their attention the most was the sample they received from Yu Ming. The purity of the moss indicated that it could only be obtained in 5-star dungeons. And this indicated that the hunter who caught such a specimen was very strong. The buyers decided that identifying this hunter would not be easy. Moreover, it could be a foreigner. But it was not clear why a foreigner would sell moss in Korea. The boss asked Park Wai-se about who sold him crystal moss of such purity. The businessman pointed to the girl and her mysterious companion. The boss thanked Park Wai-seo for his work, but was in no hurry to forgive his subordinate. He was concerned about the origin of the moss. It was clear to the boss that the hunter who managed to obtain such valuable crystal moss must have had remarkable abilities and strength. Park Wai-seo dared to suggest that only a captain could do such a thing. But the boss only laughed in response to this. As a result, Park Wai-seo received instructions to collect a dossier on the student and her strange companion. And the instructions to the crystal moss buyer were given by Captain L and G-tae himself. A few days later, Hyunmu was training hard in another world. The training was hard, but the guy was not used to backing down. He literally squeezed out all the power he could. Every movement was worth incredible effort. After 150 push-ups, an exhausted Hyunmu jumped off the horizontal bar and onto the ground. On Earth he could have done 1,000 more push-ups. But in this world everything came with great effort. It was true, and the reward was worth it. Lying on the ground, Hyunmu began to think about how much time he spends in another world. Gradually he began to understand what was what. A lot became clearer for him. It was all about the movement stone. Hyunmu realized that as much time as he spends in hell, the same amount of time passes in real life. But I still don't understand the teleportation itself. Moreover, for some reason the guy constantly teleported to another place. The rest was intuitively quite clear. Although some things still need to be thought out and details installed. But what infuriated Hyunmu most of all was that he was constantly being thrown into some kind of hell. It took a lot of effort to survive there. The guy became sad from sad thoughts. It seemed as if some kind of curse was hanging over him. To distract himself and pull himself together, Hyunmu decided to train. Moreover, I wanted to try the new skill. Assistance in battle. The skill looked like a cheat or hack. But since the system itself gave it to the guy, it means he simply cannot survive at this level without him. The skill remembered the techniques and allowed them to be performed with greater accuracy. He also had the ability to predict the enemy's techniques and strategy. Hyunmu activated Battle Assist and took a good hit of the punching bag. Then he kissed again and again. He developed passion, the speed and accuracy of his strikes constantly increased. Under the hail of blows from Hyunmu, the pair danced as if alive. She even got hot from such an intense attack. The guy himself did not expect such opportunities and results. He was getting more and more into the taste of combat. But the pair could not withstand the pressure, cracked in half and its giblets fell off. Hyunmu really liked this training. Of course, this is completely different from trying it with a real opponent. And yet, skill remembered the guy's movements and regulated their accuracy. While Hyunmu was admiring the result, a new task, companion for a beginner, arrived. To complete it, you had to kill 5 entry-level stuffed animals. Hyunmu immediately thought it was easy. He did not understand why the task was for a beginner, and even an entry-level stuffed animal. Hyunmu did not consider himself a beginner at all. But the guy didn't know where to look for these stuffed animals. He had never seen anything like this before. But what can you do? You need to raise your level. Therefore, Hyunmu went in search of opponents. It took a long time to wander among the gloomy ruins with black gaping windows. There was not a soul anywhere. Finally, Hyunmu found the entrance to the dungeon. This was his last chance to find scarecrows to complete the task. The dungeon was reminiscent of a horror film, with unclear silhouettes peeking out from the darkness. But the guy continued to go down to the basement. Indeed, there were metal effigies in the dungeon. True, opposite their level there was a question mark. Hyunmu had never seen such robots before. They looked dangerous, but did not move. But most of all the guy was surprised by the devilry with the enemy's level. He didn't understand why there was a question mark instead of the level number. and the scarecrows were scary in themselves. Hyunma, she did not understand how it was possible to fight a robot if it was made of iron. The guy imagined how the robots turned into huge metal spiders and went on the attack. He was very terrified by this very thought. The metal scarecrows did not move, but Hyunma, she still decided to be careful and launch an attack from a distance. To test it in combat, he first threw a dart at the nearest metal idol. The dart flew straight to the target, but Hyunma, she did not see the result of the hit. The guy decided to hide out of harm's way and wait in a shelter. Little can be expected from robots. Hyunma, she looked out of the hiding place and saw that everything seemed to be in order. The robots were not moving. The guy decided that it was time to exercise a little, especially since the stuffed animals didn't even think of moving. Hyunmu, she fired with all his might at the nearest metal bastard. He hoped that after such a blow the robot's head would be blown off. But it seems that after the powerful blow there was not the slightest dent or scratch left on the metal monster. But Hyunmu, she howled in pain and began to rub the bruised area. Hyunmu, she thought that even if these robots do not move, fighting them is not that easy. But the robot's eyes glowed with red lights. Signs appeared on which it was written that level 7 scarecrows were starting a level 1 battle. The guy was amazed to see how his opponents brazenly set themselves a level that was equal to his own. This enraged the guy and he rushed into battle without hesitation. The enemy seemed stunned and demoralized. Hyunmu, she decided that these scarecrows were at least not as fast as the goblin, the fight with which he remembered for a long time. Level 7 in real life corresponded to 5 years of military service or work as a bodyguard. In hell, the 7th level is a beginner. Finally, Hyunmu, she decided to put all these levels out of his mind and concentrate on the fight. And he did this on time. The guy activated the Help in Battle skill and decided to show the metal bastards where the crayfish spend the winter. The robots also did not hurt the rear ones. They quietly surrounded Hyunmu from all sides, grouping for a new attack. Hyunmu, she belatedly realized that a blow from a metal fist was 100 times more painful than a fist made of flesh and bones. But the guy was not going to give up. He used all his skill and accumulated experience by this time. He reflected blows and tried to attack. Sometimes he even succeeded. But still, the robots were quite agile and their muscles were metal, like the heart and all other parts. Finally, Hyunmu, she managed to hit the metal effigy right in the jaw with all his might. But it looks like the paint on the robot was just peeling off a little. No other damage was observed. The guy decided that it didn't work out. He did not understand how he could fight such a strong opponent. But still, as it turned out, he caused damage to the robot. And the robots immediately began a level 2 battle. Metal hands with steel fingers reached out to Hyunmu from all sides. He tried to dodge. There were too many opponents. They started grabbing the guy for anything, not allowing him to swing and carry out at least one blow. Finally, everyone crowded on him in a crowd. Hyunmu was held by his arms and legs. He did not have the slightest chance to move. One of this metal flock stepped aside to get a good run before the blow hit Hyunmu's head with all his might. The guy decided that it was the end for him. Lines of messages ran that the density of his tissues was increased, the pain threshold was increased, blood clotting was increased. She felt like he was dying, but it looked like it wasn't the end yet. New reports indicated stamina levels below 10%, as well as regeneration activation. Hyunmu roared from impotence and rage, not metal monsters. The guy seriously considered the option of escape, but decided that in this state he could not run far. Moreover, the robots were on alert, and would have rushed after the guy at the first attempt to escape. Therefore, Hyunmu decided to prepare a small surprise for the metal effigies. Practical to fight such opponents with bare hands, so the guy decided to create something. A good club is often an indispensable tool in a serious fight. And this fight was exactly like that. Hyunmu was pleased to feel the weight of the weapon in his hand. He immediately perked up and decided that all was not lost. Without delay, the guy immediately rushed at the nearest enemy. Hyun-Mishi powerfully hit the robot's arm with his baton. It seemed that this attack did not pass without a trace, like all the others. The scarecrow's arm was broken. For the guy it was akin to victory. Finally, there was a solution to the metal freaks. Eventually the robot's arm came off. This caused Hyun-Mishi to rejoice. But something incomprehensible began to happen to the stump of the hand. It glowed and the smell of ozone appeared in the air. Gradually, the robot's arm began to fold. It seemed incredible. The astonished Hyun-Mishi saw another piece of debris fly near his nose and take its place in his recovering hand. A couple more manipulations, which were accompanied by a metallic clang. And now the robot's hand is in place, like new. Hyun-Mishi was not ready for such tricks. But the robots were not going to stop surprising the guy. They also got weapons. A forest of metal spears, halberds and axes was pointed towards Hyun-Mishi. There was nowhere to go and the guy got into a fighting stance, preparing to fight to the end, no matter what it was. The battle began with renewed vigor. With the assist in battle skill, fighting was much more effective. As a result of the battle, some of the robots found themselves tied to the wall. It's not entirely fair, but Hyun-Mishi needed to somehow get out of the situation. Help in battle was also a great help. The guy simply couldn't have done it without her. Another hail of furious blows from Hyun-Mishi brought a new result. The robot's chest opened up and its metal heart was damaged. As a result, the robot lost control. The guy now understands where the weak point of the robots is and where to hit first. A message appeared that the third-level battle had begun, but Hyun-Mishi did not pay attention to it. He used robots like an hour before he used a pair. The guy realized that the stronger the robots become, the stronger he becomes. But understanding without practice is worthless. The enemy broke the neck of the unwary Hyun-Mishi. After another revival, a powerful blow from another metal scarecrow blew the guy's head off. The next time he was killed by hitting his head on the stone floor. At the same time, the robot managed to almost do a somersault. It seemed as if the robots were programmed with an inexhaustible supply of martial arts. But all the failures and deaths only provoked Hyun-Mishi. He was determined to defeat the metal effigies. The guy tried to carry out a powerful blow, but the robot skillfully dodged. The robot blocked the next kick. The enemy was far from simple and seemed to predict the guy's actions. But Hyun-Mishi did not give up. He acquired dexterity, and was now not afraid to look straight into the red slits of the robot's eyes. But the robot carried out a vile and dishonest attack with lightning speed. The fourth-level battle has begun. He stuck his metal fingers directly into Hyun-Mishi's eyes. The guy fell to the ground and roared in pain. But that was not all. The robot opened its scary glowing mouth and showed a row of huge teeth. The next moment, those terrible teeth grabbed Hyun-Mishi's leg. The guy screamed from indescribable pain. The metal teeth entered human flesh easily, as if through butter. Death came quickly and ended Hyun-Mishi's suffering. About a dozen deaths later, the guy finally realized something. It turned out that the fourth level is the limit for metal stuffed animals. At the same time, the variations of techniques among robots are finite and correspond to approximately level 4. Also undeniable that the robots move according to a prescribed script beyond which they cannot go. If a script is interrupted during execution, the robots begin to slow down while another script is being adapted. Besides, there was no point in tearing robots apart for parts. After receiving a certain amount of damage, the scarecrows turned off on their own. After understanding all these nuances, things became more fun for Hyun-Mishi. When the guy dispersed, the robots flew around the room in which the battle took place, like brooms. The guy didn't even try to hit them completely. He understood the level of damage that leads to their self-shutdown. And now the long-awaited notifications reporting victories began to appear. Hyun-mi methodically cut down enemy after enemy. The excitement of the battle overcame fatigue, and it seemed to the guy that his strength was inexhaustible. Such a state, skill, and well-being was worth all these trials, deaths, and bumps. And when the message came that the task was completed, Hyun-mi fully surrendered to the joy that overwhelmed him. Disabled robots remained on the battlefield, their spare parts and pieces of shell were scattered everywhere. When the excitement of the battle faded, the rejoicing from the victory passed, the guy felt colossal fatigue in all members of his body and decided to lie down right on the floor. Still, Hyun-mi didn't understand why the job was called Rookie Assistant. In his opinion, it was a tough, master-level fight. True, the long and grueling battle helped him memorize the robot's techniques and movements. This was a significant addition to Hyun-mi's knowledge. The tired guy decided to see what he received as a reward for completing this task. After reading that the luck perk increases the value of your rewards, Hyun-mi decided that this was not a bad thing at all. It turned out that the guy received a large yellow scarf as a reward. With any increase in its value, Hyun-mi did not see its practical use. The scarf turned out to be a legendary heavenly cradle item that promoted healing, regeneration, and growth. Suddenly, the thought came to Hyun-mi that maybe he would become wiser if he tied a scarf on his head. No sooner said than done. The guy tied a scarf on his head and seemed to have really wised up. Because he immediately tore the scarf from his head before anyone saw him in such an extravagant outfit. After some thought, the guy decided that he didn't need the scarf. He could not understand how an almost ordinary rag would help him in battle. The best solution Hyun-mi could come up with was to sell the scarf at an auction. After all, the item is legendary, and you could get some money for it. But suddenly the guy saw that he had an egg, which he had previously created from a bunch of killed mosquitoes. Hyun-mi naturally assumed that if the scarf promoted growth, then perhaps it would help the egg mature so that something could hatch from it. The guy decided that the scarf was useless with the egg too. He was about to pick up the handkerchief when the changes began. The places where the egg lay under the scarf began to glow. Then the scales that Hyun-mi had made from the wings of mosquitoes began to fly off the egg. The guy imagined that the egg could hatch into a dinosaur, or even something worse, like a dragon. The egg began to crack and split. The moment of truth was approaching. Finally, a strong light illuminated the egg from the inside and its shell shattered into smithereens. In the first moments, Hyun-mi could not understand what was in the egg. But there was definitely something unusual there. Having looked closely, the guy saw in the place where a minute ago there had been an egg, a little girl sleeping peacefully. But then she woke up and began to wipe her red eyes. It looked very cute and funny at the same time. Hyun-mi decided that this was a fairy. This was indicated by the size of the creature and the presence of wings. The guy had the imprudence to say that the fairy was shorter than one might expect. The tiny creature immediately grabbed the careless Hyun-mi's finger. Sharp teeth grabbed with a death grip. The guy howled from pain and the surprise of the situation. He could not imagine how one could expect such a trick from such a tiny and cute creature. The fairy that flew to the side fell onto the floor and complained that she was hungry. Hyun-mi thought that this award was a great gift. It would definitely be better without him. Moreover, the girl constantly whined that she was hungry, and this unnerved the guy. Hyun-mi managed to dig up a single candy in his bag and without regret he handed it to his ward. But the fairy winced in disgust. This kind of food was definitely not to her taste. This confused Hyun-mi. But the girl herself pointed the guy's finger. He asked if she really wanted blood. The sweet creature's face beamed with a grateful smile. That smile chilled Hyun-mi to the bone. But what can he do? He had to feed the cute little monster with his own blood. It seemed like the fairy would never get enough. The guy was unable to drive her away. Finally, she began to lick the wound to stop the bleeding. The guy winced in disgust at this unpleasant procedure. But on the other hand, what else could you expect from an egg made from mosquito parts? Therefore, Hyunmu had to accept reality, no matter what it was. The fairy praised the guy for his efficiency and delicious lunch. Then the truth called him her slave, which infuriated him. Hyunmu started shaking the fairy, asking what she called him. The fairy said that then he would not be called a slave, but a servant. The guy continued to shake the girl, trying to shake out of her at least a slightly decent name for himself. But apparently, she did not know such names. The guy brought the girl to tears and said that he should be called Hyunmu, and not slave, servant, or butler. She seemed confused from resentment and anger. Finally, the girl squeezed out that she had forgotten her name. Then Hyunmu suggested calling her the Mosquito Fairy, which the girl really didn't like. But this gave her time to come to her senses and remember her name. She told Hyunmu with a sweet smile that she was a post-apocalyptic fairy. The guy had never heard of such fairies. He wanted to find out details about the little creature. The guy asked what her responsibilities were, and whether she should save the world from the apocalypse. But the fairy happily announced that she was not going to save the world, but vowed to devour any living organism that survived the apocalypse. At this moment, Hyunmu remembered that his blood was very, very poisonous. He remembered the goblin's paw bubbling with poison, into which a dart containing a tiny particle of his blood had fallen. But the fairy of the apocalypse was full of food and frightened Hyunmu with tales about the apocalypse. The guy, in turn, thought that the assist in battle skill would not even help from this monster, since she was not hostile and the skill would not work. Hyunmu understood that there was no way to get rid of the fairy. The guy thought how he managed to do this. And the fairy started talking about food again. The guy said that he didn't care that the fairy was going to eat all living things. In addition, he came up with a new name for the fairy. The girl liked the name Ranian and immediately became kinder. Hyunmu was glad that at least the fairy liked something. She explained that in the fairy language the name means harbinger of the apocalypse. The guy decided, just in case, to conduct political information for the fairy and explained that people should not be eaten, at least not himself. But the fairy said, "What if she starves?" To this the guy replied that he would supply her with his blood. This brought the girl into indescribable delight. And she declared that they were foodie fairies. Hyunmu replied that no matter what gourmets there are, you need to eat less blood. Suddenly the fairy asked who it was lying on the floor. Was it people? To which Hyunmu casually replied that these are not people, these are victims of his martial skill. The guy saw the robot body torn in half. It seemed to him that he had never done such a thing during the battle. He didn't have enough strength for this. But everything turned out to be much simpler. There have been reports that the assist in battle skill has received the heroic strength upgrade. This interested the guy very much, and he decided to test his new abilities without delay. Hyunmu knew that practice is always the best test, and theory very often fails at the most necessary moment. The guy quickly accelerated and swung to show everything he was capable of. And he calmly punched a hole in the metal body of the robot, which surprised him beyond words. Hyunmu's joyful exclamations were interrupted by the exclamations of the fairy, who really liked the guy's blow and wanted to try it herself. To the guy's enormous surprise, the fairy's tiny fist caused the robot's body to disassemble itself into spare parts. Suddenly a message appeared that the enemy had been identified and the robots began to move. The robots took a vertical position and moved towards Hyunmu and the fairy. The guy cursed and decided that he would have to repeat the exhausting battle. When the robots came close, a message appeared saying that Hyunmu had been identified as a Superman and the attack mode was being turned off. The guy didn't understand what kind of Superman the metal buckets with nuts were talking about. Just in case, he took a fighting stance and prepared to repel the attack. But for some reason the robots pointed to Hyunmu at a pile of rubbish near the steps. The guy immediately began to clear the indicated place. It seems the robots no longer wanted to fight, but wanted to cooperate. The fairy showed Hyunmu where to look. She always smelled something delicious. Under the rubble was a skeleton in a jacket. He seemed to have died right at his desk, with something clutched in his hand. The fairy, looking businesslike, immediately flew up to the skeleton, purring something in her fairy language. Suddenly the fairy grabbed a bone from the skeleton's finger and began gnawing with pleasure. Hyunmu shuddered in disgust. The guy grabbed the fairy with his fingers and began to shake her again, explaining that people should not be eaten. But the fairy's upbringing ended prematurely, as Hyunmu finally saw the letter under the skeleton's fingers and began to read it with interest. The letter said that it had been 3 years since the difficulty level had been increased to nightmare. Children died as soon as they were born and took their first breath. Even those with superpowers could not withstand the stress, and one after another passed away. Hopes were fading every day. Humanity was brought to the brink of survival. Hyunmu gradually began to understand that the hell location where he ended up was actually the future of his world. The most surprising thing for the guy was that even those with superpowers took their own lives. Hyunmu's attention was diverted by the fairy, who had found something again. It turned out to be the Stone of Return. True, this stone was very different from the one the guy possessed. Hyunmu tried to take the stone from the fairy, but he failed. The mosquito fairy began to carry out some suspicious manipulations. A bright light appeared around. Hyunmu was confused and could not understand what was happening. Then the guy realized that the Stone of Return began to work like a magnet and attracted his hand. Hyunmu could not tear his hand away, the stone was pulling her with such force. The bright light blinded the guy for a while. After some time, the Stone of Return itself let go of Hyunmu's hand. The guy examined his palm with a sinking heart. But in fact, everything turned out to be not so scary. Instead of terrible burns or bloody naked flesh, the same symbols appeared on Hyunmu's palm as on the stone itself. The message let the guy know that the stars were watching him. Then the fairy told the guy that he could survive without her and meaningfully waved her hand. Almost immediately, something began to happen to Hyunmu. The space gained density and it seemed to the guy that he was entangled in it, like in a forest thicket. In the next minutes everything changed. Hyunmu was moving somewhere, but he couldn't figure out where. There was no up or down, no right or left. The first question the guy asked himself, when he finally stopped moving, was where he could be. The place was very strange. Hyunmu shouted in different directions, whether there was anyone alive here. The search for a living soul was interrupted by a system message that said that the advancing star Beryl knew that Hyunmu had swallowed a star fragment. Suddenly something quickly flashed near the guy, leaving behind a shining light. Hyunmu screamed in surprise and fear. Another message appeared, this time that Beryl was disappointed with the guy's reaction and he left. This behavior of an unknown creature greatly angered Hyunmu. The guy started yelling at the unknown creature, how dare it be disappointed in the guy, and who he thought he was. The guy slammed his fist on the message to get more information about the stars and their lives. The information has been unblocked. It turned out that the Lords of the Stars were special creatures who each ruled their own kingdom. The Lords of the Stars will scatter star fragments throughout the universe in order to find worthy candidates to serve the stars and help them expand their domain. The next message said that Hyunmu had found a star fragment. Gradually it began to dawn on the guy what this all really meant. Hyunmu realized that the fairy had not found a return stone, but a star fragment. The guy was distracted from his thoughts by a strange hissing sound. He looked up to see if anyone or anything was there. And indeed a mysterious cross appeared in the sky. The guy had never seen anything like this before. Then multicolored lights rushed towards the guy from above. At first he was terribly scared. Then there was a report that the Whispering Star Monstro wanted to develop Hyunmu's talent for charm. Another message said that the Conquering Star Arden would teach the boy to command an army of fire and steel. Another star promised Hyun-Moo-shi to go in search of the serpent that swallowed this planet. The fourth message said that the Star of Destruction Gaul offers the guy a whole world to rule. Another star promised Hyun-Moo-shi that someday he could become the ruler of the world of the dead. The guy was asked to choose a star, but he responded by yelling that he couldn't choose anything because he didn't understand anything. Information about the stars has appeared. The first to show was Gaul's Star of Destruction, who dealt with strategies and conspiracies. This star rules the masses while remaining unknown, and his main weapon is a yati or a dagger in the wrong hands. Then it was reported about the Star of Tears Verde, who was the father of grief and sadness, as well as the ruler of the army of the dead. The element of this star was human despair, grief, loss, unfulfilled hopes and hopeless struggle. Then there was information about the hungry star Yogilam, which showed insatiable greed in the form of a huge serpent. Hunger always reigned in the kingdom of this star, and the star itself was going to swallow the entire universe. Next was the Whispering Star Monstrel, who specialized in inciting passions in the light and treachery in the dark. Finally, the Conqueror Star Arden appeared. This star of madness and impotent anger burned everything with flame and cut out all enemies at the root. Hyun-Moo-shi decided that all these stars seemed to have a personality disorder, and that the mental hospital had been crying for them for a long time. A message came that said that the stars are drawn to those who are like them. Hyun-Moo-shi was furious when he realized that the system was hinting that he was an intriguer, a womanizer, a sadist, a maniac with insatiable greed and a whole bunch of other vices. The guy yelled that he might not be a very good person, but it was too much to attribute such a thing to him. But after thinking carefully, Hyun-Moo-shi admitted that perhaps he really was not a good person. On the other hand, the guy also did not observe himself doing very bad things. Nothing so vicious or shameful came to his mind. Hyun-Moo-shi decided that maybe he had forgotten all his bad deeds and that was the whole point. At least the guy decided that he was definitely not as crazy as these deeply vicious stars. But Hyun-Moo-shi was worried about something else. He didn't know what would happen after he made his choice. Then another star approached the guy. She came almost close and began showing pictures. Here Hyun-Moo-shi fights with a bunch of terrible monsters and holds the upper hand over them. Then the guy sees himself as a successful politician in an expensive suit, who is being interviewed. In the next picture, Hyun-Moo-shi is already a world-famous opera singer, who is on stage in a theater crowded with spectators. The next slide shows a guy in military uniform commanding a huge army. Hyun-Moo-shi realized that these were all options for the possible future that the stars could give him in the very near future. But our guy wasn't so simple. He was in no hurry to make his choice. In all this he felt some kind of catch. Then Hyun-Moo-shi asked what was required of him to receive all these benefits. The answer came in a message and was that you just need to serve the chosen star and that's it. There are no other responsibilities. Then Hyun-Moo-shi asked whether it was necessary to make a choice right now. To which I received the answer that the opportunity to choose a star is very rare. It was said that when the stars test you and understand that you are capable of any accomplishment, they will lift you to unprecedented heights of fame and power. As a result, Hyun-Moo-shi became disappointed that the stars could not give him anything right now. The stars, in turn, were outraged by the guy's arrogance. The guy thought that the stars wanted too much from him, and were also indignant. The answer came to him that gaining power and power without effort is of course great, but it doesn't happen that way. To which Hyun-Moo-shi objected that it was the stars that found him, and not he them. Which was indeed true. Hyun-Moo-shi told the stars that he doesn't know them and is seeing them for the first time, but here he is suddenly asked to make a choice that will have consequences for the rest of his life. The guy explained to the stars that things are done differently on Earth. After all, on Earth contracts are signed and certain guarantees are given. A message appeared that Arden the Conqueror had lost interest in Hyun-Moo-shi. To which the guy blithely waved his hand, implying that he wished the star good riddance. Other stars nevertheless listened to Hyun-Moo-shi's demands and said that they would give him time to think, which in itself was already out of the ordinary. The cheerful guy thanked the stars for their care. He liked this development of events better. Hyunmoo she also promised the stars that he would not delay his response. He decided that since the stars made concessions to him, he should not abuse their trust. But then one star approached the guy, which rather puzzled him. Hyunmoo she did not understand what dictated the stars' actions, and whether there was a threat from them. However, the star began to describe strange somersaults right next to the guy. This scared him even more. In the end, the star touched Hyunmoo-she's hand and he clearly felt the injection that the star gave him. The prick did not look too threatening, but it was also difficult to call such an action friendly. Therefore, the guy was perplexed what this meant and what he should do. But then a message appeared that the monstral star inspired a new legendary skill called Overlord in Hyunmoo-she. Then the guy realized that the Whispering Star Monstral had given him a generous bribe. Indeed, such a gift may come in handy in the very near future. Hyunmoo-she thought that the stars are very powerful if they can so easily distribute legendary skills to anyone. The guy then thought that with such power, the stars could easily stop the extinction of humanity, which was dying under the yoke of the hell level. Hyunmoo-she also thought about the fact that even people with superpowers could not stop the end of the world. Then he decided that there was a possibility that the stars were the authors of the plan that destroyed all life on Earth. In this situation, Hyunmoo-she decided to collect more information about the stars. He hoped to get answers to his many questions and guesses. 3 days had already passed since the guy returned to his world, but he still could not understand where he was. Making his way through the thickets, Hyunmoo-she decided that pumping up in hell is not bad at all, but there are important matters that need to be solved in real life. For example, the guy was very annoyed that every time he returned to another place in real life and looked like a seasoned homeless person from whom people shy away. Hyunmoo-she also seriously thought about buying a house, although such a desire seemed strange and inconsistent. Yumin was also surprised by this guy's plan. She couldn't even understand how he came up with such an idea. Hyunmoo-she was indignant at why the girl thought his seemingly natural desire was strange and untimely. He asked Yuming what was wrong with that if he wanted his own secluded place where he could hide behind thick walls. The girl explained to Hyunmoo-she that this was not the case. It's just that although he has a lot of money, he earned it illegally. He is not even registered as a person with superpowers. In his haste, the guy somehow didn't think about it. And indeed, many would have questions about how a person usually got huge money for a good house. Hyunmoo-she was upset. He realized that he wouldn't be able to see his own home anytime soon. Besides, finding a good home is not so easy. The guy began to go through the options in his mind on what to do in order to eventually acquire his own strong home. The most successful idea seemed to be to register as a user, get a legitimate rank, and then be able to freely manage your own money. Hyunmoo-she remembered the star who left without waiting for his decision on choosing a star. The guy even regretted that he was given the opportunity to choose only one star. Each of the future options proposed by the stars looked very tempting. It seemed unfair to have to choose only one option. Hyunmoo-she decided that he needed everything at once. He felt within himself the strength to achieve any goal he set, no matter how lofty it was. Well, it doesn't matter that the apocalypse is coming and none of the people will survive, the guy decided for himself. He decided that he could live alone and become the king of the world. Hyunmoo-she dreamed that all the stars would simultaneously give him their powers. But at this time, an angry girl interrupted the hero's dreams, yelling that the food had long since cooled down. While eating, the news was broadcast on TV that Captain L and G-tae were going to barricade the Baekdu dungeon and thereby ensure the safety of the people of Korea. Also, the leader of the Tae-sun clan said that it seems that there was a leak from the dungeon and the residents of North Korea had to leave the country. This news scared both guys. This was the first time they had heard of such a leak of monsters from the dungeon into the real world. Moreover, it was a level 5 dungeon, and one could only guess how powerful the creatures were there. Only a weapon charged with mana could cope with such monsters. Yumin said that going into this dungeon is pure suicide, and L and Jite took on this only because he is one of the most powerful hunters of our time. Such terrible news and incredible events aroused great interest in Hyan Mishi. He even stopped eating. And the news that state testing of superpowers would take place in 3 days completely stunned the guy. It was said on TV that the Taesun clan was going to hire recruits to go to Danjen Baekdu next year. Hyunmoo Shi decided that he definitely needed to take this test. Yumin tried to redirect the guy's attention to the food so that he could finally undress with what was still left on his plate. Government testing of superpowers was very popular. Hyunmoo Si immediately became depressed, estimating that he would have to wait in line for at least 3 days. Especially how to qualify with such huge competition. The guy behind him and he turned around in anger to see who was so eager to get tested. The men behind him were asked by Hyan Mishi whether he came for the first time for testing, or whether he had been before. The guy was forced to admit that it was really his first time testing. The only time he had been tested before was in boarding school. True, he still didn't understand why only he was tested then. The man said that it was immediately clear that the guy was a newbie and didn't know what was what. It turned out that hunters and novices were not separated in line. Therefore, everyone was mixed up and the result was complete confusion. The guy asked the stranger if he was a hunter, to which he only laughed in response. He stated that he is not a hunter at all, but this is not the first time he comes here to confirm his abilities and thereby prove that he is a valuable member of society. Hyan Mishi decided that such a calculation was actually stupid and the stranger was not really doing anything valuable to society. At the same time, the guy understood that confirmed superpowers dramatically increase his position in society. And it was not surprising that the stranger wanted a better fate for himself. Hyan Mishi continued to think that on the other hand, a registered person with superpowers is in full view of the state, and accordingly is under control. As a result of these thoughts, the guy decided to get the highest possible status, which would allow him to do whatever he wanted. At the check-in counter, Hyan Mishi was informed that the testing would take place in 3 stages. They include identification, characteristics assessment, and skill assessment. The girl behind the counter began to study the guy's papers. Hyan Mishi decided for himself that identification was a normal document check and there shouldn't be any problems with it. The next stage of performance evaluation also seemed quite simple. For this purpose, blood was drawn. After some time, the test results came and everything became known. But Hyan Mishi was most interested in the last stage at which skills will be assessed. To assess skills, a very expensive and highly accurate instrument was used. Skill assessment, in other words, is an assessment of the combat abilities of a potential recruit. The standard for assessing skills is 100 points. But it's not scary to score even less since the test results are summed up. Finally, it was Hyan Mishi's turn to test his skills and find out what he was really capable of. The doctor explained to the guy that there was a ball inside the device that needed to be squeezed with all his might. Indeed, it was not difficult to find the ball in such a small space. Hyunmoo Shi did as he was told, but it seemed like something didn't go quite as planned. The doctor's face showed at least severe confusion and bewilderment, if not fear. An employee of the center called another person to help him, and they began to excitedly discuss something. True, Hyan Mishi was not strong in medical terminology and understood practically nothing. The doctors were amazed by the guy's test result. This simply could not happen. It was easier to assume that the device was broken. Hyan Mishi was afraid that he would be accused of damaging expensive equipment. But the employee himself told him to squeeze the ball with all his might. While the doctors were whispering that even when L and Jite took the test, the device did not malfunction, the guy sat on pins and needles, not understanding what was happening. Hyunmoo Shi asked if he really damaged the device. But they reassured him in response, saying that everything was fine, just minor technical difficulties. In general, The doctors suggested that the precipitated Hyunmashi take the test again. This time the guy wisely decided not to push the ball with all his might, but to restrain himself so as not to actually break the valuable equipment. But even on the second attempt, Hyunmashi failed to pass the test. The doctors began to confer again in their bird language. As a result, the guy was given the status of under consideration. It sounded like a sentence, only there was much more uncertainty. They announced the creation of 3 queues. Applicants with combat skills went to one, and defensive ones to the second. The third line was for those whose skills are intermediate, or belong to the buff category. With his under consideration status, the guy was confused and had no idea which line he should take. At the check-in counter, they didn't immediately figure out where to identify Hyunmashi next. The guy was asked if his skill was similar to the intermediate one. But how could Hyunmashi answer this? The guy muttered something unintelligible to somehow get out of the awkward situation. The girl behind the counter asked if the guy was going to take the hunter skill test, to which he nodded in the affirmative. Finally, the girl announced that this time there would be an unusual test for hunters, which would be conducted by the Tae-sun clan. The woman further warned that the position of a hunter is fraught with great risks and difficulties. In addition, only a few hunters manage to become millionaires and begin to fully manage their own lives. Most hunters experience only risk and hardship. And to earn a living, they have to spend time on routine work, like all other people. Hyunmashi told the girl that he did not become a hunter for money, which surprised her beyond words. The center employee was even more amazed that the guy was becoming a hunter in order to fulfill his duty to the country. Hyunmashi further explained that there are rumors that the survival of humanity is at risk due to an ever-increasing level of difficulty in dungeons. It is not clear how the girl reacted to the guy's words, but she smiled sweetly, gave him the documents and wished him good luck. To catch up, the employee yelled at the guy to familiarize himself with the dungeon that had been prepared for him. This only made Hyunmashi laugh. After his training in hell, any dungeon could look like a children's sandbox to him. A cavalcade of expensive cars appeared at the state testing center. Soon tall, strong, broad-shouldered men in well-tailored suits emerged from them. But it was the green car that caught the crowd's attention the most. Many people knew who it belonged to. Tae himself easily emerged from the car, as if stealthily. The captain whispered with the employees of the state testing center about something important. Tae also reported that the Red Butterfly team from a rival clan had arrived at the competition. But the captain informed his ward that the Red Butterfly had arrived here not for the sake of competition, but for the sake of an expedition to the north to that very dungeon. The captain further explained that the Red Butterfly has very strong fighters who have never taken part in competitions before. This team came to the competition for the first time now, and only after the expedition to the north was announced. Tae also added that he would take such fighters on the expedition even without competition. But since they want to compete, who is the captain to stop them? Tae also asked if the Red Butterfly had any competitors, to which he was told that they had no equal. The captain also did not fail to take an interest in the unusual guy with rare skills. Tae explained that he is primarily interested in the poisonous blood skill. This is a very rare skill and it can come in handy at the most unexpected moment. The captain studied the test results and thought seriously about this guy and his unusual abilities. On the other hand, this quality also had side effects. Tae noted that if the blood of such a person is shed, his companions may suffer from the poison. But still, the captain decided to take note of the guy. The expedition could encounter a variety of difficulties and who knows who could come in handy in the future. Meanwhile, people began to gather near entrance B. Some looked calm as a boa constrictor, some even managed to take a little nap. Some were looking forward to the results, and some were even anxious. Among this rare crowd of diverse applicants, one could also see Hyunmashi. But then the doors opened, an employee of the center came out and said the guy's name. When Hyamusi approached the man, he handed him a strange small object and left. The guy followed up by asking the man what he handed him, but the man didn't look back. Then Hyamusi shouted after the retreating man, asking him to explain what was happening. But it seemed to be useless, and the guy was left on his own with his thoughts and a small object. At this point, the participants were invited to enter, and the crowd rushed to the door. An announcement was made that this was the dungeon of the Gymnasium No. 3 of the Yongsan Superpower User Bureau. The captain himself approached the applicants and called them hunters in advance, which flattered many. Li Jite explained that this is a simulation of a 2-star Ukrainian dungeon. The captain also announced that the purpose of the test was to collect the dominoes that each test participant had received before. It turned out that the participants had exactly 3 hours to do everything. L and Jite also announced that the strongest will receive a worthy reward. The losers, as always, will be left with nothing. Hyun-woo rubbed his hands. For him now, training dungeons seemed like child's play, not worth attention. The rules explained that each participant has 1 domino. You can knock out from mobs from 1 to 3 pieces at a time. And then the guys realized that monsters were not the only goal. Each of them is also a goal. One smart guy immediately suggested acting as a team. This greatly increased the chances of success for each group member. Hyunmu looked contemptuously at these passions of the guys, who were worried after the first hit in the dungeon. The guy casually said that he was not interested. He has his own strategy. When the guys turned to him in bewilderment, Hyunmu announced that he would go alone. The applicants stated that they have a healer and a user who can cast a shield, and this significantly increases the chances of survival of the entire team. Hyunmu said that he prefers to work on his own, and besides, he doesn't have to share the dominoes among the team. The applicants began to beg the guy to stay on the team, but he was unshakable. But someone decided that if persuasion does not produce the desired effect on Hyunmu, then it is worth trying other methods of persuasion. A broad-shouldered applicant, 2 meters tall, roughly grabbed the guy by the collar. It was immediately clear that diplomacy was not his strong point. He roared that Hyunmu gave away his chips so that the enemies would not get it. The guy thanked the big guy for reminding him about the chips. This was an unforgivable oversight on Hyunmu's part. The guy smoothly took a fighting stance, without particularly straining. And with the very first blow he silently knocked out the rude man, so that it doesn't bother others. And then he turned to his would-be partners so that they would give him their chips. And to make the applicants move faster, Hyunmu suggested who else wants to fight with him. The bespectacled boy immediately raised his hands up and mumbled that he was giving up without a fight. To which the guy told him not to fool around and not to be cunning, but to give the chip back. The bespectacled boy threw his chip onto the floor without further delay. And Hyunmu thought how easy it was to get it. The applicant explained that Hyunmu knocked out their shield caster, and without this the guys could not fight normally. To which the guy said that they were smart, and made the right decision. He also reassured the bespectacled man that he would not beat them, and he only needed their chips. And it was really necessary to collect other chips, and not get involved in a useless fight. Even the captain himself noticed Hyunmu's actions. He liked that the guy did not miss the chance to rob his comrades. Test managers also observed the red butterfly. Capo reported that these are capable of clearing a level 3 dungeon. The assistant was surprised at the capabilities of the red butterfly, to which the captain said that they were capable of even more. But in this task, capabilities were not particularly important. What was needed here was strength and talent that could lead to victory. And in most cases, the strongest of the strongest win. You also need survival skills to win. Special monsters were created to test these skills. Such a freak is capable of making any applicant show his best fighting qualities. And whoever does not display these qualities will be destroyed. The assistant, in amazement, asked what kind of creature this was. Li Jite proudly announced that this is the latest development of a fully autonomous android prototype. The captain explained that the robot's fists are equipped with amplifiers, and the skin is impregnated with the spores of a monster mushroom obtained in the Chernobyl dungeon. This machine has increased durability, high combat accuracy, and is also protected from mana attacks. Impregnation of the epidermis with fungal spores has regenerative properties and reduces the cost of repairing the robot. It is not difficult to assume that few applicants will be able to resist such a machine. The robot's mere appearance caused terror and made opponents tremble. Although, of course, there were brave souls who tried to oppose something to this perfect machine. But it should be said that such a monster was a worthy opponent even for the red butterfly, let alone others. Even the most skilled hunter will have to tinker with such an enemy. Moreover, even after killing him, the problem will arise of how to get the chips that are inside the very strong body of the robot. While admiring the well-designed android, something distracted the captain's attention. The assistant asked what was the matter, but the enthusiastic L and Jite stopped him mid-sentence. Then the captain explained that Hyunmisi met an android in the dungeon, and it was worth watching. The robot actually looked very impressive and menacing. But the guy grinned with satisfaction. He had long wanted to measure his strength with a worthy opponent, since after hell there was nothing to do in this dungeon. Hyunmisi was glad that he would finally have the opportunity to warm up, otherwise the task looked rather boring. The guy launched a lightning attack, wondering in the process why the monster wasn't moving. Also, the enemy did not produce any sound and Hyunmisi decided that he simply was not equipped with a speech device. Nevertheless, the guy kissed the robot several times. Such an opponent turned out to be quite primitive for Hyunmisi. The guy didn't even have time to sweat. The guy thought that the leaders could come up with more complicated tasks, especially considering that they were gathering participants for a serious expedition. Having dealt with a dozen android monsters, Hyunmisi became even more bored. It was also not difficult for the guy to get the chips out of this pile of metal and wire scraps. He used his disassembly skill, and in the blink of an eye every screw in the android was unscrewed and every wiring was disconnected. And the chips jumped into Hyunmisi's hand. The guy again complained about the ease and primitiveness of the tasks. But on the other hand, Hyunmisi thought, the imaginary ease may hide some kind of catch. Therefore, the guy decided to be on the alert, so as not to miss an unexpected danger. At this time, the loudspeaker announced that more than half an hour of competition time had passed. It turned out that 30% of the chips were in the hands of just a few players, and these players will now be announced. In third place is Hong Ryong with 7 dominoes. The red butterfly with 9 dominoes confidently took second place. But the undisputed leader was Hyunmisi with 16 dominoes. It was not news to the guy that he was the first. He was so confident in his own abilities. Hyunmisi looked at what he could get from his defeated opponents. It turned out to be not thick at all, a couple of pieces of mushroom skin. It seemed nothing remarkable, but it turned out to be very durable. Hyunmisi thought that if stuffed animals in the hell location were made from such skin, now it's clear why they are so durable. The guy was confused about how to use such durable material. Experimented with creating different items. And the result was quite good: leggings made of mushroom leather, as well as leggings made of mushroom leather. Hyunmisi decided that this was much better than nothing. Any benefits are important because the competition is not over yet. Without wasting any time, the guy went in search of new opponents. At the same time, the red butterfly became furious when she saw that someone managed to collect more chips than her. Very upset, the girl did not even notice that a crowd of less successful applicants was heading towards her. The red butterfly only realized that something was wrong when she heard threatening screams and a crowd preparing to attack her. Still burning with rage, the girl didn't really understand who attacked her and why. She jumped high into the air, trembling with rage and anger. At the top I did a few somersaults to at least a little extinguish my terrible mood. Then the red butterfly rushed down like a kite. Few of the attackers managed to see the shine of the girl's beautiful, piercing eyes. After a couple of moments, the attackers were defeated and brutally laid to the ground. But after the fight, the crowd not only did not thin out, but also increased. Many freeloaders came running to get chips without difficulty. The applicants shouted to the butterfly that she still wouldn't be able to kill everyone on her own. Suddenly, something began to happen behind the red butterfly. The attackers began to scatter in different directions, as if they were caught in a sudden tornado. It turned out that it was not a tornado, it was just Hong Ren's friend. The newcomer began to scold the girl why she broke away from the team. In such a crowd of bloodthirsty people, you can get hurt. Hong Ren recalled that they arrived at the competition with the sole purpose of qualifying for the expedition, and for this they had already collected enough dominoes. Other team members confirmed that they had already collected 88 dominoes, which is more than enough. But the red butterfly did not want to listen to the voice of reason. She was up to something. No amount of persuasion from Hong Ren had any effect on the stubborn girl. She looked back one last time, glanced at her team and said something inaudible. The next moment, Ani soared into the heights like an arrow, and only she was seen. At this time, the captain asked his assistant about the strange guy Hyan Masi. But then L and Jite realized that this was an applicant with poisonous blood. The captain was surprised that the guy felt very confident in the dungeon. This indicated that he had experience. Li Jite immediately thought that Hyun Mu-si might be an illegal raider. The assistant reminded the captain that the applicant could be a foreigner. Li Jite agreed that this option should not be ruled out. But he decided to take note of the guy. The captain also wanted to see how Hyun Mu-si clashed with the red butterfly. The guy looked very confident in himself, and with a sweet air. Until now, his tests have not been ready. On the other hand, the red butterfly had a level 2 times higher, and it seemed that victory was already in her pocket. At this time, Hyun Mu-si began chewing the mushroom skin out of hunger. But the skin turned out to be a rare, disgusting thing. No matter how hungry the guy was, such food definitely didn't suit him. Hyun Mu-si decided to himself that he would have to wash his mouth with soap to get rid of this nasty, acrid taste. Suddenly, his sixth sense told the guy that danger was approaching. It was even a little strange, because Hyun Mu-si did not meet any worthy opponents in this dungeon. But the guy got ready anyway. A powerful blow hit the guy and fiery butterflies flew around him. It seemed that Hyun Mu-si should have been ready for the meeting, as his sixth sense told him. But the rapid attack of the red-haired girl stunned him. He relaxed after previous battles, not expecting such agility from anyone. Hyun Mu-si smiled. Since the lady wants to fight, he will fulfill her wish, and with great pleasure. Although the redhead was beautiful, the guy decided that now was not the time to make eyes at him. Hyun Mu-si's bravado diminished significantly when he saw that the girl was level 14, and he himself was only level 7. The guy decided to come up with some kind of strategy on how to fight an opponent so superior to him. True, the redhead did not allow Hyun Mu to come to his senses and began to generously beat him with powerful blows. The guy barely had time to dodge the powerful and swift attacks of the red-haired beast. The girl's long legs alternated between trying to tear off Hyun Mu's head and cutting him off. The guy understood that if he missed one single blow, he wouldn't feel enough. He was even surprised that he could withstand such a powerful onslaught of an angry rival for so long. Hyun Mu realized that it was all about help in battle. Without her, he would have long ago been lying lifeless at the feet of this fury. But it was necessary to urgently do something or come up with something to gain an advantage. The guy understood that it was dangerous to rely on skill all the time. The redhead worked like a clockwork. It seemed that fatigue was alien to her body, like snow is alien to the sandy shore with tropical palm trees. But Hyun Mu himself began to slowly lose steam, and it was clear to him that his reaction would soon slow down. The guy decided to test the skill on a redhead, although it was dangerous to try something like that in public. But in the end, her level is 2 times higher than his own. But Hyunmu rightly decided that there is no place for sentimentality in battle, even if your opponent is a beautiful girl. The guy activated the heroic strength upgrade for the assist in battle skill. The redhead was just launching her next swift attack. But Hyunmu has already prepared a surprise for her that she will remember for a long time. In a split second before the collision, their eyes met each other, and the guy thought he saw a flash of fear in the girl's eyes. But she still delivered her next powerful blow. And the next moment she screamed in pain and grabbed her injured arm. Hyunmu only grunted in response. What he thought and felt at that moment is difficult to say. But then the guy rudely told the girl that she was giving away her chips. She threw the bag on the ground and growled that he could take everything. Then the redhead asked what kind of skill he had that she was encountering for the first time in her life. Hyunmu was just about to respond when he felt threatened again. This time the guy didn't even have time to group himself. Another girl hit him like a cannonball. But Hyunmu still could not understand what was happening to him, and who attacked him. As a result, the guy ended up on the ground. The truth is not so much defeated as taken by surprise and confused. The girl's partner identified Hyunmu and said that he did not expect to meet him. He said his name was Red Snake. Hyunmu thought it was a strong, expressive name. The redhead, in turn, introduced her swift, black-haired partner as Hongrin. When Hong realized that the guy broke her friend's arm, she wanted revenge, but Yuni stopped her. Rising from the ground, Hyunmu confirmed that he had broken the redhead's arm and asked the black-haired one if she wanted the same. The guy got wound up. He couldn't stand threats, especially from girls, but he was stopped by a message from the loudspeaker. The loudspeaker announced that 3 hours had expired and the competition was over. Hyunmu realized that he had wasted too much time fighting with the red-haired Yuni. Meanwhile, it was reported that Ha Yun-taek took 3rd place with 21 dominoes. 2nd place, won by Hyunmu with 69 dominoes. In 1st place was the red butterfly with 88 dominoes. Yuni turned to Hongrin, not understanding how this could happen. To which the brunette replied that since they are a team, their actions are team actions. Hyunmu slapped his hand on his forehead and muttered that the redhead was deliberately distracting him, while others were collecting dominoes. The upset guy turned around to leave. He decided that he had been outwitted. Hongrin continued to provoke Hyunmu, saying that after he broke Uni's arm, he couldn't just leave. The guy gathered his strength to restrain himself and not succumb to provocation, otherwise he would completely unmask his own strength. Hyunmu put himself in the black woman's shoes and decided that she could be understood, because upon arrival she saw her partner with a broken arm and a guy next to her. He decided that it might actually look like he was going to rob the red butterfly. But you could have asked to figure out what was what. And yet the guy knew that he had won in a fair fight with an opponent of a higher level. Moreover, it seemed unfair to Hyunmu that he was cast as a villain. The guy harbored a grudge against these two and decided that they should be taught a good lesson. Hyunmu silently turned around and uttered only the word, "I command." At this time, Hongren showered all kinds of curses on the guy. Suddenly Yuni asked her partner what was happening to her. Hyunmu continued to stand silently and casually against the wall. Hongren saw the guy's silhouette engulfed in flames, and hordes of terrible monsters swarming around him. It seemed that the black-haired girl was scared to the core. Instead of her friend, she saw a terrible creature with empty eye sockets and a gaping mouth. This became too much for Hongren to bear. She could no longer resist the obsession. The partners bent over next to the black-haired girl writhing in pain. A rescue team came running. Hyunmu did not want such serious consequences. He just wanted to teach the harmful girl a lesson. And apparently something really bad happened here. Therefore, the guy decided to sneak away quietly until he was missed. At this time, The captain's assistant was perplexed as to how the guy managed to defeat the girl. He hypothesized that perhaps she had underestimated her opponent. But L&G-tae didn't think so. He explained to his subordinate that Hyunmoo knew very well what he was doing, and his movements were precise and controlled. Especially the guy's results seemed impressive, considering the huge difference in levels between him and the red butterfly. The assistant suggested setting up a meeting with the girl to find out the details firsthand, so to speak. But L&G-tae rejected such an offer. First of all, he wanted to see Hyunmoo. The captain was very, very interested in this impudent upstart with valuable skills and unknown capabilities. Meanwhile, after the battle, Hyunmoo analyzed the situation. Assistance in battle, even with the heroic strength upgrade, turned out to be quite acceptable for the guy, but the overlord skill drained all the energy out of him. Hyunmoo hoped that his strength and mana would be restored before he moved to the Hell location. Then a big guy approached the guy, clearly in the mood to chat. He introduced himself as Tae-min-soo, deputy captain, and first of all congratulated the guy on successfully passing the test. The big guy handed the guy a card and said that the Tae-sun clan offers him full support in developing his talents and skills. Tae-min-soo said that in their clan, great opportunities open up for the guy and he can reach the greatest heights. To this, Hyunmoo asked if the clan would be able to raise his skills to the level of stars. The captain once again watched the recording of Hyunmoo's fight with the red butterfly. Lee Ji-tae dissected and analyzed every frame of the fight. It was immediately clear that two masters were fighting. The captain, like a seasoned fighter, enjoyed such a high-quality spectacle. For him, it was akin to watching a cool action movie with well-trained actors. The video was interrupted by an assistant who reported that Hyunmoo had refused to cooperate. To this the captain calmly replied that he had assumed something like that. After all, strong and talented people are often too proud. The captain asked the ward about the details of the conversation with the stubborn young man. Tae-min-soo replied that the guy mentioned some stars, but he didn't understand what exactly the guy meant. Therefore, the assistant thought that this was just some kind of youth slang that did not deserve attention. Tae-min-soo also reported that Red Butterfly and her entire team accepted the offer, as previously expected. Lee Ji-tae praised the assistant for his efficiency and prepared to leave. Tae-min-soo wished the boss a safe journey and a good day. But the captain was already thinking about his own. He was wondering what stars Hyunmoo was talking about. The hunter's grip suggested that this was something very important. Lee Ji-tae decided that it wouldn't hurt to keep an eye on the guy and his friends. Looking at the deserted night road, Yu-ming asked what the guy had. He replied that this was a business card from a recruiting agency, which he received immediately after the tests. But the girl clarified that she was not interested in the business card, but in the box. Indeed, the guy had a box on his lap, the contents of which he had not yet examined. Hyunmoo thought that it was not at all easy to explain where he got this box from. Red Butterfly came to the guy to apologize for her friend Hongrin, who was simply trying to help out her partner. Hyunmoo was incredibly surprised that the Red Butterfly came up to him and even started with an apology. The guy remembered everything, how the black-haired woman threatened him, and what he did then. He explained to Uni that he didn't mean to do anything bad, he just wanted to put her in her place. But it didn't turn out pretty at all. But now what can you do? Red Butterfly handed the guy a box and said that this was a prize for first place in testing, and its contents rightfully belonged to Hyunmoo. Uni added that it is very important for her that Hyunmoo accepts this box. The box contained iron grip gloves that increased strength and blocking. In turn, Yumin reported that another sample of crystal moss was bought by the old buyer Park YSO. Hyunmoo wondered why the old man needed so many crystals and where he got the money to pay for them all. Without a doubt, there was something mysterious, and maybe even dangerous, here. The old buyer had long aroused the guy's suspicions, and now they were confirmed. Looks like he was working for someone very serious. Yu Ming asked the guy if there was anything else in the box, or if the gloves were the whole reward. Hyunwoo Si turned the box over, trying to shake it out if anything had rolled into the lining. A piece of paper fell into his lap, which the guy eagerly picked up and read. It seems Yu Ming was expecting some kind of trick or trouble from this message. But the cheerful guy handed the girl tickets to the restaurant, which were in addition to the gift. This is where hunters live, the couple thought when they approached the restaurant. Fame, honor, money, delicious food. This used to be the ultimate dream of Hyunwoo, but now everything has changed. He knew the future. Yu Min warned the guy to be careful with spending money. To which he replied that it was his money, and he would spend as much as he wanted. Suddenly, Hyunwoo looked back furtively. At first it seemed to him that he was just imagining something. But the next moment the guy realized that someone was watching them. He told the girl to go back into the car, lock herself there and sit silently. Hyunwoo, she also said not to leave the car until he returned. The guy decided to look around for suspicious characters in the area. And indeed, there were 2 suspicious individuals lying around the corner at once. It was clear that they had done a good job with them. A shadow moved in a dark corner, which seemed suspiciously familiar to Hyunwoo Si. Shadow turned out to be a regular customer at Crystal Moss Pack YSO. The old man cheerfully announced that he had saved the guy from the Japanese Yakuza, who were encroaching on his supplies of crystal moss. A suspicious Hyunwoo Si asked the customer what he was doing near his house. To which he replied that he had an offer to cooperate with the Tae-sun clan on excellent terms. To which Hyunwoo Si replied that today he had already refused them once, and he would refuse them again. The old man also said that the Tae-sun clan failed in trying to collect a dossier on him. There was almost no information. Someone thoroughly cleaned the database and removed any mention of Hyunwoo Si from it. Also, Park Yco says that the guy's test results showed that he is an experienced hunter, but according to documents, until recently he was listed as a sewer cleaner. The old man said that the guy simply couldn't do without the help of the Tae-sun clan, to which Hyunwoo Si responded with a polite refusal. To this, the client constantly muttered something unintelligible under his breath. Later he added that it seemed he had chosen the wrong method of persuasion, and it was time to try something tougher. The guy tried to shout to the old man, having no desire to fight him. But it seems it was too late to talk to the old man. Grandpa swung his club like a real swordsman, and Hyunwoo Si could only dodge. Finally, the guy got tired of trying to reason with the stubborn old man. And he gave the pensioner a good punch from the right, hoping that this would calm his ardor a little. The old man turned out to be surprisingly cheerful and active, and it was not possible to calm him down with one blow. Park Yco was surprised in turn when he noticed the guy was wearing hunter gloves, which were the prize in the competition and were awarded to the Red Butterfly. Just in case, Hyunwoo Si yelled to the amazed grandfather that it was just self-defense. The guy prepared to fight back if the crazy old man decided to attack him again. The old man said that the guy likes to make life difficult for himself. Park Yco looked very serious and determined. Hyunwoo Si barely recognized him as that harmless old customer. Grandpa said angrily that if a guy doesn't understand in a good way, you will have to talk to him in a bad way. Hyunwoo Si's grandfather's threats didn't really alarm him at first. But unexpectedly, in the old man's hands, the cane that he was swinging so wildly turned into a sword. With the sword, the old man became even more formidable. Now he looked like a battle-hardened, seasoned warrior. Hyunwoo Si roared, summoning the combat assistant skill. The sword whistled dashingly in the air, and now the guy understood why Park Y's attacks with a stick earlier reminded him of fencing techniques. Out of harm's way, the guy pushed off powerfully and jumped into the air high above his grandfather's head. Hyunwoo Si sank far behind the enemy and took a breath, feeling relatively safe. But Grandpa almost immediately closed the distance, and almost touched the guy with a blade-sharp sword. Hyunwoo skillfully passed the sword past him and approached the old man. The next moment, he summoned the superiority skill. The grandfather's face turned into a terrible mask from severe pain. But Hyun-mi continued the attack, since he already realized that he had a fairly strong opponent in front of him. Any delay, any weakening of the grip and the situation will change, and the advantage will return to the enemy. Therefore, Hyun-mi held the old man tightly by the chest, not giving him the opportunity to escape. With his other hand, the guy parried Park Hwa's hand holding a sharp sword. But the old man still managed to reach Hyun-mi with the tip of his sword. Blood splashed, black in the evening light. The guy screamed in pain. Hyun-mi grabbed his hand, trying to pinch the edges of the wound to stop the flowing blood. The old man said that he did not intend to hurt the guy and repeated his question about who Hyun-mi works for. But the guy didn't seem to be going to answer Park Hwa's question. But he asked his elderly opponent if he had forgotten anything. The old man looked at Hyun-mi in amazement, not understanding what he meant. Seeing the fumes on the weapon where the drops of Hyun-mi's blood were, the old man understood everything. Seo had just so recklessly shed. Then the old man figured out the guy's plan, but it was too late. With his bloody hand, Hyun-mi grabbed the old man right by the mouth. The guy pressed the old man's hand with all his strength so that as much blood as possible would get inside him, and he would get poisoned. The attack turned out to be very effective. Park Hwa tried to cough and escape from Hyun-mi's clutches. Finally, the old man managed to charge the guy in the stomach with a straight leg and free his face from the grip. As a result of this, Hyun-mi flew in one direction and the old man in the other. Park Hwa started looking for something in his breast pocket. The wounded and exhausted guy became wary. But a bottle appeared in the old man's fingers. Apparently, it contained a healing potion, and the guy stopped fearing a new attack. The old man began to greedily absorb the contents of the jar. Hyun-mi asked the enemy if there was anything left in the jar to share with the wounded man. But the old man froze in amazement that the wounded guy was already on his feet and, moreover, seemed completely unharmed. The old man muttered that he was sure that the sword touched the skin of his palm and cut it. He asked the guy if he had any recovery skills. To which Hyun-mi replied that this was possible and asked the old man if he wanted to continue the fight. In response, the old man only shook his head negatively. This surprised Hyun-mi greatly. The old man had healed, and it did not look at all like he was ready to capitulate. But the old man said that he did not come to fight. To which the guy reasonably stated that Park Hwa attacked first. Park Hwa again began asking the guy who was behind him, who he was working for. This was already starting to make Hyun-mi angry. He said that he is on his own and does not answer to anyone. The old man then asked where he got all these abilities, to which the guy replied that it was a secret. Park Hwa again started the old song about the benefits of working for the Tae-sun clan. The guy said that he swore to himself never to work for anyone. This was the first time the old man had heard such nonsense, and didn't even know how to respond to it. But Hyun-mi went even further and asked Park Hwa to work for him. The old man decided that during the fight the guy's head had been slightly damaged and therefore there was no point in paying attention to his words. He told Hyun-mi that he was not going to listen to such nonsense, and therefore he was leaving. But the guy thought it would be useful for the old man to work for him. Park Hwa had great connections, knew how to do things, and knew a lot. Such a person will be useful in any situation. So he continued to put pressure on the old man. He stated that the Tae-sun clan is far from the strongest. They are inferior to the almighty rank 3 Lotus, and not only to them. Park Hwa stopped. Apparently now Hyun-mi's words no longer seemed so nonsense to him. The guy also asked if it seemed to the old man that L and G Tae, as well as the clan as a whole, were greatly overrated. Hyun-mi added that it might be worth being on a team with someone younger and more ambitious. Park Hwa replied that either complete fools or people who are in their own fantasies and far from reality can think so. In any case, the old man considered such thoughts idle and stupid. Hyun-mi then asked what he should do to prove that he was better than L and G Tae. Park Wai said that the guy thinks he is too tough, especially considering that he was recently almost beaten by an old man. Hyun Moo Shi began to tell Park Wai that the sword would not save him. The old man whistled the blade in front of the guy several times with lightning speed. The guy couldn't keep track of the blade, Park Wai Seo's movements were so fast. The old man scratched Hyun Shi near his ear and said that if he had the intention of killing him, then it would be impossible to resist it. Park Wai said that he had never heard more nonsense from a guy who had not even reached level 10 in his entire life. In response, Hyun Si only asked what was so unique about L and G Tae. The old man thought for a while, apparently realizing that the guy wouldn't just get rid of him with his stupid ideas. Hyun Shi firmly stated that he would prove that he was better than the captain. Then Park Wai Seo informed the guy that Lee Ji Tae had reached level 20 in just half a year. The guy was ready to beat the captain's result. He felt confident and determined to do this. The old man added that the captain was able to achieve such a result only thanks to the support of the clan. If he had acted alone, it would have taken him twice as long. Park Wai Seo suggested that the guy achieve the same result faster than the captain. To this, Hyun Shi replied that he would reach level 20 in 2 weeks. The guy added that if he succeeds, the old man will have to work for him. The old man did not believe so much in the possibility of a guy proving his strength that he did not answer him. Only when he left did he say that he hoped that he had a better place to train than L and G Tae. The guy laughed and said that he had a great place to train. And this excellent place had a very expressive name, Location Hell. To be bored at the hellish location like in real life. The green pointy-eared monster appeared again, whom the guy considered one of the most powerful opponents. Hyun Shi dodged the goblin with a clear, practiced movement. Then the guy launched his own attack, trying to hit the monster right in the head. The goblin didn't miss this opportunity and grabbed Hyun Shi's hand. The guy first howled in pain, but then began to press his bleeding fist into the goblin's wide throat with all his might. The poisonous blood penetrated deep into the throat and body of the green monster. After such a treat, he did not live long and safely gave up the ghost. Almost immediately the guy saw a message that his level had risen to 15. The next message was that the Conqueror's star was watching over you. Hyun Shi shook his bloody fist at the star, but the blood flowed from his hand even more. Although the toxicity of his own blood did not cause any damage to the guy, he still decided to bandage his hands so as not to bleed to death. Almost immediately, the mosquito fairy appeared, attracted by the smell of blood. Hyun Shi was angry with the fairy and asked where she had been for so long and why she didn't help him. But the fairy was occupied with other things. She had already settled down next to the guy's hand and asked what was wrong with his hand and whether she could press there. The fairy began to do her favorite thing, sucking blood. And at this time Hyun Shi was almost throwing up inside out. But the fairy had had enough. And the guy thought that any other companion would be much more useful and prettier. But time did not stand still and the guy needed to look for new opponents in order to level up faster. He has already dealt with a good bunch of all kinds of evil spirits, raising his level quite well. True, Hyun Shi has not yet been able to meet with his old enemy, the goblin in a red hat, who thoroughly offended him. The guy told the fairy how many times the goblin killed him and how much blood he let out. Such a bloody story greatly interested the mosquito fairy. She listened to the guy without stopping. Suddenly the guy felt movement behind him. Hyun Shi broke out in a cold sweat and looked around cautiously. And this time his premonition did not let him down. Behind him was a goblin with a red hat. In place of the hand that he had cut off himself, there was a heavy metal prosthesis. Hyun Shi decided to follow the green freak. Fortunately, he did not notice him. The guy wondered what business brought the goblin here, and how long he would stay here. There is no trace of the mosquito fairy. The place where she had been a second ago was empty. Hyun swore that the little reptile had drunk his fill of blood and had taken flight at the first danger. The guy decided to deal with the fairy another time, Now his attention was entirely occupied by the goblin. Meanwhile, he saw a bunch of his own relatives who had been killed by Hyanmashi and let out a drawn-out, blood-curdling scream. Then the goblin noticed the guy and growled, at which he stared. Hyanmashi thought it was quite strange that such a vile creature would be killed because of the death of its relatives. The guy growled at the green widow to come closer because he didn't have time. An ominous red light appeared in the goblin's small eye sockets. He growled more than ever, realizing that it was Hyanmashi who had interrupted his relatives. The next moment the guy was killed. But the quest, "Enemies on the Wooden Bridge," appeared. And the first target was the goblin with the black hand. After the next murder, Hyanmashi decided to lie down. He still couldn't control the angry goblin. The guy was even surprised how vindictive and stubborn the goblin was, and he didn't get tired of killing him so many times. By inertia, Hyanmashi fought with the pointy-eared monster, trying to do something. But after another death, I realized that this monster could not be beaten so easily. It was necessary to come up with some kind of strategy, or plan. But as soon as Hyanmashi started to get up, a goblin appeared. A few moments, and he sent the guy into a deep knockout. So he didn't even have enough time to come up with something. Hyanmashi chided himself for remembering the goblin and looking for him for so long. And now he can't do anything about him. After the next resurrection, the guy began to run with all his might, hoping that he would be able to break away from the persistent enemy. Hyanmashi even asked the monster to give him at least a little rest, since constant deaths and resurrections tired him. He tried to use his skills and abilities. Sometimes it even seemed to him that he would overwhelm the goblin. But the result of the battle was always the same. Hyanmashi was lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. Once again sending the guy to a better world, the goblin moved towards his own. The message said that this was a level 20 goblin Kurson. It was no wonder that the guy couldn't cope with him. Kurson reported to his comrade that he had not seen the stupid man for several days. He walked and looked for him everywhere, but could not find him. That's why I returned home. The round-headed goblin said that it was too early to relax, but man is not stupid, but cunning, and you can expect anything from him. Kurson learned that the goblins were in trouble. Someone had poisoned their water, and now many were dying. This news shocked the red-hatted goblin. They haven't had such a tragedy for a long time. There were a lot of people dying. They were carefully looked after, but they died anyway. The wheezing and crying of the dying was unbearable to listen to even for such rude creatures as goblins. Someone, right under the goblins' noses, managed to poison their water. All the fish they raised for food died. No matter how much the goblins thought, they could not establish the reason, who could have done such sabotage, and how to eliminate its consequences. Then Kurson growled that it could only be that person. There was no other option. There was no one else to poison their water. The goblin wondered how a person could find out about their lair. Perhaps he managed to trace it. The goblin growled that the man should have been caught, not killed. At this time, another goblin approached Kurson, apologizing for taking him away from important matters. He told Kurson that the child had been looking for him for a long time, and that's why he dared to disturb him. When the child babbled a barely audible papa, tears rolled down the scary face of the goblin in the red hat. Kurson freaked out and resolutely headed off, only he knew where, not paying attention to the shouts after him. Another goblin grabbed Kurson right in the back, asking where he was going and what he wanted to do with the constantly resurrected man. The goblin began to convince Kurson to forget about revenge. He said that this was the wrong path, and it was the bloodshed that led to the suffering that befell their people. Kurson was told that if the man was left alone, he would no longer have a reason to bother them and ruin their life. The comrades convinced the red-hatted goblin that it was better to run away and find a good place before things got worse. But it seems Kurson has already made his decision and cannot be convinced. He pulled out his curved sword and decisively rushed forward. The other goblins followed him, not losing hope of stopping him. Suddenly the goblin stopped, seeing something. They called Curson over to take a look. It turned out to be one of the scouts who left quite recently. He was clutching a fatal wound on his side with his gnarled paw. Seeing his comrades, he wheezed that it was poison and he was sure that a person did it. Curson also heard this and shouted to his comrades to return home. Curson noted that since the person left traces so clearly, he was trying to lure them into a trap. The goblin told the others to return home. Curson said he would catch the man. Although he saw that the man was gaining levels very quickly, he knew that he was still stronger than him. The goblins again began to ask that Curson return home with them. But the goblin in the red had only responded by saying that he would kill a person with his eyes closed. Seeing the excitement of his comrades, Curson said that he promised them that he would return alive. The goblins had to agree and let their comrade carry out his bloody plan. And then the long-awaited meeting between man and goblin took place. The man arrogantly said that he was going to give the goblin a chance. This only made Curson laugh. The man clarified that he was giving the goblin a chance to die at his hands. The goblin was confused. It seemed that the man was talking complete nonsense. He asked the guy if he was trying to buy time. To which the guy replied that the goblin should think again. Hyunmasi told the goblin that if he was going to destroy his family, they would have been dead a long time ago. The guy said that only a couple of goblins have died so far, but if Curson doesn't leave him alone, many more could die. Hyunmasi reminded the goblin that he is constantly resurrected, but nothing will stop him from killing goblins. In response to this, the goblin promised to catch the man and cut off all his limbs so that he would not go anywhere. Hyunmasi had an answer for that too. He said that he would kill himself and be reborn safe and sound. The guy tried to reason with the goblin. He stated that he could do anything to his family, and it was impossible to stop him. Hyunmasi said that he didn't want to harm the goblin's family. But if he continues to pursue him, the guy will kill them all. The goblin howled in horror at the very thought. He closed his eyes for a few seconds. Then he threw his sharp sword at the feet of Hyunmasi. The goblin asked if his life was really enough for the guy. The guy replied that he promised not to touch the goblin's family, but would only take his life. Then the goblin growled at the man to keep his word and leave this place after killing him. Hyunmasi promised the red-hatted goblin not to harm his people. Feeling the approach of victory, the guy bent down to pick up the goblin's sword. At that very moment a powerful blow fell upon him. With a powerful blow, the goblin threw Hyunmasi far to the side. The guy fell to the ground with a crash, realizing that this plan had failed. A goblin thundered above him. He said that the foolish man hoped that he would fall for this. Irundu. The goblin promised that there would be no painless death for a person. To which Hyunmasi replied that the goblin had miscalculated, and he should have killed the guy right away. There were reports that health had dropped below 10% and the regeneration perk had been activated. Suddenly, Hyunmasi shot the careless goblin in the gut with all his might. The next movement the guy grabbed the freak's thick neck in his hand. The grip turned out to be iron and Curson could barely move. Hyunmasi threw the goblin aside. But it was clear that he would not recover so easily. And the guy added that for now he was holding back. And he even gave the goblin another chance. The goblin roared with rage and resentment. He tried to get Hyunmasi. But the guy easily grabbed the goblin into his arms and began to do whatever he wanted with him. The goblin was surprised at such incredible strength in a man. It seemed to him that he had wounded the man enough, half to death. Curson wondered how the man was able to recover so quickly from such a severe injury. The goblin realized that the man was hiding his skill and fooled him around his finger. Meanwhile, Hyunmasi needed the green creature like dough. Curson could only be amazed at the guy's strength. He could no longer do anything with him. Already the beaten goblin himself still could not understand how Hyunmasi managed to defeat him. The guy said that the goblin was simply stupid and careless. Because the goblin always killed him with one blow. They never really fought. And the goblin thought that he could kill the guy at any time. Hyunmu stated that the goblin had lost his guard and become too careless. The goblin growled that the man should reduce his impudence, because he can always end him while he is still on his feet. And the goblin promised to take the guy's head as a reward. For such words, the guy gave the goblin a good kick. It was painful for Kurson to lose himself in such an unenviable position. Hyunmu told the goblin that it was too late for him to dream about the guy's head. Time had passed. The goblin stood up and tried to put his paw between the folds of his clothes. Hyunmu said that he was not going to let his guard down as stupidly as the goblin. Kurson began to beg the guy for forgiveness. He began to apologize for taking his life so many times. He even told the guy that without him his family would not be able to live here and would die too. The goblin growled that Hyunmu only wanted to get his life and spare his family. The guy asked if his family would really die if Kurson died. The goblin swore to Hyunmu that this was the holy truth. Then the guy asked, "I wonder if he kills the goblin, will he also get points for his family?" At that moment, the goblin realized that it was all over and there was no point in expecting mercy. The next moment, Hyunmu cut off the head of the red-hatted goblin. The guy was inundated with messages like that the task, "Enemies on the wooden bridge," is completed, you received a silver chest, which was replaced with a gold one, and the like. But what surprised Hyunmu most was that he was immediately promoted to 3 levels for killing a goblin. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a mosquito fairy appeared. The guy noticed that the fairy disappeared before the fight and appeared immediately after it ended. He invited the fairy to devour the defeated monster. The girl asked what he was looking for in the pockets of a defeated enemy. The guy said he was wondering what made the goblin so strong, and he seemed to have found out what was wrong. But Hyunmu understood that one weapon was not enough to kill the enemy with one blow. The guy still managed to discover the secret of the goblin in the red hat. The hands of the green monster were thickly covered with small runes. At that moment, a message appeared that the Star of Destruction Gaul was leading your hand and something incredible began to happen around the guy. The runes from the goblin's hand mixed with the air whirlwinds and the black ball in the sky. Then sharp black rays from the ball rushed down at breakneck speed. The rays pierced Hyunmu's palm so quickly that he didn't even have time to cry out in pain. A strange symbol appeared on the guy's hand. And the message made it known that he had absorbed part of Gaul's Star of Destruction. From the next message it became known that the guy received a new legendary skill, family. The sun's rays entered the house and gently fell on the bed where Yuming was sleeping. The girl had a dream. It seemed to her that someone was calling her name. They called even louder. Yumin opened her eyes and sat up on the bed in front of her. She saw Hyunmu. The guy asked why she was surprised, because she could hear him opening the door. Yuming muttered that she was asleep and didn't hear anything. She asked the guy if he was hungry and explained that there was little food in the house. She didn't expect him to come today. Yumin said that she would go to the store and buy everything she needed. But the guy stopped her, gently taking her hand. He wanted to talk to Yuming. But he didn't know how to tell her the whole truth. How will she perceive it? Yumin said that Park Yco came and asked if anything special happened with Hyunmu. The girl said she replied that the guy was not here. But she began to wonder what was happening. The more Yuming thought, the more she came to the conclusion that she did not understand at all what was happening. He asked Hyunmu where he had been all this time, and what he was hiding from her. The guy tried to calm her down, but the girl became even more angry. She started screaming that she was tired of waiting for Hyunmu all the time. He constantly disappears somewhere and then appears. Yumin said that she never knows whether the guy will come back again. Hyunmu took the girl's hands and asked her to calm down. She said that he never explains anything to her, and that makes her feel awkward. The guy convinced Yumin that he would tell and explain everything to her. Hyunmu partially understood the girl's explosive reaction. She was involved in many amazing events with the guy. She always tried to help, encourage, cheer him up. No wonder she's so stressed now. Yumin always unquestioningly helped the guy out and supported him in the most unusual situations. Hyunmoo, she realized that he could not live without her. The guy thought that if he hides the future from the girl, something might happen to her, and he will be left alone. Could not even imagine what kind of future awaits humanity in the near future. Hyunmoo, she reminded the girl how he inherited the returned stone. He explained to her that the stone leads to a dungeon called Hell. And from time to time he disappears and appears in this place. But Hyunmoo, she doesn't know when this will happen again, and how long he will be gone in real life. Yuming asked the guy if it was possible that one day he would not be able to go back. Hyunmoo, she said that no matter how long he stayed there, he would always come back. And he added that he would like Yuming to be a beacon to which he would always return. The guy's story made a great impression on the girl. The guy hugged Yumin and she hugged him tightly. She also said that she doesn't want to be just some kind of beacon. Yumin added that no matter what difficulties the guy is in, she will always support him. And she will always do everything in her power to save him if the need arises. Hyunmoo, she remembered that he hadn't even taken a shower since the trip. The girl said that she also hadn't had time to take a shower today. She asked the guy if he wanted to take a shower with her. After these words, Hyunmoo, she was speechless for a while. In the morning the guy was in a great mood, but he had to get down to business. Luckily, it didn't take long to find Park Y. He himself came to Hyunmoo and offered to give him a ride. Park Yco asked the guy how he was doing with raising his level. Hyunmoo, she said that despite some difficulties, everything went well. The guy asked Park Ys about their deal. To which the old man replied that he did not give the guy any promises. But Park Yco added that he was going to raise the purchase price of crystal moss by 15%. To which Hyunmoo said since he is going to raise the price, then it is worth raising it 2 times. The guy said that he did a lot to prove to Park Yco that he is worth something. But the old man apparently believed that Hyunmoo, she had not changed, and did not seem to be going to take him seriously. The guy had nothing to do, all that remained was to demonstrate his superiority once again, so that the old stubborn man would finally begin to respect him. Hyunmoo, she extended his hand and a blinding light flashed on his palm. The light was so powerful that it poured out of the car windows, illuminating everything around. Crystal moss miraculously appeared on the guy's hand. Hyunmoo, she said that he has a monopoly on such valuable crystal moss. He alone can get it. The guy asked Park Yco what he thought would happen if they couldn't reach an agreement. The old man said that Hyunmoo, she was going too far. He was already paying him for moss, like from 5-star dungeons, and now he also offered to raise the price by 15%. To this the guy said that he had no choice and the crystal moss disappeared from his hand. Hyunmoo, she said that he was ready to offer the old man something else. The guy threw a small thing to the old man, which he caught on the fly. Park Yco asked what it was. But the guy said let him open his palm and see for himself. The old man hesitated before opening his hand, as if he was afraid of something. The guy said that Park Yco should consider this thing as collateral. Finally the old man opened his palm. The notification informed him that he had in his hand an Urhast faith, which, when used, temporarily doubled the wearer's senses. Amazed, Park Yco muttered that it was a legendary item. The guy confirmed this. And he added that he knew that someone like the old man knew the value of such things. Hyunmoo sarcastically asked if L and G-Tae gave him anything like that. The guy asked the old man if it had finally dawned on him that he was more useful than the captain. Hyunmoo said that Park Y can keep the ring until he admits that he is more useful than L and G-Tae. The old man was still under the impression that he had so easily received a valuable legendary item. After examining the ring, he informed Hyunmoo that judging by its shape, there should be another one. The guy replied that he didn't know anything about it, he only found one ring. The old man looked at Hyunmoo, trying to figure out if he was telling the truth. In the end, Park Yco hid the ring in his breast pocket, saying that someday there would be a second part. Now the old man agreed to pay Hyun-shi double the amount of crystal moss. Park Waiso added that he would pull this off in such a way that the tax authorities would have no idea about it. The message, visible only to Hyun-shi, said that obedience to the Yukulheart could track the owner of the Urhast faith and temporarily reduce the owner's experience gain by 50%. The old man asked if the guy had any other wishes. Hyun-shi did have one request, and the old man granted it without delay. Yu Ming was at school. This day turned out to be overloaded for them. The girl's phone rang and it turned out that Hyun-si was asking her to leave. She said she was busy. But the guy insisted and Yu Ming had to give in. Although she was angry that he was taking her away from work. Hyun-shi was waiting for her at the school gate. And he wasn't alone. The guy arrived in a large expensive car. The amazed girl asked where he got such an expensive car. The guy said that Park Wai-seo lent him and suggested that they arrange a date on the way home. Yu Min asked how the guy managed to drive a car since he doesn't have a driver's license. The girl called Hyun-si a cretin and took him home. The guy thought that the date should have looked a little different. But still, driving such an expensive car with a beautiful girl was an exciting pastime. Soon, Hyun-si and Park Wai-seo decided to spar a little. During the battle, the old man did not fail to describe how convenient it was to exercise in the clan's training centers, and that this prepared the body well for the trials in the dungeons. Hyun-si was depressed because Park Wai-seo again started singing the old song called "Join the Clan at Any Cost." This made the guy start fighting with even more passion, trying to knock these thoughts out of the old man's head. Park Wai continued to list the clan's innumerable benefits, which included advertising, tax services, clothing, housing, training, transportation, accounting, medicine, and legal work. In a word, every whim of the hunter was fulfilled. Taking advantage of the respite after a well-aimed blow, the old man continued to say that fame and money would rain down on Hyun-shi as if from a cornucopia. The guy once again stated that he was not going to join the Tae-sun clan. Numerous attempts to reach the old man were rarely successful, even though he talked more than he fought. Another crushing jump on the old man did not bring the desired effect. Hurt, Hyun-shi rolled to the side and muttered that he thought he had broken his ribs. But the guy was not going to end the fight just yet. The old man took off his shirt, and Hyun-shi admired his form at such a respectable age. Park Wai-seo asked where the guy was going to join, since he disdains the Tae-sun clan. To this, Hyun-shi said that there are many powerful clans. One of them is controlled by a great unknown. The fight alternated with idle chatter, and at some point the guy decided to take advantage of it. He almost reached the old man's face, there was just a little bit left. But Park Wai-seo was not only a master of talking. In the ring he also did not pass the hind legs. He praised the guy for his skill, but apparently managed to break his arm. Hyun-shi's health level dropped below 10% and the regeneration process began. The old man watched in amazement as the guy recovered. This happened right before his eyes. Hyun-shi muttered that Park Wai-seo broke his arm on purpose to see how he recovered. In response, the old man said that he was impressed by the guy's growth over the past 2 weeks and asked why he wanted to meet. The guy calmly replied that he just wanted to return Park Wai-seo to his car. The next minute, Hyun-shi asked the old man if he had heard anything about the stars. The old man asked if the guy meant the class system of skill users. Hyun-shi said that's not what this is about. He meant the Star of Destruction, the Star of Tears and parts of the stars. The old man said that he had heard about this among the best rankers and even from LNGT. He added that the association, called the Reverse Crusade, uses the Star of Bethlehem as their symbol. Suddenly Park Wai-seo changed the topic of conversation and suggested something to the guy, which greatly surprised him. The old man asked Hyun-shi if he would like to clean out the dungeon. Such an unexpected proposal took the guy by surprise, even a little discouraged. Park Yco said since the guy wants to reach heights like Lee Ji-tae and doesn't want to work for anyone, he should involve other people in his development. Park Y thought that this would be good for the guy anyway. Hyun, she just needs to socialize, acquire useful connections and new acquaintances. The guy thought about this proposal. He understood that it was not without meaning, but it was so unexpected. Park Yco added that no matter where the guy trains, he does not have a single official trip to the dungeon. The old man complained that this is why it is difficult to find information about the guy. But they won't take him seriously until he officially checks into the dungeons. Hyunmusi thought about this sentence. And the more he thought, the more sensible it seemed to him. The guy told Park Yco that he was interested in it, and would think about it. The old man added that after the dungeons, Hyunmusi will receive certain benefits and new experience. Park Yco said that even geniuses have to learn the basics, there's no way around it. The old man promised the guy that he would organize everything himself, and Hyunmusi could only wait. As he was leaving, he muttered that the guy should expect his call soon. It was a place with amazing scenery and modern infrastructure. But for some reason, Hyunmusi seemed unhappy and the beautiful scenery did not please him. His destination was Mount Cheonjae, where the permanent one-star dungeon was located. In this place, newcomers had the opportunity to test their fighting qualities. The crowd around the guy really looked diverse and even a little sad. Was telling something and the guy came closer to listen. The man in the yellow jacket was calling out to registered ability users. Hyunmusi became interested in what was happening, but he could not understand anything yet. The person urged everyone to come closer, not to be shy, otherwise they wouldn't start until the evening. The man began to count people by pointing at them with something. When the person raised her head, Hyunmusi finally saw that it was a girl. The girl introduced herself, saying that she was a caretaker from the Great Unknowns. And her name is No Hall and she is glad to meet everyone. Hyunmusi ran his eyes over the girl's figure, and was surprised that he had not been able to establish her gender before. But Call began to explain the situation, but she reeked of fumes so much that the newcomers could not breathe. The girl said that maybe the newcomers don't understand why they need a caretaker. But Howl explained that some newcomers have high self-esteem and come and start fighting with others. This explanation greatly amused Hyunmusi and he began to laugh openly. A caretaker was appointed to prevent unauthorized clashes between participants. The girl added that there would be a mid-rank hunter from each clan. Hyunmusi decided for himself that the girl was quite pretty. But Howl added that if they did not want to deal with her, then it was better for them not to fight among themselves. The newcomers silently listened to the words of the instructor, but the guy noted for himself that it seemed that not everyone liked what the girl was saying. But Howl hoped that everyone knew that the difficulty level of dungeons increases with the number of stars. She also said that there are dungeons that are unchanged and that change. The girl explained that in changing dungeons, the territory changes, and their complexity changes accordingly. And sometimes it is impossible to predict what will happen next. In unchanging dungeons, everything is much simpler and quite predictable. But Howl said that our dungeon is 1 star and unchangeable. And she added that it couldn't be simpler. Suddenly something began to happen to the girl, her face changed sharply. Then she released such a belch that the newcomers almost lost consciousness from her fumes. The girl apologized and said that she had had a little too much yesterday. Hyunmusi was surprised that she was such a nice, thin girl, but like a fire-breathing dragon. Another guy with a square jaw was also surprised by the instructor's confession, but she had already asked for a roll call. The guy introduced himself as Park Se-moon with 2 stars. The 2 girls introduced themselves as Han Na-kyung and Kim So-yeon. Both had 1 star. The guy with the glasses was called Kim Soo-hwan, and also had 1 star. Hyunmusi figured that in a group of 5 people there would be 3 guys and 2 girls. Then the instructor turned her gaze to Hyunmusi and he introduced himself, saying that he had 1 star. The girl's crystal-clear eyes glared at the guy with a heavy gaze. She thought that the instructor could see the contents of his stomach. The girl looked at the guy intently, as if in front of her was not a living person, but some kind of mannequin. She felt uneasy from her gaze and from the scene in general. Finally, the girl asked that his name was Kan Hyunmi. But Hal again began to stare at the guy, as if studying some rare living creature under a microscope. She was already covered in sweat and decided that the girl seemed to suspect something. Then she asked if the guy was from Seingji Elementary School. She just shook his head negatively and thought to himself, it's good that at least she started talking, otherwise it was pretty creepy. The girl said that he couldn't remember the guy, but it was probably due to a hangover. Then she asked about his equipment. Hyunmi extended his hand forward. Energy flashes sparkled around her. And in the guy's hand was an ordinary gray stick. The girl whistled in amazement. No one has yet entered a dungeon with an ordinary stick, even if it was a 1-star dungeon. But Hal noted that the guy has an interesting ability, but the stick is not the right weapon for dungeons. To which Hyunmi replied that this is not an ordinary stick, but a special one, received from a goblin. At that moment, the square-jawed guy couldn't stand it, and yelled that Hyunmi was making fun of him. Park Se-moon continued to be indignant that Hyunmi was not serious all the time. He asked Hyunmi how he was going to beat the monsters with a regular stick. To prove his serious intentions and set an example, the square-jawed guy showed off a bunch of his weapons. Among the various deadly toys was a double-edged sword. Park Se-moon roared that you need to buy normal weapons, and not all kinds of rubbish. He pulled his sword forward and said that even guys with 2 stars worse than him should not neglect a good weapon. At this time, Hall quickly dived under the arm of a guy with a square jaw. The girl made a lightning-fast grab and performed a technique. In the next moment, Park Se-moon's 100 kilograms of weight flew into the air, and the sword flew out of his hands. But Hal deftly picked up the sword on the fly, while the square-jawed guy fell to the ground with the roar and clatter of his various weapons. The girl towered over the defeated Park Se-moon with a sword in her hand. The guy with the square jaw was seriously scared. But Call turned to him officially and asked if he had gone crazy. The girl reminded that before entering the dungeon one should not draw a weapon, otherwise one might scare ordinary visitors who came to admire nature. But Hall said that she understands that they are beginners, but they should know the basics of safety. Then the girl complained that because of Park Se-moon's stupid behavior, she had to perform acrobatic stunts during a terrible hangover. After giving the square-jawed guy a good scolding, Hall gave him her hand as he muttered an apology. Hyunmi answered to himself that the girl fights well. It is clear that the girl was much inferior to Park Yco, but it turned out that the average rank of a hunter of a large clan was quite nothing. She thought to himself that it would be a good idea to test this girl in a more serious situation. This idea seemed very successful and far-reaching to the guy. After the test, it would be possible to see if Hall can be as useful as the old man. At this time, something began to happen on the side of the road behind the guy. Sharp ears first appeared from the pile of dirt, and the pile itself began to increase in size before our eyes. Then the pile turned into a stooped, dirty figure. This time, for some reason, Hyunmi's instincts did not warn him of the danger. The creature flashed its narrow slits of eyes, showing its terrible bestial grin, and disappeared between the trees. Meanwhile, the guys were approaching the dungeon. They were looking forward to the adventure, but on the other hand they were worried about hitherto unknown dangers. The 5, led by instructor and Ogal, passed through the cordon that surrounded the dungeon on all sides. Hyunmi walked through the cordon with his head held high. He believed that all the horrors of the dungeon would not make him even break a sweat. But the sharp metallic sound of the clanging bolt of the door closing after the guys made the whole 5 shudder. The guys realized that the doors had closed behind them, and now the way back was cut off. The only way to move forward was forward. All 5 people involuntarily tensed and imagined possible dangers that awaited them somewhere ahead. But Hao looked back to understand why the guys hesitated. The girls saw their confused and somewhat depressed faces. Except that Hyanma, she looked rather at ease, as if he had gone for a walk. The girl tried to cheer up the guys and shouted for them to follow her forward. But Hao said with a smile that what the guys came for was in front of them in the dungeon. She also said that the further the guys went into the jungle, the more goblins they would meet. The girl asked her group if there were anyone among them who knew how to clear the dungeon. Park Se-moon stepped forward and said that the task is considered closed once the return crystal is received. The instructor nodded affirmatively. And she added that in the jungle there is a cave full of goblins. In it, beginners will be able to find the Stone of Return. The story about the Stone of Return reminded Hyun-shi of his own adventures in hell. But Gaul said that she would not interfere with the children's actions until they found themselves in a desperate situation. So they shouldn't expect support from her in fights with goblins. When the instructor gave the command to start, Park Se-moon gathered everyone around him to give some advice. The guy with the square jaw said that since goblins have a strong sense of smell and can smell people from afar, everyone should cover themselves with grass. He also said not to forget about the head to protect against snakes. Hyun-shi was surprised by such advice, although the guys listened to them eagerly. The guy said that the advice was somehow strange and ineffective. Park Se-moon was very hurt by this. He stated that he learned about them on the channel of the famous hunter streamer Wild Breath. The square-jawed guy growled at Hyun-shi that he didn't even have equipment, and still dared to doubt the knowledge of others. And Gaul intervened in the boys' squabble. She stopped Hyun-shi from arguing with his teammate, and asked what seemed strange to him about the advice. The guy replied that since it was said that goblins have an excellent sense of smell, it is not difficult for them to distinguish dried grass from fresh grass, and rubbing it with grass is a stupid activity. Hyun-shi also said that you should not worry so much about your head as about your knees, because dwarf goblins prefer to hit the knees. Park Se-moon roared at the guy that he thought he was the smartest, but he got punched in the gut by the instructor, who seemed to like beating such a lout with a baton. Putting the bully in his place, the instructor said that if she was allowed to express her opinion, then Park Se-moon's advice would have been good 10 years ago. The girl stated that the blogger mentioned by Park left the one-star dungeons a long time ago, and is now working at the highest levels. And during this time, a lot has changed and these tips really are no longer working. At the same time, the girl said that Hyun-shi said sensible things. But Gaul asked the guy how he knew so much about goblins. The girl stated that although he was a person with no experience, it looked like he had hunted goblins a lot. Hyun-shi said that he simply read a lot about goblins before going into the dungeon. But Gaul again began to drill the guy with her prickly gaze. Hyun-shi said that it is forbidden to visit dungeons illegally, and this is his first dungeon, so all his knowledge is from books and the World Wide Web. Park Se-moon yelled, which means the guy was also Googling everything. Just at this time, the guys first heard a distant rumble, which grew stronger with every second. Judging by the wide trail in the thicket and the raised cloud of branches and leaves, the guys realized that some kind of creature was rushing towards them at full speed. Only when the monster came close were the guys able to see the black, rapidly rushing shadow and burning eyes. Hyun-shi looked back reluctantly. The open mouth of a goblin with 2 rows of sharp teeth descended directly on a group of people. Even the instructor tensed from surprise, although she could have walked through this dungeon blindfolded. The goblin quickly dived at a detachment of people who, apparently, were confused. The goblin, in anticipation of imminent reprisals against the uninvited guests, even stuck out his tongue in flight. At this time, Hyun-shi put his knee exactly in the flight path of the green monster. Park Se-moon was speechless with amazement. He didn't expect such agility from a guy with 1 star. The rest only had time to gasp and then looked at the unsuccessful goblin, as the guy's knee changed his flight path. When the goblin hit the ground, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Hyun-shi looked back at the guys. The guy asked if anyone else had any complaints about his stick. Someone muttered that he didn't even bother her. But Gaul just clicked her tongue. She thought that this newcomer seemed to be not as simple as he seemed at first. She regretted that she could not remember where he studied. Nevertheless, the girl reprimanded Hayamashi, saying that if he continued in the same spirit, a fight could not be avoided. And she added that it was worth putting the disputes aside, since goblins had appeared. The group heard a loud noise again. Now it seemed that not just one individual was running, but a whole herd. And indeed, goblins soon appeared. The desire to shed blood was visible in their flaming eyes. The fragile girl with a ponytail was the first to react and got involved in the fight. The guys grabbed whatever weapons they had and prepared to fight. The goblins looked somehow pitiful, and this gave the guys even more confidence. The black-haired girl immediately set to work on the nearest enemy. In the blink of an eye, she spun her terrible weapon on her finger. Then she invested her whole body and powerfully threw her hand forward, simultaneously unclenching her fingers. The energy of his entire body's movement was transferred to the weapon. The goblin received a huge gaping wound in his side, and it was clear from everything that he was no longer a tenant. The guy with glasses wielded a sword, trying to chop another green monster into pieces. He also gave it his all, and it paid off. In general, the guys were not at a loss, and the opponents felt a worthy rebuff. The square-jawed guy also wielded a sword. His enormous strength did not give the goblins a chance after they fell under his hand. Green, bloody arms and legs flew in all directions. No Gaul seemed to be watching the fight indifferently. At least the girl didn't make a single move. In fact, the girl clearly analyzed the movements of each of the guys, as well as their emotions and behavior. Everyone worked harmoniously, no one was scared or confused. But Gaul decided that at this rate the dungeon would be cleared quite easily, and the guys would only get a few scratches at most. But the girl felt something unusual that even frightened her. True, she could not yet understand where the threat came from. Then Gaul began to remember that even before the start of the battle, the goblins were scared half to death. The instructor thought that a couple of novice hunters could not scare the seasoned goblins so much. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by a loud, heartbreaking scream that made her blood run cold. But Gaul rushed as fast as she could to where the terrible scream was coming from. The out-of-breath girl growled what was the matter, why were they shouting? A girl from her group actually screamed. True, she screamed not from pain, but from the horror of what she saw. Before the girl's eyes was a dead goblin tied to a post. At first glance it was clear that he was being tortured. Beyond that stood a whole forest of poles with goblins tied to them. The goblins were all dead, and their bodies were a terrible sight. One of the guys asked if this was normal for this dungeon. But the majority stood silently, their mouths open. They didn't expect such horror from a one-star dungeon. But Gaul yelled that the training was over, an emergency had occurred. She told everyone to stay close to her, and their goal now is to leave the dungeon as soon as possible. The goblins weren't just killed and tortured. Their bodies were still abused after death and mutilated as much as possible. Whatever it was, people, or something else, it posed a huge threat to all members of the group. Therefore, Gaul immediately decided to leave the tests until the next time, and tried to leave the dungeon as soon as possible. At this time, she realized that only 4 of her 5 remained. The girl asked the guys where Hayamashi was. But it turned out that no one had seen him for some time. But for the first time in a long time, Gaul felt panic. She was responsible for each team member. But the girl professionally pulled herself together and rushed to search for the missing guy. The goblin in the red hat heard screams calling for Hayamashi. As soon as he heard these screams, the goblin became extremely furious. He heard the name of his offender, his blood enemy. To understand where Hayamashi went, you have to go back in time. Fortunately, we can do this. It won't be far back in time. For about an hour. Around the start of the fight. Just when a serious battle began and the guys had no time to look around, they destroyed their superior enemy. But Gaul was busy watching the fight of inexperienced guys. To Hyun-shi, such a fight seemed like kindergarten. I didn't even want to dirty my stick for such a fight. True, the guy killed several green creatures, but solely out of curiosity. Although, when Hyun-shi saw their weapons and the complete lack of battle strategy, he winced in disgust. The guy understood why No Gaul was so calm and indifferent. But the guys fought with all their might. This was a real battle for them, and their first battle at that. But Gaul was also busy, taking her position as an indifferent observer. The girl yawned from time to time, and Hyun-shi noted to himself that yesterday she seemed to have not limited herself to ordinary drinking. Hyun-shi got bored and decided to do more serious things that were more in line with his experience. The guy decided to use his new skill. To avoid prying eyes, Hyun-shi went deeper into the forest. The skill had not yet been tested, and the guy was impatient to finally use it. This was his new skill called Family, which he gained during his last visit to Hell. The green paw reminded Hyun-shi of past events. The other paw was made of metal and ended in a sharp hook. In front of Hyun-shi stood a strong goblin wearing a red hat, who was called Kurson and whom he killed in Hell. The guy told the goblin that he was giving him his first task. And he added that he hoped that the goblin would do everything quickly and efficiently. The family skill, which the guy received after defeating Kurson, allowed him to resurrect the old goblin. And a pleasant bonus for Hyun-shi was that he could resurrect Kurson not only in Hell, and he could do this until the goblin received critical wounds. The guy admired this skill. In addition, he liked to see his long-time tormentor in front of him, who was forced to obey him unquestioningly. Hyun-shi ordered the goblin in the red hat to kill all his relatives in the local forests. Kurson growled in impotent rage, but he could not resist the guy. He tried to dodge, saying that he was not going to shed the blood of his relatives. Then Hyun-shi calmly declared that if Kurson disobeyed, he would slaughter his entire family. The goblin could only sparkle his eyes, click his fangs and sputter. Meanwhile, the first potential victim appeared, which Kurson was supposed to destroy. A huge, dull-looking goblin, dressed in some kind of rags, looked out of the bushes and stared at those talking. The guy nodded to Kurson that his work had come to him. Kurson turned his head in horror towards the other goblin. Whatever creatures the green, pointy-eared creatures were, they seemed to be disgusted by the task of pointlessly slaughtering each other. But there was nothing to do, and the goblin in the red hat sadly wandered towards his victim. At this time, Hyun-shi experienced some strange feelings of anxiety, despair, and pity. It seems that the whole point was in the family skill, which really united the guy with the goblin into a family, and the emotions of the green creature were partially transferred to him. It turns out that even the most excellent skill had its downside and its disadvantages. Nevertheless, Hyun-shi continued to observe the actions of his subordinate. Kurson came close to the big stupid goblin dressed in rags and winced in disgust. The red-hatted goblin couldn't believe that this stupid, disgusting creature was his kinsman. The goblin couldn't even talk, and besides he wasn't armed. Kurson punched him without much mercy. The enemy flew to the side from the first blow of the goblin in the red hat. Kurson roared that such a dumb, stupid nonentity in rags could not be his kinsman. A goblin in a red hat, shouting that it was not a goblin, cut off his opponent's head. Hyun-shi noted that Kurson seemed to have a terrible hatred for his own kind. The goblin in the red hat seemed to have gone crazy. He kept saying that he didn't kill a goblin. Apparently, another potential victim has appeared. In fact, even two. In front of Kurson stood two more stupid, ugly creatures in a rough approximation of clothing. There was no need to ask the goblin a second time. He attacked the new arrivals with wild, incredible anger. During the flight, Kurson roared something about vile creatures that he was going to do away with. The two goblins looked in bewilderment at the third one, who was flying at them, furiously waving his sword. Careless goblins flew in different directions. Wielded his sword so furiously that even Hyun-shi was splashed with blood, which flew in fountains in all directions. The guy could only wonder with what frenzy the goblin in the red hat destroyed his own relatives. She understood that the goblin was trying to prove something, but what exactly the guy could not understand. He praised Kurson's zeal and told him he would be gone for a while. At this time, the rest of the group, led by N.O. Gaul, wandered through the forest and tried to shout to Masi. The instructor kept trying to drive away the thought that behind the next tree or boulder they would find the boy's lifeless body. But then Masi's head appeared from the bushes, and soon he himself appeared in complete and unharmed condition. But Gaul attacked the guy with rage, reproaching him for leaving and acting without permission. Soon the girl calmed down a little. She was consoled that everyone was at least alive and well. In turn, Masi asked why everyone looked so scared and lost. But Gaul said that there was no time to explain and that they were going to leave the dungeon as soon as possible. And she added that the guy should not play any more tricks and stay close. Soon the return stone was found and almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't even want to pay attention to the fact that the area around the stone was generously strewn with the bodies of goblins. And Gaul herself was most happy. She understood more than anyone the danger looming over their group and, moreover, bore personal responsibility for each member of the team. While everyone was silently staring at the stone, Park Se-moon quickly rushed forward. As he ran, the square-jawed guy wailed that he wanted to get out immediately, and could no longer endure the horror of this dungeon. The instructor shouted after the guy to calm down and pull himself together. It was much wiser and safer to act deliberately and collectively. But Park Se-moon did not pay attention to any arguments and rushed forward without understanding the road. The leg of a guy running at high speed caught on something unnoticeable but hard. Then all 100 kg of Park's southeast moon rose into the air and he flew head first. The noise from the fall was incredible. One could only guess whether it was the cracking stones or the bones of the guy with the square jaw. Park Se-moon found himself in the hands, that is, in the clutches of a goblin in a red hat. This state of affairs plunged the square-jawed guy into utter despair. Kurson stood while Park and raised his prosthesis, ending in a sharp hook, over his head. But Gaul quickly rushed off to help the guy. The other guys were still digesting what they had seen. The girl tried to prevent the seemingly inevitable, and quickly shortened the distance separating her from the unfolding tragedy. The hook had already begun to land on Park Se-moon's head. The guy closed his eyes in horror. But Gaul, so as not to waste a moment, took out her weapon as she walked. And the girl made it. She parried the monster's powerful blow, managing to reach it at the last moment. The girls from the group screamed in indescribable horror. Who could have imagined such a thing in the easiest and simplest dungeon? The bespectacled man also screamed in time with the girls, although not so shrilly. Masi silently watched what was happening, trying not to miss a single moment of the battle. A girl with a knife in each hand was trying to get at an unknown monster. Kurson, however, also held his weapon tightly in his hand and was not going to give up. The fight promised to be exciting. But Gaul fiercely attacked the enemy. The goblin in the red hat managed to parry the blow, and the girl flew to the side. She mentally rubbed his hands. From the very beginning he wanted to test the girl in a good fight. And now such an opportunity has happened. The girl fought bravely and prudently, and did not make any serious mistakes. Kurson's grin alone was worth it, and the gleam of his evil eyes was worth it. And the roar escaping from the powerful chest could make an ordinary person faint. But Gaul was resolutely eager to fight. She was given strength by her concern for the life of Park, for whom she was responsible, as well as for the rest of the guys. The family skill allowed Hyun-shi to control Kurson's actions. But the problem was that if the controlled subject is higher in level, then the control is not complete. But increase the impact on the goblin Hyunma, she could destroy his family with the help of threats. But the guy was thinking about something else. He remembered the massacre he had seen recently. This is how Kurson must hate his tribe in order to mock even the corpses of defeated opponents. It was difficult to look under the goblin's skull. Hyunma, she looked around and saw that the guys were silently watching the battle with their mouths open and not even trying to move. Then the guy returned his gaze to the battlefield. It seems that none of the opponents have yet received an advantage. Hyunma, she was very interested to see what the middle rank of the Great Unknowns, No Gaul, was capable of. The level 26 goblin was a serious test for the girl, and the guy wanted to know if she could defeat him. Kurson, apparently, decided to give in, although there were no prerequisites for this. The instructor screamed after the monster, trying to stop him. It looks like a goblin in a red hat rushed towards a group of people paralyzed from immense horror. But Gaul rushed to intercept the swift beast. She almost made it. Or rather, she had time, but she set herself up. A fountain of blood sprayed out. Kurson managed to reach the girl with his long sword. This came as a surprise to everyone watching. This could change the situation dramatically. But Gaul was furious that the unfortunate goblin could wound her. At this moment, Hyunma, she thought that he would be disappointed if the girl lost to the goblin. But Gaul decided that it was time to put an end to this overgrown goblin and decided to use her skill. The girl used the acceleration skill. The next second, everyone lost sight of the girl. The goblin in the red hat was also taken aback by the sudden disappearance of the instructor. Hyunmu, she tried to mentally convey the command to the goblin to get out faster. Either the guy managed to reach the green head with his thoughts, or the goblin himself realized that delay is fraught with death. But Kurson took off running, although he did not know which way to run. And the girl overtook him. Using the skill, she even had to wait for the goblin to turn around to face her. Then No Gaul held some kind of reception. Neither the goblin, nor Hyunma, nor even the others could see him. It just seemed like the air was stirring. Then there were two flashes and the roar of a wounded goblin. Hyun, she felt like he had lost control of the situation for a moment. Blood began to ooze from the goblin's chest, on which the girl's weapon had drawn a cross. The girl herself was not visible. Just some invisible movement in the air in front of the goblin standing over a pool of his own blood. The acceleration skill increased the speed of movement several times. But Gaul was going to finish off the goblin before anyone got hurt. Determination overwhelmed the girl and she rushed into the attack with renewed vigor. Suddenly, the battlefield was covered in a cloud of smoke. It was impossible to see anything. Those watching could only hear the sounds of fighting, but the fighters themselves were not visible. But No Gaul jumped out of the smoke. The girl began to cough and snort. Rubbing his watery eyes, the instructor muttered that the goblin had a couple of smoke grenades in his stash. Suddenly No Gaul heard the goblin speak. He told her to drop the weapon or something would happen. The girl turned around and was amazed to see that the goblin had a sword at Park Se-moon's throat. Thus, Park Se-moon was taken hostage, thereby putting the instructor in a difficult situation. The situation was stalemate. But Gaul didn't know what to do. She remembered her responsibility for the group. Kurson, experienced in such matters, growled at the girl to drop her weapon, otherwise he would cut off the guy's head. Among other things, No Gaul was also surprised that the goblin could talk. The instructor decided to think about the situation and calculate all the pros and cons. On the one hand, it seemed right to keep the safety of all group members a priority. On the other hand, if you lose to a goblin here, something even more dangerous might appear later. The girl was tormented by doubts. She had to make a painful choice. Hyunma, she thought about what she should decide on. But Gaul was still in thought. But the time was approaching and some decision had to be made. The formal tone in which she addressed the guy with the square jaw made him feel uneasy. But Gaul began to ask him for forgiveness, but added that he did not have to forgive her. Park Se-moon started whining that the instructor wouldn't dare do this. And then a simple stone flew. True, this ordinary stone was released by none other than Hyunma, and it radically changed the battlefield. The red-hatted goblin's eyes expanded to the size of a planet, but that didn't do much to help him dodge the boulder. The goblin had to let go of the hostage in order to save himself from a boulder flying at the speed of a cannonball. The cobblestone punched a large hole in the thick trunk, and the tree began to smoke. Hyunmasi spread his hands and said that it was all about the stick, which increased the power of his attack. Instead of thanking the guy for his help, an old gull flew at him, shouting that he was crazy and this was not a situation where you could do whatever you wanted. Then the girl decisively pushed the guy back and said that it was her task to deal with the green monster. This situation caused Hyunmasi to burst into uncontrollable hilarity. The guy again moved forward of the girl, which made her even more taken aback. She gave a few encouraging and calming words to the astonished Gal. The girl could not understand whether the guy was the first brave man or the last fool. But Gal shouted to Hyunmasi that this was no longer training and the danger was too great. At this time the guy thought that the instructor had disappointed him. And I wondered if everyone at her level was so weak. Hyunmasi figured that if the girl had fought Kurson while he was still alive, she would have been killed by the goblin's first blow. And no skills would help her. She muttered to the goblin that he didn't seem to allow him to kill people. No doubt the goblin was about to kill the hostage when an Ogal ran towards him. Hyunmasi decided that the goblin did not completely obey him. This means that in the future the situation could get out of control and Kurson could kill someone. The guy approached the girl, saying that if Park Si-moon died, it would be her responsibility. She added that he is not going to judge the girl for her decision. But there could have been a situation where the goblin killed the hostage, and Gal had not yet defeated the goblin. The situation would have been extremely bad. She also told the girl that it would be too cruel to sacrifice just a guy like that, even if he is not very smart and brave. The guy complained that he had not yet gained any experience in this dungeon, so it was time to put an end to these troubles. Hyunmasi tossed the stone in his hand and looked towards the goblin. Then the guy gave the stone the necessary acceleration with a stick, which his fellow travelers were so skeptical about before entering the dungeon. She yelled for everyone to get out of the way. Only the goblin in the red hat remained in the stone's flight path. The guy hit the goblin right in the temple, but the stone was not large, and Hyunmasi did not want to seriously injure the goblin unless absolutely necessary. True, and Gal decided to intervene. She was afraid that a slightly wounded goblin might attack a newcomer. In addition, the girl had just received a scolding for the fact that she was going to sacrifice the life of one of her charges in order to deal with the goblin. But Gal decided that this was her fight and her responsibility, and that no one else should be in danger. But Hyunmasi already wanted to stop this now meaningless fight. He rushed towards the goblin on his side, tightly clutching the magic wand in his hands. The goblin realized that now he could not do well, but still prepared for defense. Hyunmasi seemed to have decided to frolic to the fullest, to get the blood flowing through his veins, so to speak. Kurson barely had time to parry the guy's blows. He did not dare to attack himself. And the guy, as if wound up, raised his stick and lowered it on the furiously resisting goblin in a red hat. The distance between the opponents either decreased or increased again. The goblin took one of these moments to catch his breath. At this time, Hyunmasi made it clear to the goblin that danger was behind him. And indeed, behind the goblin, an Gal was already wielding knives with might and main. It seemed that the goblin would again receive a couple of deep marks on his skin from the sharp knives of the instructor. But Kurson managed to dodge, and in the process he kicked the girl in the chin with his toe. But after such insolence of the ward, Hyunmasi immediately intervened. The goblin fell to the ground from the powerful blow, and only grunted as the air left his lungs. The creature managed to hiss that this was still better than being stabbed in the back with knives. But the girl with her deadly weapon was already right there. The fight began with renewed vigor. Weapons rang and dull blows were heard from the colliding torsos of a man and a goblin. Again the forces were equal, and no matter how much the opponents fought, either one nor the other could gain an advantage. But Gaul met the goblin's gaze, but it looked like he was already planning something. Curson kicked Park Si-moon, who was lying on the rocks, and he threw the heavy guy right onto the fragile girl. But Gaul was pinned to the ground like a stone, and Park Si-moon seems to have lost consciousness. The fragile girl had no way to move, and right on top of her stood a menacing, well-equipped goblin. Hyun Mushi cursed to himself, what a treacherous creature this goblin is. Meanwhile, Curson stood in front of the fallen girl, clutching a sword in his left paw. The guy gave the command to the green monster to get out of here. Curson listened to Hyun Mushi, wrapped himself in his cloak and prepared to leave. But at first Gaul did not understand what was happening and why the goblin's sword had not yet fallen on her neck. The next moment, the goblin used another smoke grenade and disappeared into the smoke. The instructor screamed, trying to stop the red-hatted goblin. In a rage, the girl threw Park Si-moon, who was still whining with fear, and he hit the rocks painfully. But there was no trace of the goblin. In the place where he stood, smoke swirled and there were no signs of life. But Gaul growled with frustration and anger. The first goblin who defeated her, and even left almost unharmed. The guys did not understand what was happening to their instructor. They saw that everything ended well, but the girl's reaction was incomprehensible to them. Park Si-moon was still moaning at this time and had little understanding of what was happening around him. But Gaul peered into the clouds of smoke, hoping that suddenly the disgusting snout of a goblin would appear from there, but her hopes were in vain. Hyun Mushi decided that his first raid into the dungeon was not entirely ordinary, and few would believe it all if told. The guy thought that for now there would be plenty of adventure. But for No Gaul it seemed there were still not enough adventures. She called the guy to her place. She explained that there were traces of blood on the stones and that she was going to chase the goblin. She told Hyun Mushi to take the others and get out of here as quickly as possible. The guy swore under his breath, saying, "Hey, he got caught with a nasty girl." He shouted after No Gaul to stop, but the girl did not pay any attention to Hyun Mushi. In the administrative building of this location, a girl fiercely drummed her hand on the counter, trying to extract answers from an office employee. But Gaul only managed to find out that no secret condition for the additional quest was fulfilled, and the dungeon still remains 1 star and unchanged. Such answers were clearly not enough for the enraged girl, but she couldn't shake anything else out of the guy. The guy was in awe of the formidable hunter, but he understood little of what she was talking about, and even more so could not give her any explanation. The official instructions did not say anything like that. Finally, the girl freaked out, seeing the futility of this idea, turned around and left. For herself, No Gaul decided that she could at least be glad that no one was hurt in this mess. The girl was deeply immersed in her thoughts and therefore did not hear either when they approached her or when they called out to her. Therefore, the appearance of Hyun Mushi's face came as a complete surprise to the instructor. The girl remembered the evil one and pulled away in fear. Hyun Mushi asked if the girl was okay, to which she snapped back at what he wanted from her. The guy said that he was just wondering how her date with the goblin went. But Gaul was surprised by such curiosity from Hyun Mushi, but on the other hand, she did not need to hide anything. The girl said that after a long search she managed to find the goblin. True, the instructor noted that the goblin in the red hat looked unimportant. Looks like someone already discovered it before her. As a result, the girl failed to take revenge. Just in case, No Gaul grabbed the goblin's hat as proof of his existence, since their whole trip to the dungeon seemed too fantastic. The girl remembered that she was going to thank Hyun Mushi, and she extended her hand to the guy and said thank you for helping her in a critical situation. But Gaul added that because of her wrong decision, an innocent person could have died. Hyun Mushi said that, in general, he didn't do much. Deciding to take advantage of the opportunity, he asked if he could now visit 2-star dungeons. But Gaul figured that the goblin in the red hat was capable of a 3-star dungeon, so a 2-star dungeon was quite within the capabilities of Hyun Mushi. The instructor added that the guy greatly surprised her with his restraint, calmness, and clear, coordinated actions in moments of danger in the dungeon. But Gaul asked the guy if he was a hunter after a long break. Hyamusi said that this was not his case, but he had to go to a 1-star dungeon due to rank restrictions. Apparently, this guy's answer suited N.O. Gaul quite well. She stated that she had a very interesting proposal for Hyamushi. The girl handed the guy her business card and invited him to the Great Unknown's clan. Hyamushi thought it was that old recruiting song again. Everyone is so desperate to get him into their clan. In order not to offend the girl and not reveal his cards, the guy promised that he would think about it. But Gaul was still discouraged. The Great Unknown clan was quite powerful and many would give their right hand to be accepted into the clan. The instructor decided that this guy was strange not only in his abilities, but also in his behavior. At this point, Hyamushi decided to say goodbye to the amazed girl. At this time, a young man was rapidly rushing through the corridors of the State Center for Testing Superpowers. The guy was frantically clutching a folder in his hands. Strong nervousness was evident in all his movements and gaze. Finally, the guy found the right door, hesitantly knocked, and went inside. The employee asked the woman behind the computer screen if he could come in. But it seems the woman had some difficulties and either did not hear or did not pay attention to the surrounding reality. The annoying subordinate didn't give up and the woman started yelling at him to get out and leave her alone. Finally, the guy was allowed to speak, but after a beating he was able to babble that something was very important. The woman impatiently waved for the guy to continue. The guy now mumbled that the test results had arrived. The woman threw her coffee at the guy and shouted that with test results below 5 stars, she shouldn't be disturbed. The persistent employee finally got his way and the woman had to look at the papers. She was taken aback by the test results she saw and asked the guy if it could be a glitch in the system. To this the young man replied that all the results were checked several times. The woman said that if the results were 5 stars, she would say it was interesting. With 6 stars she would have screamed, but this. It was simply something unimaginable, and seemed like a waking dream. The woman had no idea how to react to this. Suddenly, without knocking, another young employee, excited beyond measure, burst into the door, also with test results. The newcomer thrust another file under the woman's nose with Hyamusi's test results. The next guy came with the news that the Great Unknowns had promised $1 million for information about Hyamushi before the official report. Then the woman stood up and literally roared from the feelings overwhelming her. The young people were covered in sweat and did not know where to go. The woman muttered what kind of news this was. But seeing that the employee did not understand, she told him to ignore the proposal of the Great Unknowns. To which the guy mumbled about a whole $1 million. The woman called the young people fools and said that it was not only worth much more than $1 million, it was priceless. She sent young slackers to collect information on Hyamushi. And she strictly ordered that the mosquito not erode her nose, because if the information comes out of the laboratory, she will skin all 3 of them and make herself a leather sofa. To add agility to the young people, the woman stamped her foot after them. The woman wondered what kind of fruit this Hyamushi was and whether he was a person or something else. At this time, Hyamushi lay with his eyes closed on the cold heated floor. The guy opened one of his eyes, but he didn't see anything good there. In front of Hyamushi was a man in a protective suit. The man bent over the guy lying in his shorts. The floor was very cold. People have ranks. For each rank there is a level limit. There have been cases when ordinary people awakened to 1 star. The awakened were very rarely able to raise their own rank. Hyamushi reached level 20 and hit the ceiling. And he was interested in finding out if it was possible to increase his rank in order to level up further. Yumin took out a syringe with a large needle and Hyamushi felt a little sick. But there is nothing to do, there is no escape from donating blood. And the guy wanted to study his own blood in every detail. The girl skillfully guided the needle into Hyamusi's vein. He didn't even feel anything. The guy asked Yu Ming if their laboratory would really do the tests more thoroughly. The girl confirmed this, saying that the Management Bureau lacks sufficient funding, and therefore they conduct a regular test to assess levels. Whereas in the laboratory where Yu Min works, it is possible to do advanced tests and study Hyun Moo See's blood in all details. The girl was in good standing in the laboratory, where they were studying the possibility of increasing ranks. Therefore, Hyun Moo Shi hoped to receive valuable information on this matter from Yu Min. The girl said that since the blood was drawn, they would get some results anyway. Hyun Moo Shi clarified whether the girl took enough blood, because additional tests may be needed to study toxic blood. Yu Min's face lit up with a smile under the oxygen mask, and she assured the guy that 100 tests could be done from this blood. True, in order to deliver such a dangerous substance as Hyun Moo Shi's blood to the laboratory, it was necessary to package it in a special way. After the hassle with the blood, the girl handed Hyun Moo the documents regarding the rank promotion. From them, the guy learned that prolonged exposure to a high concentration of mana helps to increase rank. By the way, Hyun Moo Shi knew one place where there is a high concentration of mana. This place was very warm, and sometimes even too hot. And it was called the location Hell. Despite the name and creepy graphics, Hyun Moo Shi felt almost at home here. The guy calmly walked through Hell, trying to notice something alive that would promise a good fight and the opportunity to get a valuable gift. Quite out of breath from walking, Hyun Moo Shi decided to change his occupation. The guy decided to try to see if it was possible to create something legendary. And he managed to create the legendary Bloody Dagger. In addition to the dagger, the guy had an unusual crystal in his hands. The message revealed that this rare crystal can be obtained using the skill of separating an object made of extremely durable material. The fairy added that it was an elegant crystalline material. The fairy also informed that if this crystal is placed at the head of the bed, blood circulation improves and negative energy leaves. It seems that the goblin in the red hat was also interested in such a useful item. Apparently, these items were not enough for Hyun Moo Shi. The guy called the interested goblin over to him. He asked Kirsten to bring half of the rare equipment he had. When Hyun Moo Shi saw the goblin hesitate, he added that he would make one such crystal for the goblin. At this time, a bright star appeared in the gloomy dark sky of the Hell location. The star began to quickly approach, rapidly increasing in size. It turned out to be the thirsty star Yagulim, and she began to watch the guy. About a week has passed since then. Hyun Moo Shi was checking the newly created item. The guy managed to create another legendary item. This time it was Osed's devilish left hand. Although the hand did not shine with particularly outstanding characteristics, it was still a legendary item and a good help in battle. Also, don't forget about the legendary dagger that Hyun Moo Shi created a week earlier. Then the guy thought about shelter. He found a place that could be renovated a little and would be safe and quite comfortable. Without delaying his work, Hyun Moo Shi got down to business. The air was filled with ripples from the guy's movements. His new dagger cut through the air with a whistle. Soon crushed stone and small stones began to fall. The process has begun. Soon the wall itself cracked and began to collapse, falling apart into large concrete pieces. As soon as Hyun Moo Shi was able to evaluate the results of his work, something unexpected happened. Messages popped up one after another. They said that the guy survived the agony of his body melting in acid. The acid attribute has been added to Hyun Moo's poisonous blood, and the star Yagulim is watching the guy. Having recovered a little, the guy turned to the goblin so that he could explain where he was. Because the guy didn't know the terrain very well. Something was bothering the guy, and he couldn't get it out of his head. It was about a message that the Yagulim star was following him, and this seemed suspicious to Hyun Moo Shi. Apparently, such interest in his person, shown by the star, is not caused by simple curiosity. The next message that the quest had been discovered made the guy forget about the star and focus on more pressing problems. It was further reported that the quest begins from the bottom of the pyramid. and there are those who will pursue the guy for 48 hours. Hyunmoo, she was mulling over the messages when another one appeared. Now the Yagulim star wants to give the guy a test. It was said that the challenge would increase the difficulty of the quest, but also increase the value of the reward. Hyunmoo, she thought that there could still be a level of difficulty higher than hell. Over the past few days, the guy tried different ways to try to increase his levels or raise his rank, but it was all in vain. Therefore, Hyunmoo, she had no other choice. His lips curved into a crooked grin. The guy said he was accepting the star's test. He said this quite quietly. But the next moment, a whole galaxy of stars sparkled in the dark sky of the hell location. Hyunmoo, she was bombarded with messages saying that the stars Gaul, Monstral, Arden, Augusto and Hernan were watching him. Messages with pictures about the quest flashed in front of the guy. From the very beginning, Hyunmoo, she realized that the quest would not be an easy walk, but then the guy did not even imagine the horrors awaiting him. It was further said that the quest would begin at the bottom of the cauldron. Hyunmoo, she will be pursued by the vassals of the Yagulim star. In addition, a curse called Delicious was imposed on the guy. Hyunmoo, she was even afraid to think what the name of the curse could mean. He literally felt sick just thinking about the name of the curse. Delicious. Hyunmoo, she screamed so loudly that he could be heard far around. Finally, he managed to come up with the idea that delicious meant him. The guy realized that it was he who was delicious, and a feeling of shock ran through him all the way to his earlobes. He couldn't believe that it was really his body that was being talked about. That someone thinks his body is delicious. Meanwhile, the goblin in the red hat and the mosquito fairy began to salivate profusely. Hyunmoo, she looked back at his allies with suspicion. The guy didn't like the shine of their eyes very much. These two were too excited. Finally, the fairy could not stand it, and told the guy that he had become so tasty, she would like to try at least a small piece. Hyunmoo, she jumped away from the little monster, as if scalded. The guy yelled obscenities and asked the fairy if she knew anything about his curse. The fairy saying that of course she knew and that Hyunmoo seemed to be covered in spices. You can try such delicious dishes in the Yagulim refectory. The fairy further explained that while the guy is under this curse, everyone around him will go crazy with hunger. And he himself will taste simply delicious. True, the fairy noted that if you eat something cursed, then the eater himself becomes dependent on the cursed thing. And in the end, anyone who tastes even a piece of the damned thing will go crazy. But the girl noticed that she was not in danger of madness, since she was a fairy, and she would not refuse to taste even a tiny piece of Hyunmoo. To the indignant expression on the guy's face, the fairy objected that this is hell, baby, and here either you eat someone or they eat you. Out of the corner of his eye, Hyunmoo, she also caught the unhealthy attention of the gnome in the red hat on his person. The look on the goblin's face was the most desirable, and his mouth was filled with saliva. As a precaution, Hyunmoo, she shot Kursona in the jaw on the right and advised him to pick up the drool. The guy thought that the system had given him bad assistance. You shouldn't turn your back on them. For a goblin can cling to your side with its fangs, or the small fangs of a mosquito fairy will dig into your neck. Hyunmoo, she heard a faint rumble. He asked the fairy if she heard anything suspicious. And indeed the hum began to intensify with each passing moment. The guy realized that some creature had already come after his soul, or rather his body. The goblin in the red hat and the mosquito fairy were also frightened. Hyunmoo, she pulled out his weapon, hoping to sell his life dearly. The sound now turned into a loud buzzing sound. The guy took a fighting stance and just in time. For in the next second the iron-bound door shattered into splinters. And a huge buzzing swarm burst into the room and rushed straight towards Hyunmoo. Large mosquitoes covered the guy from head to toe. It was as if another layer of clothing had appeared on him. True, there was a small consolation for Hyunmoo, which turned out to be a big surprise for the mosquitoes. Having drunk the guy's very tasty and very poisonous blood, the scent mosquitoes flew like stones to the ground. Very soon there were plenty of them on the floor. Hyunmasi winced in disgust as he looked at the dead insects. The guy started spinning around and crushing the little bastards with everything he could. But Hyunmasi was surprised by such strong mosquito activity at this time of year. To which the fairy said that mosquitoes occupy the lowest level in the hierarchy of Yogilim's servants, and moreover, they are the fastest. The fairy pleased Hyunmasi that other minions of the Yogilim would soon appear. The fairy said that others may not be as fast as mosquitoes, but no less bloodthirsty. The guy thought carefully about the information received from the mosquito fairy. As a result, Hyunmasi decided to move in order to throw his pursuers off the scent. No sooner said than done. The guy quickly got ready to go. It's good that he didn't have much stuff. On the street, a bird feather flew right in front of Hyunmasi's nose. The guy looked around and saw that feathers were falling from above and raised his head even higher. Whole clouds of pigeons sat on the wires, illuminated by the crimson light of the Egilim. Pigeons also occupied the roofs of nearby houses, sat on the railings of balconies and on fences. The pigeons were not quite ordinary, rather disgusting in appearance. But Hyunmasi laughed. He decided that with such an army the Yogilim could only provoke the cats. But the birds suddenly became alarmed, widened their round eyes and began to croak deafeningly. Then this entire feathered crazy horde, with their beaks wide open, began to dive straight at Hyunmasi. The guy wasted no time and went on the run. Clouds of mosquitoes were added to the hell birds. The croaking and buzzing of huge clouds of living creatures merged into a terrible cacophony of sounds. Hyunmasi ran as fast as he could. But the swarming waves of living creatures rolled closer and closer to him. The guy had no idea how he could cope with such huge hordes of flying enemies. Kurson took off running with Hyunmasi, but even together they were a drop in the ocean of the creatures advancing on them. A terrible Egilim was shining high in the sky, casting blood-red reflections across all of hell. The guy asked the goblin if he had a free place in the village to wait out this winged obsession. There was no longer any strength to run, and the goblin still hesitated to answer. Seeing that the pursuit was already very close, Hyunmasi again turned to the goblin in the red hat. The goblin only mumbled something in response about the increased birth rate in his tribe lately. The guy yelled, what else could he expect from such a freak? Hyunmasi cursed under his breath. He was ready for the most terrible enemies, but he did not know how to fight hordes of pigeons and mosquitoes. Meanwhile, a report arose that the hungry star Yogilim was watching him. The guy glanced up to see Yogilim. He thought that, apparently, the star was having fun to the fullest. The guy yelled angrily at the top of his lungs, out of breath from running so fast. He croaked to the star so that she would finally give him opponents of his level, and not evil little freaks. Apparently, Yogilim was going to fulfill Hyunmasi's wish as soon as his feet touched the ground. The guy screamed again, this time in anticipation of a good fight. And indeed, in the pit in front of him, a whole crowd of dark figures was staggering. However, from afar it was difficult to see what kind of enemy it was. But the guy was glad that these creatures had arms and legs and they could at least be torn off and broken. Hyunmasi landed right in the middle of a crowd of horned and spiked monsters. The star of Yogilim hung low over the future battlefield. The reflections of its crimson light reflected from the smooth heads of the creatures and from their huge teeth. The guy was already looking forward to a good fight, but he was in no hurry to act. After all, concentration and composure are perhaps the two main properties responsible for victory in battle. After all, even with excellent weapons and armor, you can get lost and lose to even a weaker enemy. But this was clearly not about Hyunmasi. He was all calmness and composure. The guy even seemed delighted to see so many strong creatures worthy of testing his new weapon and protection. The monsters rushed to meet Hyunmasi, and he decided to prepare a warm reception for them. The guy was just yearning for a good fight and finally had the opportunity to warm up. I'm already running closer, Hyunmasi thought, these are the freaks he came across. Neither eyes nor nose were visible, the entire face was occupied by a huge mouth filled with teeth. But already in the first seconds of the battle it became clear that something had gone wrong. The freaks, instead of fighting, began to grab Hayamashi by the arms and legs. The guy hit several nearby monsters, but they rushed at him in a crowd and he could no longer make a single movement. Seeing how huge mouths opened and copious saliva flowed from the teeth, the guy screamed in horror. The first creature bit off the guy's entire face. Hayamashi had never experienced such death before. Then another death followed in the same manner. There was no way to fight these esophagus walking on two legs. There were too many bloodthirsty beasts who rushed at Hayamashi like the most expensive delicacy. Deaths continued over and over again. Moreover, the deaths were the most terrible. Eaten alive. In those minutes, while Hayamashi was still alive, he tried to come up with some kind of battle strategy, or at least a cunning plan. And almost every time the guy died, a message appeared that the hungry star Yogalin was watching him. As a result, Hayamashi decided to change tactics. Since there is no way to fight, then you need to run away. This tactic should have worked. At least this made it possible to gain time until the opportunity to change the situation arose. All the time was much more pleasant than being eaten by walking esophagus. Had disappeared somewhere. But then the guy decided that in such a situation the goblin would still be of no use. And Hayamashi ran as hard as he could. The walking esophagus ghasts were hot on his heels. And the hungry star Yogalin watched this game catching from above. But then a pleasant, gentle voice whispered for the guy to turn right. Since there was no other advice, the guy immediately listened. Then Hayamashi thought as he ran where this voice could have come from. He supposed that maybe he had thought it himself. But the voice whispered again that it wasn't he who thought it. Hayamashi thought he was going crazy and talking to himself. But the guy couldn't understand why the voice was so gentle and pleasant. They whispered to Hayamashi again to turn right, and he obeyed. The guy no longer knew what to assume. In addition, running away from the enemy all the time, he could not think clearly. The gentle voice continued to whisper in his ear and give good advice. The guy's attention was torn between the pursuit of monsters thirsting for his flesh and a mysterious pleasant voice in his own head. Hayamashi saw a house right in front of him, and without thinking, ducked through the open door. In the end, the guy decided that a ghost was possessing him, to which the voice immediately objected that this was not so. Hayamashi immediately closed the door behind him, leaving his pursuers with their noses. The ghasts huddled in front of the door, and the guy got a few precious moments to assess the situation. Hayamashi ran out the other door, looked back at his pursuers, and ran down the street in the opposite direction. The guy's path was blocked by a rose right in the middle of the road. The ground heaved, pieces of concrete lay in huge piles. 4 red dots were visible deep within the rift. Hayamashi wondered what kind of creature could do such a thing. Apparently she was hiding inside this rift. Soon a huge black spider appeared from the rift. The guy realized that his eyes were glowing in the darkness. The spider released something from the lower part of its body. At this time, a voice whispered to the guy what to do and where to run. As a result of these actions, the ghasts fell into a trap, entangled in the web of a giant spider. Hayamashi watched in amazement. He had a glimmer of hope that perhaps the terrible ghasts would come to an end. And indeed, the spider knew his job. Soon the monsters were covered in strong webs from head to toe, and could not move. Hayamashi looked back at the huge black spider in horror. A message appeared that this creature is called a Black Widow and has level 87. Hayamashi's jaw dropped at this news. He had never encountered such monsters before. At that moment, a pleasant voice again whispered in the guy's ear that he would now be safe until Yogalin went berserk again. High in the sky above the Black Widow, a bright star sparkled with a pleasant yellow light. A voice in the guy's head said that in this world the stars were forced to remain silent, and she was the only one who had the opportunity to whisper in his ear. Now Hyunmu gradually began to understand what was happening. And who whispered in his ear all the time, giving advice. It seemed to him that he was going crazy. In his feelings the guy exclaimed that it was her again. And indeed it was the Whispering Star Monstrel in all its glory. A message appeared in front of Hyunmu that the Whispering Star Monstrel was watching him. Monstrel said Yogilim would be furious if she found out that she was helping the guy. But the Whispering Star added that Yogilim will not know anything. Monstrel told Hyunmu not to make any noise, but rather to pretend that he was developing a plan. Otherwise Yogilim will guess everything and he will have a hard time. The guy was still aware of Monstrel's unexpected appearance and his miraculous deliverance from his terrible, ever-hungry pursuers. Finally he asked the star what she wanted from him. The star replied that Yogilim was going to feed the guy to as many monsters as possible in order to increase his own rank. Therefore, Monstrel decided to leave this mess before it was too late. Wary Hyunmu, she asked the star what she wanted to get for her help. Monstrel gently touched the guy and whispered in his ear that she wanted him to become a member of her family. Hyunmu, she wondered why everyone was suddenly so interested in him, including the stars. In response, the star softly whispered that she needed new players, since everything had reached a dead end. Everyone is trying to come up with a plan to get out of the situation. Hyunmu, she said that more detailed information would be helpful. To which the star replied that the guy would find out everything as soon as he became a member of her family. Monstrel also added that if Hyunmu she had any idea what other stars wanted to do with him, he would immediately join Monstrel. The Whispering Star assured the guy that she was much better than the rest. The seductive star also added that serving her, unlike others, is quite easy. To Hyunmu's question, what will he have to do after all? The star said that he would just need to love her. The star added that the guy will also have to praise her, worship her and obey her. Monstrel added that she was going to do the same for her boyfriend. The next moment, Hyunmu she felt as if he was plunging into a deep, calm lake of warm water. It seemed to the guy that he was drowning in waves of tenderness, love and joy. He thought that the more he played the role of a lover, the more power he could gain. Hyunmu she thought that being desired and loved isn't every warrior's dream. A bright light penetrated the dark depths of the lake, catching the guy and the star by surprise. Another star shone high above and instantly the romance and tenderness of communication with the star Monstrel dissipated like fog in the morning. Hyunmu she was surprised to find a message that the destruction star Gaul was keeping an eye on him. The obsession inspired by the Whispering Star dissipated and the guy again found himself in a sad place called Hell near a pile of gloomy rubble. But the Whispering Star was nearby and Hyunmu she turned to it. He said that everything she offered was very tempting, but he already has a girlfriend. Hyunmu saw that the star continued to watch him, but nothing happened. He was sorry to refuse the star, but what could he do, since he already has a girlfriend? The guy decided that the star was angry with him, and would take revenge for the fact that he rejected her. But Monstrel finally spoke. And she said that it was a great loss for a hero like him to have only one woman. And for greater persuasiveness, to prove that Hyunmu she was losing, the star put forward her naked thin white leg, as if carved from white marble. The guy was confused and didn't know at all what else he could say to the star. The Whispering Star said that it would be nice to put it in Yogilim's mouth several times so that he would think a little and weigh everything. But Monstrel believes that it is too cruel to do this, and the guy should still be given a chance to get out of these nightmares. But since Hyunmu she rejected the easiest and most pleasant path and refused to work for the benefit of the Monstrel Star, he will have to work in a different way and go through certain tests. Many red spiders appeared around the guy sitting on the ground. And these vile tiny creatures began to climb right on Hyunmu. The Monstrel Star whispered that she was going to complete the guy's unfinished toy. Soon the web from countless small spiders covered the guy from head to toe. Then the Black Widow herself took over, gradually packing Hyunmu tighter and tighter into a thick web. At the location, all hell was going on as usual, and everything seemed to be in order. True, recently too many cobwebs have appeared, which have entangled many buildings and even streets. The goblin and the mosquito fairy stopped in front of one of these buildings. Then the strange couple began to climb up, making their way through the dense and sticky web. On the top floor of the building there was a whole warehouse of cocoons. At least for the goblin, this came as a surprise. The goblin doubted that the fairy had brought him here on business. To which the mosquito fairy replied that it is better for the goblin to assume less and work more. Without saying another word, the goblin hooked the cocoon that the fairy was pointing at, and inside was indeed high on the sea. The goblin lifted the guy to his feet, but he seemed like a lifeless doll, a completely weak-willed creature. Apparently, Hyunmashi was not in his best condition. The mosquito fairy and the goblin worked on the guy, but did not achieve much success. The guy seemed to be alive, but he was no more useful than a dead one. Finally, the goblin decided to help the guy cheer up a little and gave him a good spank. From such help from the goblin in the red hat, Hyunmashi burst into tears in all directions. Kursan's actions didn't seem to help the guy recover. Then the fairy offered to drink some of the guy's blood. Since he's already feeling bad, it won't get any worse. The guy growled so that the fairy forgot to even think about it. The fairy was consoled that she managed to bring the guy back to life. But Hyunmashi freaked out and shouted to the little fairy that because of her he almost died. Not particularly bothered by thanking the assistants, the guy only muttered that a little more, and he would have to start all over again. Hyunmashi casually asked where they are now. In the darkness, the guy crashed his forehead into something hard, leathery and cold to the touch. It turned out that Hyunmashi ran into a tall orc in the dark. The guy was surprised because he had never met orcs in hell before. It turned out that the orc was entangled from head to toe in the same small red spiders that had previously buried the guy in a web. The orc was also entangled in a web. Hyunmashi thought that this could be some kind of clever trap and he needed to be more careful. At this time, Kursan tried to look at the guy for something, but he, busy with thoughts about the orc, only impatiently waved the goblin away. The guy added that he himself sees that it's all about the little red spiders. But the goblin in the red hat said that this was not what he wanted to tell the guy. He simply paid attention to his left hand. Kursan asked where Hyunmashi could get such a thing. The guy raised his left hand to his eyes and was simply shocked. How had he not noticed this before? On his hand was a shining metal glove with 6 fingers. The amazed guy remembered the words of the Whispering Star Monstrel, who told him that she would complete his unfinished toy. Hyunmashi brought up the screen to get more information. The mosquito fairy hung at his shoulder and asked the guy what he was doing now. The guy asked if the girl remembered the place where they found the skeleton. Hyunmashi was still trying to find something useful on the skeleton. The fairy smiled. She said that she remembers this storage of delicious food. Hyunmashi decided not to pay attention to the fairy's words and only said that he had found a monocle there that allowed him to evaluate objects. And now, thanks to the monocle, the guy learned that the hand with 6 fingers is a legendary real object. He also studied all the characteristics and features of the item. But what surprised Hyunmashi the most was what kind of real object this was. Previously, the guy had never seen objects marked real. Apparently, this item is higher in status than his other legendary items. Hyunmashi was upset. He previously believed that he was able to create items of the highest level. But it turned out that this is not so. But the hand with 6 fingers, donated by the Whispering Star, turned out to be a worthwhile thing. Hyunmashi smiled in anticipation of what kind of things he could do with such an item in battle. The guy growled that now the crazy ghasts of Yogilim should beware of him, otherwise they would risk indigestion. At this time, not far from Hyunmashi, in the hell location, strange things were happening. Ghasts began to gather in one place. The terrible spiky creatures snapped their teeth and splashed saliva at each other. Gradually more and more freaks approached. It seemed that they were converging on one place, following an unknown call. Most of the monsters began to gather near a huge pipe with jagged edges. Soon a thin stream of red liquid appeared at the bottom of the pipe. Gradually the stream began to increase and the first drop of blood dripped from the pipe. The ghasts sensed this at that very second. They seemed to have gone crazy from the smell of blood. The monsters, pushing and knocking each other down, climbed into a huge pipe. Sometimes the path of the ghasts in the pipe was blocked by cobwebs, but they, not paying attention to such minor troubles, stubbornly moved forward. Almost all the creatures have already crowded into the pipe. The echo of their steps could be heard along the pipe for hundreds of meters around. Suddenly, some kind of booger bit one of the monsters. Then the mosquito bit another of the monsters. This seemingly trifle turned into a disaster for the ghasts. The monsters began to rush at each other, and try to bite off a larger piece. Hyunmu could only rejoice at this development of events. Such a tiny creature turned out to be very effective in the fight against the terrible, always hungry ghasts. Without a doubt, the organizer of the trap that caught the monsters in the pipe was Hyunmu, and his wonderful metal hand played an important role in this operation. The guy even complained that he managed to deal with the ghasts too easily, without even breaking a sweat. The ghasts bit into each other and tore flesh with huge teeth. Hyunmu could only silently smile and rejoice. In the process, the guy did not forget to send out new mosquitoes to bite the terrible monsters. As a result, ghast cannibalism only increased. Newly infected mosquitoes began to bite the ghasts. After which the self-destructive massacre of the ghasts flared up with renewed vigor. In the same dungeon as the ghasts, only further away, was Hyunmu. The mosquitoes drank the guy's blood, poisoned by the curse, and then flew to bite the ghasts. Hyunmu learned something new about his kinship skill. Although the guy, thanks to this skill, could only control a limited number of creatures. It turned out that when it comes to such small creatures as mosquitoes, Hyunmu could control many more individuals than large creatures. The mosquitoes died from the guy's poisonous blood, and then were revived from the kinship skill. Moreover, after resurrection, they already had weak resistance to poisons and did not die immediately after drinking the blood of Hyunmu. So now the guy was sure that the ghasts were no longer dangerous to him. They are busy devouring each other. Hyunmu thanked the goblin for finding an excellent hiding place. It was possible to sit out in the sewer lines. Besides, there were many exits, and there was no fear of getting surrounded. In this situation, holding out for 48 hours seemed quite a feasible task. But suddenly something happened to Hyunmu. The guy, for no apparent reason, fell on the dirty sewer floor. Kurson rushed to help his boss. Hyunmu muttered that the mosquitoes seemed to have sucked too much blood from him, and he was feeling dizzy. A problem arose again, and the guy already seemed to have the quest in his pocket. On the one hand, it is necessary to constantly feed the mosquitoes so that they bite the ghasts, but on the other hand, the guy could soon lose consciousness from loss of blood. Hyunmu slowly hobbled along the sewer, leaning on his faithful goblin. At that moment, the guy heard rustling sounds in the dark tunnel. Someone was cutting the cobwebs that covered the tunnel with sharp swords, and was quickly approaching. Hyunmu couldn't believe that it could be ghasts after what he did to them. The guy pulled Kurson back and said that he would deal with it himself. Hyunmu said that these creatures will be smarter than the ghasts. Moreover, apparently they were armed. The goblin in the red hat had to obey. True, he allowed himself to grumble a little. Hyunmu tried to see what was hiding in the depths of the tunnel. He ordered Kurson to move away and not disturb him. Soon the guy managed to see two bright points in the distance. Soon there were already a couple of dozen pairs of these points, and one could only guess who they belonged to. Amazed, Hyunmu stared into the gloomy chasm of the corridor. Something was moving in the darkness and slowly but surely approaching. The guy got ready for battle. He pulled out his weapon and stood in a comfortable position so that he could confidently face any creature. Soon a man in military uniform appeared. I haven't been able to see his face yet. To Hyanmashi's surprise, there were no aisles. He didn't expect to see another person in hell. The guy was even more amazed that the man was in military uniform. It turned out that there were some military units in hell, since soldiers easily roamed the tunnels. Meanwhile, the figure was approaching. Another one was moving behind her, and another. Finally, the guy managed to see the faces of these strange military men. Although, to tell the truth, there were no faces. There were just bare bald skulls with empty eye sockets, in which something glowed green. Hyanmashi exclaimed that now everything is clear to him, and that in front of him are ordinary zombies. A sign that appeared said that there was a level 22 biter in front of the guy. Meanwhile, the leader of the zombies roared to grab the guy. A squad of zombie soldiers rushed into the attack as fast as they could, pushing each other. Hyanmashi took a fighting stance and prepared his weapon for battle. The guy thought that, as he had foreseen, the quest was not limited to ghasts alone. The zombies got the full treatment with their bald skulls and decrepit bodies covered in military uniforms. Another direct hit on a zombie triggered a message. It stated that a short blade covered in blood, legendary, had the effects of injecting one's own blood into enemies. So far, Hyanmashi has managed to deal with this flock of skinny troops. The guy forced the zombie soldiers to retreat. This gave him time to collect his thoughts and decide what to do next. While the zombies were trying to come to their senses and understand the situation, Hyanmashi decided to act. The guy rushed to the safety ladder leading upstairs. At this time, the leader of the zombies, who apparently was an officer and was smarter than the others, shouted that the man was running away. The monsters rushed in pursuit of the guy. Fortunately, the zombies did not move too fast, and there was a chance to escape from them. Usually zombies were dangerous only when they caught a person by surprise, or when they drove him into a dead end. While the zombie officer was yelling at his subordinates, and they were coming to their senses, Hyanmashi climbed up the stairs. Reflections of light were already visible above. The guy had almost climbed up when the zombies just started climbing the stairs. A loud knock on the metal grate echoed the surrounding area, letting the living creatures know that someone was nearby. The next moment, a strong blow caused the gratings to fly upward. A dirty and out-of-breath Hyanmashi emerged from the sewer hole. But he was alive and unharmed. The guy immediately looked around for the presence of ghasts or other creatures about to devour him. Then he looked back at the sewer hatch. Luckily there were no zombies in sight yet. Although the zombies were of the same level as Hyanmashi, he didn't particularly want to fight them, since they had military training and this gave them an advantage. The guy thought that he might be able to come to an agreement with them, because they were once people. But it seems the key word here is, were, not people. The first zombie that emerged from the hole began to lower the machine gun on the guy. And all of Hyanmashi's calls for prudence had no effect. Soon bullets began to crackle around the guy's head, and one foolishly hit him in the leg. Hyanmashi knelt down and thought that the weapon was somehow too much for a zombie. Meanwhile, a squad of zombies had already crawled out of the sewer in almost full strength. Hyanmashi sat helplessly on the ground and watched the zombies, who regrouped and prepared to deal the final blow to him. At this time, the guy was chaotically thinking about how to find a way out of a very threatening situation. Suddenly the guy began to listen. Something alerted him besides the zombies preparing to attack. The surrounding space seemed to thicken and pose a hidden threat. Hyanmashi stood up slowly and unsteadily. He realized that it had become incredibly quiet, as if everything around had suddenly gone numb. This happens before a thunderstorm. Blood continued to ooze from Hyanmashi's injured leg. And this blood, on which the spell was cast, had a very tasty smell. While the guy was still trying to figure out if the threat was real or just his imagination, someone or something began to prepare for an attack. Suddenly the deafening silence was broken by a cough, then another. Hyanmashi thought he had heard coughing like this before. If the guy looked around and could see in the dark, he would see the spiky creatures that were hiding there. But then the first monster came into the world, opened its terrible mouth, and stuck out its nasty tongue. Hyunmoo was stunned. In the sewers, he had every chance to escape, but in an open area, surrounded by enemies on both sides, the guy's chances of surviving were close to zero. And the most offensive thing was that the message made it known that the guy had to hold out for another 46 minutes, and this endless horror would end. But in a close ring of enemies, Hyunmoo could be killed a good 100 times in an hour. The zombies all got closer, seeing other creatures that also laid claim to their prey. At this time, Hyunmoo saw a screen that said that his health had dropped below 10% and the regeneration mechanism had started. The zombies were ready to attack. They were held back only by the guttural commands of their commander, who seemed to be waiting for something. Hyunmoo backed away, out of the way of the oncoming monsters. Finally, the ghasts, maddened by hunger, rushed to attack. The zombie soldiers also did not herd those behind and ran into a frontal attack. Two crowds of bloodthirsty monsters were approaching. Hyunmoo found himself as if between two fires. The guy decided to try one remedy that he had left for an emergency. Hyunmoo hesitated for a moment, but the monsters advancing from all sides gave him determination. And the guy instantly saw through the crystal, and a loud crunch was heard. Hyunmoo arched. A message appeared that mana from the crystal stone was passing through his body. The next message confirmed that mana had been completely restored. Feeling a huge surge of strength, the guy yelled a single word. Dominance. The impatient ghasts rushed to attack, anticipating a large amount of delicious food. The zombie soldiers prepared for battle, awaiting only the command of their leaders. But the zombies received the command and rushed forward in huge leaps. Hyunmoo found himself in the thick of things. But something strange happened. The zombies began to attack the ghasts. Although they had smaller teeth, they bit into meat no worse than others. Very quickly the bodies of the ghasts were covered like locusts by hungry zombies. The ghasts had to defend themselves, despite all their hunger. Hyunmoo noted that his idea turned out in the best possible way. Although he could not control the monsters completely, he was able to enhance the delicious scent of the ghasts that had been bitten by the mosquitoes that had previously bitten Hyunmoo. The delicious-smelling ghasts turned out to be a larger target than the guy, and the zombies completely switched to them. Hyunmoo watched the carnage indifferently. He didn't care that monsters were eating each other. The main thing for the guy was that they didn't touch him. The guy was again overcome by sad thoughts about the future of humanity. He wondered if such sights were common before the extinction of humanity. According to Hyunmoo, this was the real hell. At this time, a bullet shot through the guy's temple, forcing him to return to reality. Some zombies did not participate in the general massacre, but they lined up and aimed their machine guns at the guy. Hyunmoo muttered to himself that this could not be, since the effect of domination had not ended yet. Why then did the guy's influence not apply to some of the zombies? Then he realized that the range of dominance was limited, and these zombies were further away. Meanwhile, the zombie officer was shouting orders to his subordinates to take aim and release their weapons. Zombies also received recommendations to switch to automatic fire. Finally, the zombie leader growled the command, "Apply." At that very moment something fell from above. This something instantly cut the zombies' skulls off their bony shoulders. Taking a closer look, Hyunmoo was able to see that this saving meteor turned out to be a goblin in a red hat. The goblin managed to growl at the guy that there was no need to thank him. Hyunmoo could only silently look at the unexpected savior and blink. The old goblin seemed to be transformed. And he didn't have such opportunities before. It all turned out to be the goblin's weapon. From the message it became known that this is a legendary weapon, the Scythe of the Winter Gatherer. The goblin grinned, showing his scary teeth, seeing how much he was able to surprise his boss. The fact is that the legendary weapon not only had the ability to track living beings, but also froze the area around the enemy. The cheerful guy gratefully called out to the goblin in the red hat. And he, like a wind-up, smashed his scythe left and right, leaving no chance for his enemies. Curson imagined himself as a great commander, capable of leading armies and winning the most difficult battles. At this time, the zombie officer, seeing how things were on the battlefield, decided to intervene. The zombie in the green beret reached for the weapon of the soldier closest to him. The zombie officer growled, "How dare humans and goblins destroy his men?" And he threatened that he would kill everyone now. True, to the unspeakable surprise of the zombie leader, several pieces of ice flew out of the weapon instead of bullets. They fell to the ground with a ringing sound, causing no harm to anyone. The enraged zombie officer began to frantically press on the trigger of the machine gun. But apart from a few more pieces of ice, he failed to achieve anything else. In rage, the zombie leader cut his teeth. Snowflakes swirled around him. The goblin finally decided to put an end to this stupid and persistent creature, and took off his head with one blow. Hyunmasi decided that the goblin was now showing great zeal. Previously, the guy had to repeatedly ask Curson for help, but the answer was usually a dissatisfied grumble. Now Hyunmasi doesn't even have to ask, the goblin does everything himself. Apparently, a miraculous change in the goblin's behavior occurred after receiving such a valuable weapon. Deep in thought, the guy forgot to watch the ghasts. One tall specimen took advantage of this, and hit the ground with his fists, as hard as he could. Hyunmasi only miraculously managed to stay on his feet. Evil, deathly hungry ghasts glanced towards Hyunmasi. The guy decided that it was better not to let his guard down and indulge in idle thoughts. Keeping an eye on the battlefield is much more important. So far, the ghasts have not been allowed to satisfy their gastronomic needs by zombies who did not want to retreat. A fierce battle was in full swing. It seemed to Hyunshi that the enemy was getting larger. It seems that more and more hordes of evil creatures have been arriving. Curson continued to tirelessly smash left and right, methodically working with his death scythe. But Hyunmasi encountered unexpected difficulties. Mana was running out, and he could no longer maintain dominance. And this meant that very soon the creatures would come to their senses and remember who they were hunting for before. Meanwhile, the guy's attention was attracted by the already familiar monotonous hum. Soon over Hyunmashi's head and over huge clouds of mosquitoes buzzed with the still ongoing battle. Mosquitoes are usually most active at night. But now they woke up earlier than usual, attracted by Hyunmashi's blood. The guy had to take into account mosquitoes as a new factor influencing the battlefield and the balance of forces. Hyunmashi decided to prepare further and began to carry out some manipulations. The guy had one more trump card up his sleeve, which he had not yet used. Hyunmashi decided to test how effective the web would be under these conditions. The guy's actions made the ghasts pay attention to him. The zombies also looked up from what they were doing, watching the man's actions. And everyone was bitten by mosquitoes. Everyone except Hyunwoo-si, because he created himself a cloak from a dense web. The ghasts roared in impotent rage as they looked at their prey. The guy said he hoped all the monsters would get along with each other. Now another fourth force has appeared on the battlefield: mosquitoes. Small mosquitoes turned out to be quite an effective remedy against large and strong ghasts. To tell the truth, the zombie soldiers also suffered a fair amount of mosquitoes. It seemed that this new power that appeared on the battlefield gave Hyunmashi the opportunity to gain an advantage. At least the warring parties left the guy alone, biting and killing each other. The guy was already figuring that, apparently, he would be able to hold out until the end of time. There wasn't much left anymore. True, Hyunmasi held back his joy so as not to relax ahead of time and not lose vigilance. While the battle was going on, anything could happen. And the winner could become the loser in the next second. The guy screamed from severe pain in his left leg. He looked down and saw that he had been bitten by one of the wounded zombies. In Hyunmu's hearts, she stepped on the zombie's head with all his might. The monster's rotten skull broke with a disgusting dull crunch and a stinking liquid sprayed out. But the bite of the zombie soldier did not pass without a trace for the guy. Hyunmu, she had lost a lot of blood earlier, and the bite made his situation even worse. The guy's strength was running out. It seemed to him that at any second he could lose consciousness, and the evil creatures would tear him apart. A message appeared that the star Yogilim was watching him. Hyunmu, she noticed earlier that the star's interest in him increased as soon as he was on the verge of death. The ghasts were already lined up, anticipating the taste of human flesh. Hyunmu, she understood that he would not get out of this trouble. And the goblin has disappeared somewhere. The only way for the guy to restore his energy was to replenish the lost blood. But where could one get blood in the middle of a battle? In reality, there was blood everywhere on the battlefield. Literally rivers of blood were spilled around. Then it was aimlessly absorbed into the soil. A crazy thought flashed through Hyunmu's head and a crooked smile appeared on his face, more reminiscent of a wolf's grin. Clouds of mosquitoes rushed towards the ghasts with renewed vigor. Mosquitoes clung to the ghast from head to toe and began to suck blood. After this, the ghast fell dead to the ground, dead from having lost all his blood. The mosquitoes, filled to capacity, rushed further towards Hyunmu. Thousands of sharp hobaks dug into the guy's skin, but he was ready to endure it. Because the mosquitoes and the pain they caused brought him new hope. In the first seconds, Hyunmu, she did not understand what was happening to him. Then the guy felt very bad from the blood of such vile creatures as ghasts. But when the crisis passed and the human body accepted the blood of monsters, Hyunmu, she felt enormous strength and power in his entire being. In addition to his power, the guy also experienced the unbearable hunger that the ghasts constantly experienced in the village. This hunger did not allow me to think clearly and make any plans, since the only thought I had was to eat. From all this obsession, the guy sank to the ground, and the ghasts crowded around him in surprise. But these creatures could not be surprised for long. Hunger always took precedence over any of their feelings. And this time the ghast released its razor-sharp claws and rushed towards its prey. Ghast impatiently extended his paw to the prey lying on the ground. But the next moment the prey jumped to straight legs, and the ghast was left without an arm. The prey ran away as fast as he could with the ghast's arm torn off. It looked like the prey was holding the monster's still bleeding hand with its teeth. But then the hand fell to the ground, and a dull thud was heard. And the sharp teeth, which had previously held the torn-off hand of the ghast, flashed in an evil smile. This evil smile made even the ghast shudder. The heavy gaze of empty eyes from under the white hood did not bode well for either the ghasts or anyone else. A creature in a white cloak, showing terrible fangs, jumped at the nearest ghast. Ghast extended his clawed paw forward, trying to meet the attacker on the fly. But his paw only caught an empty spot. Hordes of mosquitoes buzzed over the battlefield. The next moment, the creature in the white cloak appeared behind the confused ghast. Then came a powerful blow to the bloodthirsty monster in the back. Then the white cloak jumped onto the ghast's shoulders and grabbed his disgusting mouth with both hands. Ghast roared in pain and surprise and tried to throw the enemy off his back. But as a result, the monster only fell to the ground, and the creature grabbed his head with its teeth. The ghasts stared in surprise at what was happening. They saw their prey attacking them and sucking out their brains. The roles of hunter and hunted have changed. A message appeared above the white hood that the characteristic blood of the hungry had been added to the poisoned blood. Now all the features of poisoned blood have made a whole list: toxicity, infectiousness, acidity, and the blood of the hungry. The priming stated that the body's consumption of the blood of the hungry increases physical strength by 30%, but during activation the user will suffer from hunger and will consume any food. During prolonged use of the effect, there is a risk of death due to absorption of one's own body. It turns out that the skill strengthened the body by absorbing the body itself. Another message said it was a good way to lose weight. Other advantages of this effect were dubious. As Hyunmi understood, the skill used the nutritional resources of his own body to increase strength. The guy noticed his withered hand and decided that in future he needed to be more careful with such skills. Hyunmi suddenly coughed, trying to understand the new sensations in his body. He developed such a feeling of hunger that it was almost impossible to fight. The guy literally felt his stomach digesting itself. The zombie rushing at that moment came in very handy. Hyunmi threw his iron-gloved hand forward. The pitiful creature turned out to be nailed to the wall, like a butterfly with a hairpin. The man tasted the blood and flesh of the captured creature. He also felt a huge surge of energy and strength. A message appeared that the hungry star Yogilim was watching him. Then a whole heap of messages appeared that the conquering star Arden was watching him. The guy is also being watched by the already familiar whispering star Monstrel and the unfamiliar monster star Augusto. Hyunmu, she growled, turning to the stars so that they would receive. Now the guy realized that the stars give people pain worse than death and gradually subjugate them to themselves. And the stars also like to watch these changes in the process. Unexpectedly, Hyunmu had a question for the stars and he immediately turned to them without delay. The guy asked the stars what they thought of him. What account is he in with them? There was no answer. But the next moment the guy was lifted into the air by an unknown force. He screamed in surprise. The force began to carry Hyunmu in zigzags over the battlefield. All the somersaults and flips made the guy dizzy. The confused monsters looked in amazement at the empty space where the man had previously stood. At this time, Hyunmu was hanging out high among the clouds of mosquitoes, and his white cloak resembled the wings of a giant moth. At some point, the guy realized that the power that had kept him in the skies all this time had disappeared. Hyunmu began to rapidly lose altitude, but he could not do anything about it. He hasn't learned to fly yet. The blow from the fall of the guy's pumped-up body was very strong. The ground shook and the monsters trembled. After hitting the earth, Hyunmu was barely alive. All he could do was weakly twitch his legs. Finally he managed to get out of the crater that he created with his fall, and he tried to regain his strength. True, there was no time for recovery at all. Seeing their prey in such a defenseless state, the ghasts purred contentedly and moved closer. The most impatient one, from somewhere behind the heads of the other ghasts, made a huge leap, trying to be the first to overtake the person. The next moment, the ghast grabbed his paw right into Hyunmu's face. The monster pressed with such force that it seemed to the guy that his face would be pressed inside. Several more hungry ghasts approached the scene of the fight. Sharp claws rose up, and the air was filled with guttural cries of monsters anticipating a feast. Hyunmu continued to press on his face. He was also grabbed by the arms and legs. The huge, toothy mouths of the ghasts opened above the guy. A growl escaped them and saliva dripped. Hyunmu screamed in horror. He hoped to wake up so that this terrible nightmare would end. But nothing ended. It only got worse and worse. Already a good dozen ghasts pounced on the guy and they began to pull him in different directions. The sharp teeth of the creatures bit into the human body. At some point, Hyunmu's hand went limp and a pool of blood formed under him. But the next moment, it was as if something had possessed the guy, and it was something terribly angry and hungry. It sank its teeth into the body of the monsters that had previously tormented its flesh. A couple more quick and powerful movements, and the ghast's head exploded in a fountain of bloody spray. Then several more ghasts fell under the enraged hand of the changed man. The guy has changed beyond recognition. He turned into a machine that killed everything that stood in his way. He extended his hands to the monsters growling in horror, inviting them into his embrace. The guy needed these creatures like dough, and the more he destroyed them, the more pleasure he got. Having dealt with the enemies, the man roared with pleasure. Then he began to wander the battlefield, trying to find at least one more living monster. Some people on the battlefield were actually still breathing, so to speak. It was a zombie officer who cursed at the top of his lungs. He could not forgive himself for getting into this meat grinder and losing all his subordinates. But the monster commanded a whole squad of trained zombies, and he believed that they could withstand the army. And for a zombie officer to lose to just one person seemed very shameful. The zombie leader saw that there was still someone alive on the battlefield. He hoped that it could be someone from his squad. The zombie turned to the dark silhouette and asked what his name was and what his rank was. But it turned out to be not a zombie, it was a man who tore everyone to pieces on this battlefield. The man heard a voice and quickly walked towards the zombie officer. I can't run far on the bloody stumps of a zombie's legs, and he couldn't really crawl. But the creature decided not to give up its life cheaply. She had something in store for the man. True, several pieces of ice flew out of the machine instead of a burst. The zombie realized that his fight was over. Out of pure desperation, he grabbed the severed hand of the gas lying at his feet. The zombie decided to defend himself with the gas hand. Some kind of weapon, but still a weapon. The man crawled closer and closer to the zombie. The monster began to wave the gassed hand and growl at the guy to leave. Then the zombie began to beg and ask to be left alone. But the man seemed to have no pity. One strong blow and the zombie lost not only the gas arm, but also his own arm. The man opened his mouth, and the zombie was horrified with fear when he saw 2 rows of white and sharp teeth. The next moment, the guy bit off the front of the zombie's skull. On the battlefield, a bloody man bent over a headless zombie. Then a whole heap of messages appeared about the completed task. About the fact that the silver box reward was replaced with a gold box, due to the difference between the guy's level and the difficulty level. Then there was information that the test was over, and the golden box turns into a gift from Yogilim. But most of all, Hyunma, she was pleased to hear that the curse of hunger had been lifted. The guy lay on the battlefield in a pool of monster blood and was incredibly glad that this obsession was finally over. A strange glowing circle appeared around Hyunma. The subsequent message that the guy had swallowed a fragment did not explain much. The guy looked up into the sky, where the hungry star Yogilim was still burning. Then he looked around at the battlefield and was horrified. Yes, without a doubt, Hyunma was under the curse of hunger. But what he did not fit into any framework. And it didn't look like the work of man. True, Hyunma noted that without this he would not have been able to survive, and therefore win. Closed his eyes tightly, trying to drive away this obsession and all the memories of it. The sound of a trumpet brought him to his senses. The sound of something from the real world in hell seemed very strange. Hyunma was very surprised, and at the same time, a spark of hope began to glimmer in him. And indeed, the guy saw a cart quite similar to a human one, which, accompanied by figures in carnival costumes, confidently maneuvered along the rubble-strewn street of hell. The spark of hope in the guy's chest turned into a flame. The guy thought that maybe there really were living people in hell. Meanwhile, the cart and its accompanying people were approaching. Small details were already visible. One could see the image of a serpent on the fluttering banners. The colorful carnival procession accompanying the cart was also clearly visible. Then moved silent figures in black hats and veiled faces. Hyunma was amazed at everything he saw. He was no longer sure that there were people in front of him. These could be monsters, each of which was 10 times stronger than a ghast or a zombie. But the main object of the guy's attention was the cart. Apparently, the leader of this carnival procession was sitting in it. The cart was being pulled by strange creatures. Hyunma couldn't even understand who they were right away. A slender figure was already visible in the carriage. In contours it was quite human. The guy froze in mute amazement, hoping with all his heart that there was a person in the cart. A dark silhouette stepped out of the carriage and padded across the battlefield. He muttered something like the guy apparently liked the treat. Finally, a 3-meter figure appeared in front of Hyunma. By the way, The notification that appeared said that this was a level 118 Kavero of satiety and laziness. Hyunmushi stared at the new arrival with surprise and curiosity. Kawaro leaned over to the guy and whispered that, judging by the expression on his face, he didn't understand who was in front of him. The creature brought its face, not devoid of beauty, close to Hyunmushi's face, but did not utter a word. Kavero carefully examined the battlefield. I was surprised that there were still people alive. He also said that he understands why the hungry star Yogilim is showing such interest in him. The creature leaned over Hyunmushi, extended its long index finger towards him, and asked if anyone else had survived. The guy, anticipating something bad, decided to remain silent. Kawaro only smiled in response to Hyunmushi's silence. Because he added that, in his opinion, there were no other survivors, and the guy seemed to have fallen from the sky. The creature said that no matter what the guy thought about him, he was still glad to see them. Then Kavero noticed that part of the guy's leg had been torn off. He said that he could not allow such disgrace and sank over the nearest defeated zombie. Despite Hyunmushi's cries of protest, Kawaro tore off some of the rotten flesh from the zombie. The creature said that zombies would no longer need this, but the guy. And Kawaro placed the lump he got from the dead zombie on Hyunmushi's leg. The guy was surprised to see that his leg was back in place. The creature was pleased with the result of his work, and told the guy that he could now walk. Then Kavero invited the guy to go with him. He said that Hyunmushi is worthy of honor and good food. But the guy called out to the creature, which was already about to return to the cart. Hyunmushi asked the creature if it wanted the guy to become part of the Yogilim family. Kawaro tried to explain something to the guy, but he didn't listen to him. Hyunmushi growled that he wasn't going to be an ordinary yummy snack for him. This made the creature laugh greatly. It laughed, and couldn't stop. Kavero's laughter even brought tears to his eyes, which he hastened to wipe away. Kavero began to explain to the guy that there is a feeling that absorbs all other feelings. The creature further added that this feeling is hunger. Yogilim's hunger was immense and all-consuming. There was no end to it. Kavero said that hunger consumes everything: education, influence, power, sex, and capital. The creature further complained that when it was a human, it could not get much. And the reason for this was his morals and his upbringing. Kavero said that he was very tired of this state of affairs. Suddenly the creature growled that everything should be his, and only his. This is my greatest desire. Kavero said that he knows that the guy is also filled with anger and greed. And he believes that Hyunmushi should get everything he wants. The creature explained that most people have many vices. He asked Hyunmushi if he wasn't interested in how high he could fly, and what would be available to him then. The guy silently listened to the 3-meter creature. It was difficult to look into his head and understand what he thought about all this. Kavero added that then they will be able to absorb this entire world. Much like a snake swallows its prey, they will be able to swallow this dying world. Kavero turned to the guy again and offered him everything he wanted. There was only one condition for the guy to join Kavero and become a part of him. The creature extended its long arm to the guy. But Hyunmushi did not move. Somewhere far away in another place and time, the pages of an open book rustled softly, perhaps disturbed by the breeze. Yu Ming fell asleep over her textbooks. The girl's pillow was her own elbow. But something woke the girl up. She realized that she had been sleeping for a very long time. The sun was rising over the city. It illuminated the high spires of the metropolis, the rays reflected in the windows and looked into the deep wells of the alleys. Yu Ming silently looked at the dawning day and the beauty of the waking world. The girl was sad. In hell, the crimson reflections of the light of the hungry Yogilim illuminated the ruins, and from time to time they snatched from the darkness the creatures hiding there. Hyunmushi replied to the beings that it seemed he had no choice but to accept the offer. Kawaro looked down at the guy, then shrugged. He told Hyunmushi that the guy made a wise choice worthy of a man. The creatures that came with Cavero watched what was happening, but their faces were hidden behind masks. The guy began to rise, leaning on the benevolently outstretched hand of the creature. Suddenly Cavero howled in pain. He never expected this. Hyunma, she relished gnawing the creature on the gray hand extended to him. At first, Cavero was speechless from the rage and inexplicable impudence of the little man. When the creature came to its senses, it threw the guy to the side with force. Cavero growled as the pathetic human worm dared to bite his giving hand. To which the guy replied that he couldn't understand why Cavero tasted like that. The creature could only stare at the guy in amazement. He couldn't understand what game he was playing. Hyunmu, she added that Kawaro tastes much worse than even zombies. The guy said that this must be the taste of a traitor, and it seems that all traitors taste disgusting. Kawaro asked Hyun to see if he was wrong in calling him a traitor. The next moment, the creature went crazy with rage and growled, how could such a spineless creature still dare to call him a traitor? A couple of quick movements, and Cavero was already hovering over the guy sitting on the ground. The creature growled angrily that it was useless to talk to a person. Therefore, Cavero growled that he would strangle the last of the people like a cockroach. In response to this, the guy said that he could not die. And even more so, such a creature as Cavero is not allowed to kill him. After all, Hyunma knew that the stars were watching him. And their game had to have an element of surprise. The guy remembered the words of the Whispering Star that they needed a new player, since everything had reached a dead end. Hyunma understood that the new player was him, and the stars themselves are interested in its survival. Cavero whistled at this turn of events. The man's impudence and stupidity seemed to have no limits. The creature never ceased to be surprised by the guy's crazy behavior. And Hyunma decided for himself, no matter how small the chance, it still shouldn't be missed. Kawaro reached out and grabbed the guy tightly by the neck, looking him straight in the eyes. Then, lightly, like a feather, he lifted Hyunma up and asked if he would agree to answer his question. Realizing that the guy's neck and throat were blocked, and he could neither nod in the affirmative nor speak, Cavero asked without permission. The creature asked how best to kill the guy, tear him into pieces or crush him. Kawaro still couldn't get over the fact that Hyunma called him a traitor. He growled at the guy. Did he really think that Cavero joined the monsters to destroy people? The creature was about to knock the spirit out of Hyunma's body, but he was prevented. A message appears that the monstrous star Augusto is watching you. Cavero's eyes widened and his pupils became tiny, like mustard seeds. Waves of energy swirled around Hyunma, pebbles and even whole bricks flashed in the air. The creature was thrown aside by monstrous force. Hyunma knelt down, also depressed by what was happening. Then the guy sank to the ground, but he tried not to lose sight of Cavero. Hit the ground with such force that the concrete underneath it cracked. The raging elements also struck Cavero's fellow travelers. They had to hold on to their masks and costumes so they wouldn't fly away. The wind intensified and spread through the streets of the collapsing metropolis. Cavero shouted for everything to be quiet and that he wasn't going to break anyone's rules. The creature growled that it was simply excited by the encounter. Seeing that nothing was changing, Cavero growled to his retinue that it was time to move away from this place. Everyone ran to take their seats, and Cavero locked himself in the cart. Soon the procession moved along the dilapidated street, gradually moving away from Hyunma. The guy was lying on the ground at that time and trying to understand what happened and what saved him from imminent death. Lightning flashed in the sky and thunder roared. Hyunma caught himself thinking that this was the first time he had seen a thunderstorm in hell. The guy understood that he was saved once again, but he still didn't have any answers. Meanwhile, the storm clouds had passed, and it became quieter and calmer, as calm as hell can be. Hyunma was still wondering why Kawaro ran away in fear. The guy began screaming at the heavens in a frenzy, trying to get answers. He asked what was happening in hell and why he didn't understand much. Having roared well and splashed out negative energy, Hyunmushi fell to his knees, exhausted. The guy muttered that ultimately he didn't care what happened to him. Hyunmushi was left sitting on his knees on a deserted street of a dilapidated metropolis in hell. Suddenly, the image of a fragile girl appeared in front of the guy, who was greeting the golden dawn on the seashore. The girl began to turn around and soon it seemed possible to see her face. She laughed, and the guy heard the only word, "Come back." The guy reluctantly opened his eyes and saw that Yumin was not nearby. But right above him hung a small mouth with sharp teeth. And the mosquito fairy screamed at him with all the power of her tiny lungs. The fairy saw that the guy was starting to think a little better, and immediately complained to him, showing off her bitten leg. The fairy explained that she came for the guy because she believed that everything was already over. But Hyunmushi's eyes burned with green fire, and he bit the little fairy on the leg. The guy could not remember this, and he could only silently stare at the fairy, not knowing what to say in his defense. The fairy stated that she was not offended and, moreover, it would not be so easy to devour her. She just wanted to let the guy know what happened. Hyunmushi decided it was time to sort out the quest rewards he received. The gift from Yogilim was in an elegant chest on which a snake was depicted. After opening the gift, the guy was blinded by a bright light. For a moment he even closed his eyes. Inside the chest was a platinum card that emitted a soft white light. Hyunmushi was very surprised, because before he had only encountered cards made of silver or gold. The platinum card hovered in the air, began to glow, and exploded at the end. Something thin tumbled once in the air and fell to the floor with a metallic clang. It turned out to be an ordinary, simple sword made of metal. It didn't even have a handle. Hyunmushi muttered that not only did Yogilim thoroughly enjoy being devoured by hordes of monsters, but she also gave him a mocking gift for it. But just in case, the guy decided to pull on his monocle and check the sword. The sword was called Gluttony, and turned out to be the most ordinary one, with rather poor characteristics. The only interesting thing was the special effect of the item. He had the ability to absorb donated weapons. The guy asked the fairy what she thought about the sword. She said the sword was quite good. Hyunmushi listened to the mosquito fairy's words and decided to test the sword. To test the special effect of the sword, the guy decided to sacrifice his short blade, bleeding to it. But Hyunmushi didn't succeed. The guy was very upset. It seemed unfair to Hyunmu to endure so many trials and get a cheap trinket for it. The guy decided to try again to feed the dagger to the weapon. In the end, he had nothing to lose if it didn't work out. But this time it seemed like something was starting to happen. It was clear to the naked eye that a reaction had begun. True, the result was not very good. Yogilim's gift split along the canvas and became completely unusable. And the dagger generally shattered into small pieces. Hyunmushi became indescribably furious. Out of anger, the guy began to twirl the broken weapon and scream at the top of his lungs. It seemed to the guy that they were making fun of them. He thought that someday he would get to Yogilim and thank her for the expensive gift. But either Hyunmushi's curses worked, or the sword itself finally fulfilled its function, but a miracle happened. The guy's anger disappeared as if by hand. He stared in amazement at the updated sword. Now he no longer looked like a cheap, low-quality weapon. This was also confirmed by reports. One said that a takeover had occurred, and another reported that the sword had become legendary/original. Hyunmushi also read about the increased characteristics of the sword and cheerfully told the fairy that he liked this thing. The guy added that with such a weapon his strength would increase even more. The fairy rejoiced at Hyunmushi's success and noted that she hoped that as his strength increased, he would become even tastier. The guy said that the fairy does not know how to appreciate good things, but only thinks about how to fill her belly. Then Hyunmushi remembered that he had been planning to visit a place here in hell for a long time. A single candle did not dissipate the darkness of the large room, but seemed to thicken it even more. There was a small suitcase in his hand. Hyunmi held the candle and the suitcase in his hands. It was clear that the guy was seriously thinking about something. He returned to the skeleton sitting at the table. It seemed to him that here he could find answers to many questions. If only skeletons could talk. The guy couldn't just leave the ashes of perhaps the last person on Earth, as well as his things lying in disarray. Based on indirect evidence, Hyunmi decided that this person was most likely a rancor. He really wanted to know his name. At least he could give him a decent burial. Hyunmi rummaged through his memory, trying to remember the characteristics of the creatures inhabiting this world. There were strange zombie soldiers with a certain amount of intelligence. True, they immediately attacked at the sight of human flesh. There was also a man, Cavero, who defected to the enemy camp and led the monster. Well, the list would not be complete without the not-so-good old goblin in a red hat. And also a little bloodthirsty, but cowardly, mosquito fairy who loved to eat other people's blood. Also, Hyunmi did not forget about the main person of this world, the Great himself. It seemed to the guy even for a moment that he was not very different from the other monsters of this world. But soon the guy discarded such thoughts and comparisons. He knew that humanity in him overcomes all bad inclinations, while in monsters their bad sides take over. To some extent, Hyunmi felt a kinship with the skeletons sitting at the table. And it was true. They and the skeleton were one of the last people on planet Earth. The guy once again looked through the things he found, but did not find a hint of who their owner could be. Having failed to achieve the result, Hyunmi jumped off the table and decided to see if he had missed anything. In the desk drawer, which the guy managed to open with some difficulty, a surprise awaited him. Hyunmi froze in amazement, not believing his luck. Although perhaps he rejoiced ahead of time. In the top drawer of the table lay a thick book with a green, dusty cover. Hyunmi opened the old book with shaking hands and almost drank with glee. In front of him was an event log. The guy thought that this would help him get answers to some questions. But he did not even imagine what events the discovery of one single book could lead to. It turned out that not only things with a high level have value. Sometimes information is more important than a dozen legendary items. There was a lot more to the book than Hyunmi expected. Now he knew how everything really happened. The book told the story from the first dungeon to the last man standing. The guy couldn't believe his luck. It is very likely that in the drawer of the old bark beetle-eaten table there easily lay the key to the salvation of humanity. All events in the book were described in chronological order. Thanks to this, Hyunmi was able to see the whole picture of events and draw conclusions. If everything that was in the book was true, the guy understood that the extinction of humanity could be avoided. And Hyunmi was the only person capable of doing this. He knew all the events from the future real world in advance, and had the opportunity to influence them. The guy's face lit up with a mean smile. He realized that it was not all over for humanity. There are still possibilities. This world really still had some tricks up its sleeve. And the trump card turned out to be Hyunmi himself. The guy thought that Star Monstro was right when he said that they needed a new player, since everything had reached a dead end. Hyunmi only now began to understand that when he spoke of a dead end, the Monstro Star may have been talking about the end of humanity. Now the guy had valuable information in his hands and he was going to use it to the fullest to change the future. Hyunmi was not completely sure that he would succeed. But he had no choice. In any case, it won't be any worse than it is. Despite the enormous responsibility, because the survival of all humanity was at stake, the guy felt confident in himself and his abilities and was ready to act. In the real world, a new day was beginning. The golden sun appeared on the horizon and generously gave its warm rays to both the big city and wildlife. In a small forest, a dog barked shrilly. It seemed that the dog saw something terrible. In the depths of the forest, a young slender girl loudly called for a missing dog. The girl screamed with all her might, but the animal did not appear. It was time to return home, but the dog was nowhere to be found and the girl began to worry. A rustle in the bushes made the girl flinch. At first she thought it might be her dog, but it turned out to be something else. A strange figure in a gray cloak appeared from the bushes. The girl couldn't see her face, but it seemed to her that there was nothing human in the dirty figure. In horror, the dog's owner screamed about zombies and rushed out of the forest. While enjoying dinner at an expensive restaurant, Hyunmi was telling his girlfriend about meeting a girl in the forest. Yu-ming laughed loudly. It seemed very strange to her that someone could mistake a guy for a zombie. Hyunmu continued to complain about the girl and said that on top of everything else, she also called the police. Yu-min reminded the guy what he meant when he recently talked about expensive purchases. The guy said that in their time you can live well without resorting to expensive purchases. True, Hyunmu she added that an exception could be a good car, which makes life much easier. In response to this, the girl asked the guy if he would like to live a little first-class life. Hyungmu she said that this option could also be considered, but he is not particularly interested in it. The young people interrupted their discussion about the quality of life to fully enjoy the taste of expensive wine. The guy said that there are much more important things to do now than allow yourself to live large. Yumin said that she believed that Hyunmu she would like to live the life of the heir of a big tycoon. The guy closed his eyes with the desire to speak out, but restrained himself. How could he tell the girl that very soon there will be neither poor nor rich? Soon there will be no one, humanity will die out, and money will become useless. The guy just told the girl that he doesn't put a luxurious life at the top of his wish list. To this, the girl replied that Hyun Masi was the most adequate of all the men she had met. Yumin SX's in a conversation sharply worsened the guy's mood. He asked how it was that a young graduate student had time to go to expensive restaurants. In response, Yumin angrily muttered that if Hyunmu she had not invited her, she would have spent all night in the laboratory fiddling with test tubes and retorts. The girl added that since we were talking about the laboratory, the guys should know that they had made serious progress in studying leveling up using mana. The guy was all ears. He had been interested in this problem for a long time. Hyunmu did not fail to show the girl that he himself also looked for information about this, but to no avail. At that moment, the guy's attention was attracted by some information on the screen. In the field where his level was indicated there was the number 26. When the guy last looked at his level about 10 days ago, there was the number 20. The guy decided to deal with this later. In the meantime, he listened carefully to the girl. Yumin said that Hyunmushi's test results surprised the entire laboratory. The girl said that according to the test results, the guy's ability level is completely absent. Hyunmushi did not understand scientific intricacies and asked the girl to explain it to him more clearly. The guy wanted to understand whether his test results were bad or good. The girl laughed and said that it doesn't work that way. But everything is a little more complicated. At this time, a new blue star was sparkling in hell, although it was not exactly a star. It was just Kurson running around hell, chopping up monsters left and right. Often the monsters did not even have time to understand what had happened when the goblin scythe cut them into 2 parts. Kurson killed without rest. He couldn't get enough of the weapon given to him. After another murder, changes began to occur to the goblin in the red hat. His muscles increased, his bones thickened, his skull and foot size increased. Not understanding what was happening, the goblin in the red hat let go of the weapon. He changed and stopped being like himself. He remained the same green monster with pointy ears, but his appearance had changed greatly. If before Kurson looked like an old man monster, now he has become more like a boss monster. At this time, in the real world, someone was awake in the middle of the night, the light was on in the window. There were piles of textbooks and serious scientific papers on the table. Surprisingly, Hyunmasi sat down with his textbooks. Wet, just out of the shower, Yumin asked the guy if he had any difficulties, since the book was in German. The guy at first wanted to say that he had the necessary skill, but then he changed his mind and said that he was quite good at languages. But to be completely honest, Hyunmu admitted to the girl that, despite speaking German, he did not understand anything of what was said in the book. Yumin said that this is how she imagined everything and therefore prepared a short summary. The guy looked at the picture, and so that Yumin would not mistake him for a simpleton, he asked whether they were depicted there, viruses or bacteria. The girl said that these are actually red blood cells. And she explained that these are special blood cells that carry oxygen. Yumin showed the guy the results of his tests, and then continued to explain. The drawings showed blood and crystals dissolved in it. Crystals in the blood are also used to evaluate ratings. It turned out that 1 star has a needle shape, and 3 stars have a triangle shape. Then Yumin said that the crystals in Hyunmu's blood have a completely unusual shape, and do not correspond to any stars. The shape of the crystals in the guy's blood is round, and it turns out that this shape has never been seen before, except for one exception. Hyunmu asked where else was such blood found. To which the girl quietly replied that such blood is found in monsters. This explanation greatly frightened the guy. Who could have foreseen this in advance? Hyunmu remembered all the atrocities that he had committed in hell, and he was taken aback. The girl saw the guy's frightened and depressed appearance, and was able to unravel his thoughts. She jabbered that this did not mean that he was a monster. She told Hyunmu to put such nonsense out of his head. The girl further explained that his blood simply has one feature that is similar to that of monsters. Otherwise, he is human in every sense. Yumin said that it is likely that Hyunmu belongs to a higher rank than 5 stars, whose blood characteristics are still unknown. The girl asked Hyunmu what he thought about all this. The guy joked in response that he at least knew for sure that he had more than 1 star. Hyunmu remembered the message from long ago that his body had awakened mana and mana began to circulate inside the body. The girl said that as far as she remembers, the guy is level 20. Hyunmu said that he was no longer 20 and added that he was level 20 10 days ago. The guy proudly said that he was now level 26. Yuming screamed that this was impossible. It seemed incredible to her that you could raise 6 levels in 10 days. The girl noticed even earlier that the guy had changed a lot. He realized that he must have had a very hard time. Yumin asked the guy if they should find an assistant to help figure it all out. Hyunmu said that he would not like to let strangers into his affairs. The girl said that it was very likely that someone already knew about everything. Yumin added that she was talking about Sejong Institute. Asked with apprehension if she had told them everything. The girl said she didn't tell anyone, but it looks like they have their own sources. Hyunmu asked who this Sejong Institute is and what they do. The girl explained that the Sejong Institute is the official name of the Bureau for managing people with superpowers. Yumin also added that they are still rating people with superpowers. And apparently the results of this rating were not announced due to the guy's tests. The girl said that the guy's mail received 100 letters from the director of the Sejong Institute, and this was clearly not without reason. Hyunmu replied that he had seen these messages, but he thought they were spam. The guy said that it turns out that many people already know about his superpowers. The girl nodded her head dejectedly, agreeing with Hyunmu and worrying about his fate. The guy felt sorry for his faithful Yumin, who supported him so much and shared many of his difficulties with him. He asked the girl to come to him. Yuming listened to the guy. She positioned herself between his legs, making herself more comfortable. Hyunmu took on the role of a hairdresser and started drying the girl's hair. The guy suggested Yumin buy equipment for research so that she would no longer depend on the laboratory, but would have her own. The girl asked Hyunmu if he had any idea how much this equipment cost, and besides, he needed to look for a place to install it. The guy offered to buy a big house so that there would be enough space for a laboratory and everything else. And the house had to have strong walls. While daydreaming, Hyunmu accidentally burned the girl's head. Yu Ming's scream made the seasoned guy's hair stand on end. It seems that the whole house heard the girl's scream, and whoever managed to fall asleep had to wake up. The guy apologized several times and blew on the bruised area. In Hyunmu's caring hands, the girl immediately felt better. Hyunmu, she explained to the girl that he needed a big house because he didn't want to sit on her neck all the time. Yu Ming looked back at the guy in amazement and asked if he was going to leave her. The guy laughed, called Yu Ming stupid, and said that he would take her with him to his new home. Taking a closer look at the guy, the girl noticed that he had many wounds on his body. She asked if he was still in pain. Hyunmu said that these are scratches and they will soon heal on their own. So there is no need to worry about this at all. Yu Min said that it might be better to use medicine to speed up healing and avoid complications. The guy told the girl again that he was fine, and the wounds on him heal like on a dog. Unexpectedly, Yu Min lightly bit Hyunmu's hand. The guy asked why she was fooling around. The girl replied that she liked the taste of his flesh. Hyunmu remembered his terrible adventures in hell and trembled all over as if in a fever. Seeing the guy's reaction, the girl said that it was just her joke. She showed the mark she left on his arm, and she said that she wanted him to mark her as well. Hyunmu looked tenderly and affectionately at his beautiful companion. The girl sitting next to him was so touching and sweet that the guy envied himself. Then Hyunmu kissed the girl with all his heart, putting his feelings for her into the kiss. The light was still burning in the windows of the young girl for a long time, although books were no longer read there. The guy's kiss dragged on. Meanwhile, a warm morning had arrived, light fluffy clouds were running across the sky. Yu Ming slept soundly in her bed. She had a dream about a new big house and family comfort. There was no one in the bed next to her. The bright morning sun illuminated the empty pillow. At this time, Hyunmu was already far away from his girlfriend. Yu Ming's innocent joke reminded the guy of the abominations that happened in hell. Hyunmu was a direct participant in the horror of what was happening there. And perhaps the guy was the most bloodthirsty, wild and evil there among all these crowds of zombies, ghasts, goblins and flying creatures. In Hyunmu's mouth, he could still taste the rotten meat of zombies and ghasts. The guy felt bad. He was doubled over from stomach cramps and disgust at what he was doing. True, all this gave him the opportunity to survive. Otherwise, he would never have been able to defeat the zombies and ghasts. Hyunmu decided to switch his attention and do something else. He decided to study the resulting fragment in more detail. Looking at his hand, the guy was surprised to find that the fragment had changed. Hyunmu took out his monocle and found out that it was a level 2-star fragment. Strength was listed as follower, absorption. The guy decided to find out what kind of strange power this was. A special force ability allowed one to summon a creature that had been killed. It was also said that the caster could absorb followers and acquire nutrients from them. Hyunmu thought to himself, what kind of perverted ability is this to devour his companions? The guy did not see the practical application of such an ability, and was even a little scared. Meanwhile, while the guy was thinking and calling up messages, someone else appeared in the hall. The old man immediately, without wasting time, asked why the guy called him. And he assumed that since the meeting place was set in the hall, it looked like Hyunmu wanted to fight. The guy told Park Yco that he was too impatient. And although he did not call him for a fight, he is ready to enter the ring if the old man wishes. Hyunmu also asked the old man not to move, while he tried to read the necessary information using a monocle. Pak Y was a graded Calic and said that he didn't like to just stand like that. He asked the guy what kind of game he was playing and what place he had in it. Meanwhile, Hyunmu managed to find out that the old man was at level 40. And his skills, bite and stealth, no breathing. Park Yco, not understanding what was happening, muttered that he was losing patience. The guy exclaimed that, as he suspected, this is much cooler than simple skills. Park Ys looked questioningly and irritably at the young guy. In order not to test the old man's patience any longer, she said that he needed to tell him a lot so that Park Wai could double-check his words. The guy said that first of all he needed to correct his rank and handed the old man a packet with his tests. The old man muttered that the shape of the crystals in Hyunma-shi's blood was quite amazing. Park Wai-seo added that he now understands why Sejong Institute is delaying the announcement. The old man said that Hyunma-shi's tests had already caused a stir, and that he was on a level that they would soon try to contact the guy. The level of gifted people is a lot of money, so it's worth being on the alert. Park Wai-seo handed the guy a small object. He accepted it silently. The old man added that he now realized that Hyunma-shi was by no means a stupid, arrogant boy. The guy said that since Park Wai-seo realized this, then perhaps it was time for him to change course. The old man gratefully told Hyunma-shi that he saw the guy's concern. But Park Wai-seo said that it is not at all easy for him to break off old ties. Unforeseen complications may arise. To which the guy replied that now it is enough for the old man to simply swear allegiance to him. But there may come a time in the future when Park Wai will crawl on his knees and beg Hyunma-shi to take him under her wing. The guy added meaningfully that something like this could happen immediately after L and G-tae were captured. Park Wai-seo muttered that he didn't like the guy's impudent look. Then the guy told the old man that the captain was not a man worth holding on to. Hyunma-shi added that sooner or later L and G-tae's ship will go underwater, and by then it is better for the old man not to be on the same team as the captain. The guy also asked Park Wai-seo to fulfill one of his small requests. When the old man asked what the guy wanted, Hyunma-shi said that he was going to introduce a boy to him. The guy pointed to the side, and 10 meters away from them a puddle appeared, resembling melted resin. The middle of the puddle began to rise in a large bubble, gradually turning into some kind of creature. The creature formed arms and legs and tried to get on all fours. The old man looked in amazement at what was happening. This was the first time he had seen something like this in the real world. True, it was Hyunma-shi's turn to be surprised as well. The appearance of an old acquaintance has changed a lot. The old man muttered what kind of creature this was and pulled out his sword. Kurson now looked more than impressive and could scare anyone. The goblin turned to the guy and asked why he was called. Park Wai-seo was so surprised by what was happening that he seemed to swallow his tongue. Meanwhile, the guy asked his subordinate how he managed to change his appearance so dramatically. The goblin explained that it was all about the braid that Hyunma-shi gave him. Kurson mercilessly slaughtered Yogilim's servants in hell, and as a result of this, a transformation happened to him. Park Wai-seo was extremely surprised and concerned that the guy had made the goblin his subordinate, and was still having some conversations with him. The old man muttered how a primitive goblin with low intelligence could help. Kurson turned to Park Wai-seo and asked what he had just said. The monster asked if the old man really considered him a goblin with insignificant intelligence. In a rage, Kurson rushed to Park Wai and put his formidable weapon to his throat. The old man was surprised how a goblin could be so fast and strong, and also so well armed. The weapon that freezes everything around surprised Park Wai-seo the most. Hyunma-shi ordered the goblin to stop the outrage. Kurson growled in the old man's ear that he shouldn't be so arrogant in the future. The guy again told the goblin that he had calmed down and would continue to behave like a good boy. The man and the goblin stared into each other's eyes for a moment before the situation cleared up. Hyunma-shi laughed to the old man. He asked if he liked this specimen, which was not at all like ordinary goblins. Park Wai-seo noted that he recently heard about a strange incident in a one-star dungeon that involved a strong goblin. Hyunma-shi cheerfully asked how Miss Instructor was feeling. Park Wai-seo said that the girl had to work hard recently, and the strong goblin also forced her to get a good workout. The guide turned to the old man with a request to help him place the goblin somewhere. The old man was surprised and asked if the guy really wanted him to carry the monster with him everywhere. Hyunma-shi shook his head. He imagined how everyone would shy away if the old man walked around the city with a goblin. The guy said that the goblin just needs to be placed in some kind of dungeon. Park Waiso said that he knows one warm place suitable just for such a creature. A book containing records of the end of humanity, obtained from hell. The book contains all the information about upcoming big events. Who will become a hero and who will be destined to die. It also described in detail how humanity would die out and what the earth would turn into. The most immediate event described in the book is a flood in the dungeon of Mount Kolda. The barrier will be broken immediately, but the catastrophe will be averted. Later it will become known about the corruption conspiracy between the heads of defense corporations and hunters. This will result in chaos and the country will not be able to prepare for the next disasters. But for now, these terrible events are still in the distant future. And Hyunmu, she has time to prepare for these events and try to change the course of human history. Park Waiso muttered that the guy got him into a fun business. In response, Hyunmu, she said that he didn't give the old man a gift that he so desired. The guy also thanked Park Ys for his help in several matters, including buying crystal moss. True, Hyunmu, she did not fail to mention that he doubted the fairness of his earnings. The old man muttered that if the guy wants to raise the price for crystal moss by 150% again, he will go down the drain. But Hyunmu, she said that he doesn't want 150%. It will suit him if the payment rises 2 times. Park Waiso thought that this brat was not a petty thief. The old man muttered something about the impudent robber, but not loud enough for Hyunmu to hear. Park Waiso said that if the guy had not been the only supplier of such a valuable product, then his life would not have been worth a penny. Hyunmu, she impatiently interrupted the old man and told him to listen to the end of his sentence. The guy explained that the amount of crystal moss supplied was also going to be doubled. Apparently, Hyunmu's proposal hit the nail on the head. From the look of the old man, it was clear that he really needed crystal moss of the highest quality. The guy suggested that in a situation where money is completely rotten, everyone needs to think about the future. And crystal moss is very necessary for Park Waiso and his clan. And Hyunmu, she understood perfectly why. Crystal moss was needed to become even stronger and gain more power. Hyunmu, she and his girlfriend walked through a picturesque area. Birds sang around and life seemed wonderful. But the young people were not alone. They were with an escort, who had just informed them that they were almost there. The broker said he doesn't usually offer the house to clients, but since people with money want something special, he's happy to show it to them. The house was no smaller than a castle, but modern and very durable. Moreover, it was located on a mountain in a beautiful area. The intermediary stated that the house was built by 3 generations, and everyone was afraid of attack and therefore created a real fortress house. The mediator said that the craziest was the grandson of the man who started building the house. After the dungeons opened, the grandson got it into his head that one day a monster would crawl out of there and destroy the world. Hyunmu, she thought how accurately one person's sick imagination could predict the future. The man added that this is why this house has air defense and various means to repel the attack of monsters. Hyunmu, she asked why such a valuable and good house in every sense was put up for sale. The mediator, laughing, said that something bad had happened to his grandson. He lived his whole life in a bunker. When the poor guy got out of the bunker, he died almost immediately. This story alarmed the guy. Yu Ming also took what the mediator said seriously. The man added that the killer could not be found, and after a while this tragedy was forgotten. The intermediary said that it was all the more surprising that the criminal could not be found, since the house was stuffed with surveillance cameras like a good cupcake with raisins. The person also said that the grandson was a bit eccentric, and had changed the layout of the house several times without proper permissions. Hyunmu, she thought that the girl would not like a not entirely safe house with a curse hanging over it. But the girl was delighted. She said that after moving here she would need to immediately install a spectral camera and recording device. It may be possible to discover the ghost of the previous owner. The guy told the broker that since the house didn't have all the permits and had a bad reputation, he couldn't pay market price for it. Yumin said that she hopes the owner will make a fair decision and meet them halfway. The intermediary said that he needed to make a call and consult. He was completely at a loss. The man spoke very respectfully on the phone and nodded his head helpfully. Apparently there was a big man on the other end of the line. Meanwhile, Hyunma she expressed surprise that Yumin was not afraid of the precognition. But she replied that girls simply adore various mysteries, detective stories and horror films. The intermediary rushed to the young people who were standing aside and handed them the phone. He said that the owner himself wanted to talk to them. The guy picked up the phone and was very surprised that he was called by name. He didn't tell the mediator his name. Just how powerful a man was going to talk to him if by some miracle he knew his name. Hyunma-shi's interlocutor turned out to be a woman. She introduced herself, saying that she was Do Won Kyung and that she was the director of the Sejong Institute. She said she was glad to hear that the guy was interested in their assets. The assertive woman said that she had something to do with the guy that she wanted to discuss in person. She also added that she was already driving up to the house. Yu Min really didn't like that the director of the Sejong Institute had anything to do with them. But there was nothing to be done. The headmistress's car was already rustling its wheels on the gravel of the driveway to the house. White shoes and an elegant cherry suit made an impression on everyone present. And the director of the Sejong Institute herself, despite her young age, looked very impressive. Her entire appearance was full of power and energy. And it was immediately clear that this woman knew how to make money and knew its value. But the next moment she almost threw herself on Hyunma-shi's neck and chirped how glad she was to finally meet him. She said that the guy is as handsome as in the photo. Hyunma-shi, in turn, thought to himself that this was a very charming woman in front of him. The headmistress also paid attention to Yu Min and said that she was also glad to meet the girl. But Yu Ming's face looked as if she had eaten a slice of lemon without sprinkling it with sugar. The director complained about how much Yu Min was bullied at her current job. In response, the girl stated that compared to the time she worked for the director, now work seems like paradise to her. Hyunma-shi looked from the side at the conversation between the two women, and it seemed to him that at any moment they could break loose and start tearing each other's hair out. Such strong hostility was felt between them. The guy didn't know how to behave in such situations. A good fight with monsters is one thing, and a showdown between two ladies is completely different. But headmistress Do Won Kyung turned her attention to Hyun-mu-si. She said that there was no need to waste time, but rather to get on with things. Hyun-mu-si said that this is a completely sensible idea and he is ready to discuss matters. The woman asked the guy if he really was not a member of any clan. Hyun-mu-shi nodded his head affirmatively in response. Then Do Won Kyung stated that she would not sell the house to the guy, which greatly upset him. The headmistress said that she would give the house to Hyun-mu-shi for free. Plus she offered him a huge monthly salary, a pension for civil servants and a preferential certificate. The guy asked if he should kill the president for all these gifts and benefits. The director of the institute said that there was nothing like that, the guy would just have to work a little in their laboratory. Hyun-mu-shi said that he is very far from science, and has nothing to do in the laboratory. Do Won Kyung said that the guy will just have to undergo a few tests, and maybe get a blood test a couple of times. Hyun-mu-shi said that he was going to be used as a guinea pig. The headmistress explained that the house the guy wanted could not be bought with money alone. Do Won Kyung added that her day is scheduled minute by minute, and she cannot talk for a long time. Therefore, she told the guy that it was better for him to make a decision immediately. The guy set his own condition to the headmistress. He said that if he agrees, information about him will not be disclosed to third parties even if he joins the clan. Hyun-mu-shi generously added that the headmistress had time to think, since there was no particular hurry. Surprisingly, Do Won Kyung agreed immediately and vigorously shook the guy's hand. She stated that Hyun-mu-shi would not regret his decision and any of his wishes would be fulfilled upon his first request. The guy still couldn't understand Do Won Kyung and her motives. As the director, she had to report on her research, but she so easily accepted his condition. In any case, the headmistress was not going to divulge anything to anyone, since she already knew enough about the properties of the guy's blood. Moreover, Du An Kyung was going to carry out one plan with the help of Hyun Moo Si. The headmistress understood the difficulties she had to overcome, and she was very happy that the guy agreed to cooperate so easily. A man in sports shoes walked wearily through the gloomy terrain. And there was a lot to be tired of. The man was dragging a huge backpack behind him. Cobblestones and fragments of ancient statues were scattered around. The guy with the backpack had to maneuver between them to make it more convenient to carry the load. Suddenly they called out to him loudly and decisively. They ordered me to stand and asked who was coming. The guy quickly reacted and presented his hunter's ID. He said that he needed to visit the Jolda dungeon. The interrogators did not give up and asked the traveler for what purpose he was going to visit the dungeon. The guy said that the expedition of Ho Sung Jin was delayed in the dungeon for a week, and he was obliged to deliver supplies to the dungeon if the expedition was delayed. The guy said that this was a matter of life and death for the members of the expedition, and after transferring the cargo, he will immediately leave the dungeon. The military checked the log of visits to the dungeon and actually saw a team that remained inside for 7 days. One of the soldiers wanted to check the traveler's backpack, but the other waved his hand, saying that the guy should go and quickly deliver supplies to the group. The military warned that changes have occurred in the dungeon and monsters may appear immediately near the entrance, so it is better to be on guard. The traveler thanked the helpful military men and continued on his way. Although the burden was very heavy and bent the guy to the ground, he didn't have much left. Before entering, the traveler hesitated for a moment. He didn't like the idea he was getting into at all, and the words of the military did not at all add confidence to him. But the guy had to fulfill his obligations. In addition, he respected and was a little afraid of his old customer. But inside it turned out to be not so bad. The monsters did not attack the guy from all sides as soon as he took a step inside. Moreover, it was quite deserted inside. But the atmosphere of the dungeon was still gloomy and uncomfortable. The openings of the caves were shrouded in darkness, and one could only guess what could be hiding inside. Therefore, the guy decided to quickly get the job done and get out of here in good health. He pulled at the buckle of his backpack. The backpack suddenly moved. Some commotion was heard inside. And soon a muscular goblin stood in front of the guy at his full enormous height. Moreover, the monster was well equipped from head to toe. The amazed guy asked the goblin if his work was finished. The goblin waved his hand that it was finished and that the person could get lost. The guy looked at the monster again and was surprised that he could talk. He also thought that it was not for nothing that it seemed to him that the backpack weighed a ton. It was a dubious pleasure to groom such a boar on a rough road. The guy sighed with relief that he had completed this delicate assignment from Park Yco and now owes him nothing. The next second, the hunter tore the old man's prison into small pieces and scattered them throughout the dungeon. Curson, and this is him, was left alone. With wide nostrils, he inhaled with pleasure the smell of the dungeon, which reminded him of his native place. The goblin laughed at the frightened hunter who had dragged him here. Almost immediately, Curson noticed paired luminous points in the dark opening of the cave. It turned out that such suspicious lights appeared in all the caves. The goblin was glad that he would not have to look for the enemy for long. After sitting for a long time in a tight bag, he wanted to quickly exercise. And a good fight is the best way to do this. Curson remembered that the old man said that the hunters cleared this dungeon in a week. The goblin growled something about pathetic, cowardly, and weak people. Curson decided that he would manage here in just a couple of days. A square flat object was rapidly falling down. According to the law of free fall, its speed constantly increased. Below there was a large, beautiful building with orderly rows of wide windows. And in the big new house, Yu-min was in an extreme state of either anger or fear. Attracted by the girl's screams, Hyun knew she came to him. He asked her what was wrong. Depressed, Yumin said that she committed the massacre. But she simply had no other choice. The girl pointed to a huge mosquito and said that she hit it, but it didn't kill it. Then she used poison and again without results. Then she decided to burn this creature. Yumin stated that she now knows that the grandson who created this house died from these monstrous mosquitoes. The girl asked what Hyunmi she was doing. He replied that by buying and selling shares. Yuming was surprised that the guy understood even such serious things. The girl asked Hyunmi to look at the operations he had performed. But everything she saw greatly puzzled her. Yumin said that he acts as if he believes that an atomic bomb will fall on Seoul soon. The guy remarked that if he knew such, they would already be at the airport to leave the country. The girl then asked why Hyunmi she was selling shares of successful companies left and right. It's better to hold them. Yumin said that she would root for the guy. But at the same time, she thought that Hyunmi she would soon realize how stupid he was being. At this moment, the guy had completely different thoughts swarming in his head. Hyunmi she was thinking about how he could create a clan no worse than Tae's Sunday. This was one of the mandatory items in his plan of action to prevent the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the girl drew attention to the green book that the guy always carries with him after his last return. Hyunmi she tried to somehow soften the truth and asked the girl not to be surprised or scared. The guy explained that this was a doomsday diary. There, records of human extinction are listed in chronological order. The girl asked in amazement the name of the doomsday diary. Yumin's eyebrows rose and she began to lament that Hyunmu she had contracted type 2 disease, which affects awakened newcomers. The girl roared that she had noticed earlier that the guy began adding a name to his skill. Another symptom of the disease was feigned coolness, which the girl also noticed in Hyunmi. The guy said he doesn't do childish things. Now Yumin collapsed on the sofa laughing and asked whether this doomsday diary was childish. The guy said with all seriousness that the diary was the real thing. At this time, a message tone sounded and Hyunmi looked at his phone, believing that perhaps the director of the Sejong Institute was calling him. It was actually a message from Park Yseo, who informed the guy that the package had arrived. Hyunmu she muttered that everything was going according to plan, and this goblin package was the cornerstone of his great debut. Yuming asked about what opening and what cornerstone we were talking about. The girl, not without some mockery, asked the guy if this was also said in the Doomsday Diary. As a result, Hyunmu she became offended and turned to the wall, minding his own business. And Yuming still continued to laugh. It was an ordinary sunny day. Nothing foreshadowed not only the end of humanity, but even a little rain. The administrative building of the dungeon looked very impressive. It was buried in emerald greenery and sparkled in the rays of the generous sun. Visitors wandered peacefully along the paths and admired the beauty of this mountainous area. But a tall, slender man in white pants immediately stood out in the crowd. This person turned out to be Hyunmi. He carefully examined the area and the crowd surrounding him. The guy thought that these nice people walking peacefully have no idea what this beautiful place will turn into in the near future. Everything was quiet and calm in the center. It seemed like there weren't even any employees there. Tourists wandered around, taking selfies and looking down from the mountain. Everything seemed so everyday and prosaic. But Hyunmu knew that events were brewing that could lead to the end of the world. It is here, in this place in the dungeon of Mount Kandu, that the destruction of all humanity will begin. The flood in the dungeon of Mount Chengdu will be the boiling point that will break the dam holding back the monsters. These stone walls, which seem so solid and impregnable, will not be able to hold back the invasion of monsters. And Hyunmu, a sewer cleaner in the recent past, must try to stop the disaster. The guy from the sewer became the hope and messiah of the entire human race. Hyunmu looked from the top of the mountain into the huge abyss, surveying the area. Then the guy's gaze turned to the mountainside, and he decided that this was probably the same place. At least the photos were very similar. Hyun Musi turned his head around, looking for a certain person in the crowd. There were too many people. The guy was looking for a man in a civil servant's uniform who would take photographs. It turned out that the guy was standing at a completely different end of the site, and in splendid isolation. Kang Hai-chul was the first person to notice the flood in Mount Gyeolde first. Hyun Moo-si greeted politely as he approached the man. It was interesting and pleasant for him to be in the company of a person from the book, who became part of history and also tried to change something. The guy asked the young scientist if he could tell him what he was doing. In response, Kang Hai-chul asked who he was and why he was interested in his work. Hyun Moo showed off his hunter ID and said he was just curious. The young scientist looked at Hyun Moo suspiciously, and said that he was not at all like the local hunters. Kang Hai-chul suggested that the guy not be dark and lay everything out cleanly, as it is. Hyun Moo responded by saying that he is a young hunter and has varied interests. The guy said that he would like to see what exactly Kang Hai-chul is photographing, if it's not a secret. The man replied that since Hyun Moo was not a scientist, he would still not understand much about it. The guy said he would try to understand. And Kang Hai-chul said that he is conducting research on the dungeon entrances, trying to predict the possibility of monsters appearing. The man said that since the entrances to changing type dungeons also change, monsters may appear from these entrances. The young scientist explained that he photographs the entrances of changing dungeons every day for recording. Kang Hai-chul added that the monster could jump out of the changing dungeon at any moment, even at this moment, while they are talking. Hyun Moo rightly noted that if, for example, a monster appeared in the center of Seoul, it would be a real disaster. The scientist said that the guy shouldn't be too afraid of this. Just for such cases, military men and hunters are on duty around the perimeter of the dungeon, and not even a mouse can slip past them. Kang Hai-chul added that you shouldn't take his words too seriously, because he's probably exaggerating. The scientist said that the monster has no chance of breaking through the barrier, although several years ago there was one incident in the Pita dungeon. Kang Hai-chul noticed that in modified dungeons, the number of monsters sometimes increases explosively. At some point, the monster population becomes uncontrollable, and some of the monsters may leave the dungeon. And the so-called flood occurs. Rumor has it that the mushroom cloud, which was recorded in North Korea in the Pita dungeon area, was made precisely because of the threat of the spread of monsters. The scientist apologized and said that he did not want to overburden the guy with different stories. Kang Hai-chul added that many people think that he is doing stupid things, so his hypotheses still need to be retested. Hyun Moo thought that this man who had done so much to save humanity thought that he was doing stupid things. How strange reality can be sometimes. The guy asked the scientist what the situation was at the moment. Are there any changes? Kang Hai-chul said that it looks like the shape of the entrance to the dungeon has changed and looks a little suspicious. Hyun Moo politely asked the scientist for permission to look at the photographs. The scientist handed the camera to the guy and said that he was a little embarrassed, since not enough material had yet been collected for statistics and comparison. Hyun Moo himself carefully studied the photo. These were the same photos he had seen before. These photos ended up in a book about the end of humanity, as did all of Kang Hai-chul's work. The guy told the scientist that he was sure that someday his research would become a great hope for all humanity. He gave the camera to Kang Hai-chul and told him to continue working and be proud of himself. The young scientist was very puzzled and even a little flattered. He thought that this was the first person who did not laugh at his work. Moreover, he appreciated her highly. But Hyun Moo, meanwhile, said that he did not have time and was forced to leave. Kang Hai-chul looked after the departing guy for a long time and tried to comprehend everything that had just happened. The scientist looked at the results of his work with new enthusiasm, and hope began to swell in his soul. Suddenly, an unexpected thought literally flashed into Kang Hai-chul's mind. He didn't introduce himself to the guy. How could the stranger know his name that he addressed him by name? But by this time, Hyunmu had already disappeared into the crowd of carelessly walking tourists. Puzzled, Kam Hai-cho looked around again, trying to find the answer to the question that had arisen in his mind. But it was already too late. Hyunmu had already gone down the wide steps and was already at the foot of the wall. The guy managed to look through the book and make sure that these were the same photographs that the young scientist took. Hyunmu looked around again. Everything was calm. It seemed incredible that something terrible could happen here. The wall was very strong and the cordon was in place. The guy thought for a while. The book said that within 10 minutes after the flood the wall would collapse and all hell would break out in the Hapsindong area. Hyunmu noted that maybe everything is described in the book and is true. But according to the book, these events should happen in about 2 months. The guy decided to speed things up a little. That is why Hyunmu sent Kurson to frolic to his heart's content in the dungeon. The guy understood that impending events, like huge tsunami waves, could destroy everything around. The period of human life before this was essentially just training. But in the near future a serious game will begin, a struggle not just for fun, but for life and death between monsters and people. Hyunmu understood that surviving in the new world would not be easy. And therefore, being a simple hunter was not enough to guarantee survival. The guy decided that it was worth becoming the head of a powerful clan. The guy thought that achieving such a position with his capabilities was not too difficult. But Hyunmu needed to climb even higher than the head of the hunter clan. He wanted to reach the stars. The guy stood silently and defiantly looked into the starry sky. It seemed to him that he could make any element subject to his control. Reaching for the skies didn't seem like such a stupid and hopeless idea. Moreover, the shadow of future events hung over the guy and pressed him, forcing him to hurry up with decisions and actions. But Hyunmu had more than enough determination and confidence to act. The guy had nowhere to retreat. This was no ordinary battle and subsequent resurrection. This battle could have been the last for all humanity. Harmless dandelion seeds appeared in the air, and for some unknown reason they took off and flew on their first and last flight. Hyunmu noticed the fluff in the air. The guy wondered if this was a sign that everything had begun, or if it just seemed that way to him. The guy took a closer look at the flowers losing their seeds. In the sun going down to the horizon, the red rays of the setting sun illuminated everything around. Pedestrians and cyclists moved slowly about their business. There was peace and quiet all around. People had no idea what threat was hanging over them, and what such a calm situation could turn into in just a few minutes. But Hyunmu knew everything perfectly, from the very near future to the end. And this calm atmosphere, tranquility, and strange silence caused genuine anxiety in the guy. Hyunmu looked around again. Everything seemed quiet. The guy thought that this time his intuition had failed him. Then something caught Hyunmu's attention under his feet. The outlines of the pebbles at the guy's feet seemed blurry. Now he had no doubt what had begun. Further, earth tremors and dull rumbles were already noticeably heard. The building of the administrative center of the dungeon began to shake. It seemed that the next moment the earth itself would open up. Bright bursts of energy appeared over the top of the mountain. The military looked at everything that was happening in amazement, not knowing what to think about it. Hyunmu was happy. He realized that a flood was coming. And according to his plan. And it was not caused by chance ahead of time. The guy muttered that it was a great job. True, it was impossible to say for sure whether he meant himself, or the goblin in the red hat.